Double flip deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everybody, Andy Baskin for Weather Seal Home Services. Want to make your old house new again? Boost your home's beauty and efficiency with Weather Seal. Choose from hundreds of colors through the end of the month and save 25% off of whole house siding with 60 months zero interest financing. That's until 2031. And your new siding purchase includes a polar wrap, great for energy savings. Save 25% on whole house siding plus 60 months zero interest financing. 330-920-4494 or go to weathersealhomeservices.com.
Denise Ann has always been Down Bash Jewelers. That's who we are. It's made us who we are. Through this line, through this multifaceted diamond, people just see the difference between a traditional cut and our Denise Ann. It's not something we can explain, but once we show it to you, you'll never go back. You'll never see a traditional diamond again.
It gives everyone the chance to wear something that sparkles, which is what my mother always used to say. That's what jewelry's there for. Jewelry is meant to sparkle.
Down Bash Jewelers.
Hey everybody, it's Anthony Lima for Surfside. Now there are few things better in life than being out on the golf course and enjoying the Surfside iced tea and vodka. It is incredible all golf season long. No better drink to enjoy on the course. It's light and refreshing, made with premium vodka and real brewed tea. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Cheers to hitting the fairway and cheers to Surfside. Surfside iced tea and vodka, sunshine in a can. 21 and over, please drink responsibly.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
When a bone or joint injury happens, head straight to the Center for Orthopedics. Call 440-848-2755. That's 440-848-2755.
Broadcasting from the 92.3 The Fan Studios. Fueled by True North Convenience Stores. Patriots.
Quinchon has it. He has blockers. He's in the 45, midfield, 40 to the sideline, 30. Quinchon down the sideline, and he's tackled at the 3.
Kickoff Thursday night at 8. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. WKRK-FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. An Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
It was a big night for Jose Ramirez on Tuesday. 3 doubles, including a 2-run double in the top of the 10th. That put the Guardians up for good as they beat the Angels 8-6. Jose and chatted with Guardians TV through his interpreter on the club still in the playoff mix despite his overall issues in 2026.
Obviously, I know I've been able to put the result that I'm used to doing, but I'm really glad because the guys kept us there and they're doing a good job.
Guardians going to try for the 3-game sweep this afternoon as they close out their series with the Angels in Anaheim. The Guardians also trying for their 7th straight win, which would match their season high. Today, Joey Cantillo on the hill. First pitch at Angel Stadium set for 4:07. Guardians going to go for the sweep at Anaheim and hopefully have Chase DeLauder back in the lineup. Outside of a pinch hitting appearance last night, DeLauder has seen no playing time over the last 2 games. DeLauder's been dealing with that sore left hamstring, but the club says he's doing better. Browns expect to get a little more work in today before their final preseason game tomorrow night at the stadium against New England. Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders going to get the night off. Dylan Gabriel will start under center, and rookie Taylon Green will take over and finish the game. Catch the Browns and the Patriots tomorrow night right here on 92.3 The Fan. The SEC joined the Big Ten on Tuesday in opposing athletes leaving the NFL and returning to college teams. Commissioner Greg Sankey will have full authority and be allowed to enforce penalties if it chooses. The move also in the SEC will include those who left school for the NBA and the WNBA. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
I think people will be rooting against their favorite football team in those first two games. And I think that is a really unique way to start a season. We've seen it at the end of seasons. This, in weeks 1 and week 2, I think there are Browns fans that are going to be sitting there hoping he fails. And if it helps the cause, hoping the team fails. And that does not happen in the NFL.
I don't want the team to fail. I really don't even want him to fail. But I have a feeling I know how it's going to go. So what's the point of me trying to drag along something I don't think is going to happen?
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 1, 2, 3. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I'm not sure if you've been staying up late at night, but man, the Guardians have been fun to watch. Last night they were down 5-0. 5-0. And then bounced back to beat Los Angeles, of Anaheim, of California, of the United States, of the planet Earth. And it was fun. They came back, they win 8-6. They actually left some runs on the board in extra innings where they could have hit a couple of simple fly balls and one even greater. But who cares, man? They put 8 runs on the board last night. They had to come back to win. And I don't know. I mean, we sit here every day. We talk about the Browns, and I'm not – I mean, but and maybe the story is the Guardians and what they're able to do, or maybe it's fool's gold. We're going to talk about that today. Chris Rose is going to join us at 11 o'clock from Dugout Discussion, Baseball Today, and you know him from the Browns TV network, pride of Northeast Ohio, Battle Bots, you name it, he's been it, and he's done it, and he's outstanding, and we love having him on. He'll be on with us at 11. Zach Meisel from The Athletic, he'll talk some Guardians with us at 1 o'clock. But, Jeff, it has been fun to watch the Guardians on this trip that is, has been outstanding. They haven't lost a game on the road on this trip, and they've got one more to go this afternoon, and then we'll see what happens when they come home with the next 10 games. They've got, I think, 7 games against the AL Central. So they're in a good spot right now. And let's be honest. I mean, should the focus and attention be on the Guardians, or is it, because it's 162, we kind of want to dwell on what's new and what's fun and what's exciting?
Focus should be on everything, Andy.
Well, thanks, Jeff.
We got 24 hours to program, man. We can talk about all kinds of things.
Oh, man. Gee willikers. Man, you're the greatest.
We've got quarterbacks. All right, we'll talk about them later.
Yeah.
But we also have a team with the second longest winning streak of the season. Team that's sitting in a playoff spot.
Interesting.
2.5 back in the division. They're playing good baseball. You had mentioned earlier, I don't know if you stayed up late last night. If you knew, I'd be a little concerned. We'd have to call the authorities about you stalking people. Looking in windows. Oh, he's awake.
What is wrong with you? What is?
You're the guy who said, I don't know if you stayed up late. Yeah, how would you? Unless you're stalking.
Or on social media, talking to people who are also watching the game along with you. There's another way.
There you go.
I don't know. There's plenty of different ways to know if people are up late watching. So obviously there must be
one of them stalking. Apparently,
there's ratings. those are out there too. So so people would say that. I
you know what was really impressive last night?
Tell me, Jeff.
The couple of facts. The fact that Gavin Williams, who's been really good this year, was just didn't have it last night. And gave up 5 runs in 1 1/3. That'll kill your ERA. But that the bullpen gave up 3 hits the rest of the way. That was it. 3 hits the rest of the way after Gavin was charged with 5 runs. And then the offense just kind of kept going. The offense, as we talked about yesterday, Andy, much improved since the trade deadline. Credit to the front office. Credit to some of the guys coming out of it. Stephen Kwan had 5 hits last night. Hello. Jose Ramirez had 3 doubles last night. Welcome back, Jose. And so you're getting 2 key guys in that offense who are starting to hit the way they're supposed to hit. And Kwan's been doing it for a while now, which is great to see. And when he has it going, he's a very good leadoff hitter. And when he doesn't, you don't even want him in the lineup. But he's been real good the last couple of months, and that's great to see.
So for me, I mean, my money on the second half little surge that they've had here, there's a couple things that are going on here. One, clearly Kwan found out whatever was ailing him is long gone.
Yeah, he's figured it out, hasn't he?
He has been great over the last 6 weeks. I mean, he just really hasn't turned back after having a slow start, and that was off of a slow finish last year. So watching Kwan has been great. Watching Ramirez bounce back. I don't, if you watch the a little bit of the post game last night, but he was on the post game show. I'm trying to think how often I notice him being on the post game show. But last night, he was in a good mood talking about his team and through a translator. But it was still it was interesting to see his excitement and his joy for the game. And let's face it. I mean, how he's a guy that's a superstar that doesn't get that. He doesn't get superstar treatment, I think, across the league. And I think teams, obviously know how good he is and how loyal he is, and everybody wants to talk about him when they see the Guardians. But I'm kind of out of sight, out of mind because he plays here. There were just a number of little things last night that, just caught my eye. Martinez, what a catch late in the game.
That was sweet,
I thought it was. Yeah. I thought we were, I thought we were in trouble right there. But
you think that was out or was that off the wall?
I think it was out.
Do you?
Yeah, it seemed like it was
close
near the end.
Yeah,
did
close.
You see that, Dan?
That was a great catch.
Did you see that catch at the end of the game? I don't know if you did or not. If you didn't, just say no. It's not a big deal. The game was late last night.
He's calling you out, Dan.
It doesn't matter. He must be working back there or not.
He is.
That was an amazing catch.
He always is.
And by the way, that was one of those momentum plays last night where, your closer is hanging on by a thread there at the end. Picked up his 35th save.
Mike Trout's got a really nice right-handed swing, doesn't he?
He's a good baseball player.
Not Manny Ramirez, but he's good. I love watching that guy swing the bat.
I mean, I've always liked watching him play, but I think the reality of where hitters are now, when you see Mike Trout step to the plate and he's hitting, 240, you're like, oh, well, maybe it is a baseball thing. All those things that bothered me in the beginning of the season, when you only had 2 guys that were hitting over 250 or 3 guys hitting over 250, and you look at a guy like Mike Trout, and you're like, he's hitting 242. So, they're having a rough season in Los Angeles, but that's okay. And by the way, that's what I think that's what the fear is, I think, and it's not so much a fear because I'm more excited about where they are. They're a game back up in the wild card. I didn't even look to see what their percentage was today. It's like one of my favorite things to do in the morning when at one point a couple weeks ago they were like 20. They were in 4th place. And they had like a 20-something% chance of making the playoffs.
You do like those percentages?
I find them interesting. You win 6 straight games, now all of a sudden you've got a 56% chance of making the playoffs. You're 2.5 back on the White Sox. White Sox did win their last game, so you've won 6 straight. Yeah, they won 1 straight, but that's okay. Kansas City's still sitting at 9 straight wins. Man, that too little, too late though, right? I mean. Although what we saw what the Guardians did last year. That's why I want to look at that and go, it's Kansas City. And I hope that they cool off by the time they get here. Because, again, I think you're looking at a situation where now you go back to I think you reach the first goal, and that was let's get back to 500. And so they did that. And I thought that was super important. Now the next goal is just to win every series and to go out. Because they went through that stretch where they didn't win any series for a while there. And that's how you fall back. That's how you just got to take 2 out of 3, 2 out of 3, 2 out of 3. I'm really excited for this weekend, Jeff, because I think there's going to be great crowds at the ballpark. I think it's going to be a really good atmosphere. And this team deserves your attention right now. They really do. And
Andy, we could be in store for a real fun fall with that team.
We could.
I mean, this could be great.
What do they need, though? What do they need to make sure that this stays sustained? What's got to get fixed?
I have a couple of concerns about them.
Okay, give me your concern.
You got some young pitchers that might be approaching those innings career highs.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Parker Messick has been terrific. It doesn't seem to have bothered him yet, but we saw Gavin Williams yesterday have a rough one. I don't know if that's because he's been pitching a lot of innings or not. I don't know. Joey Cantillo, same way. Foster Griffin is a rookie, but he's 31 years old. I that's just something to keep an eye on. I don't think the starting rotation can falter, and this team can keep going. I mean, Gavin Williams had an aberration yesterday. Great. He can't have another one. I mean, he can't have a couple of rough outings in a row or, every other outing be rough. They need him to be really good. And Cantillo has done a really nice job this year. He needs to keep it up. That's the thing to me. These guys just kind of need to keep it going. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if they can, as some of them approach, big inning totals for them anyway.
I mean, Gavin Williams has been super consistent along the way.
He's been really good. I mean, he's upper echelon to me, Andy. I would try to sign him to a long-term deal.
Yeah, that was his worst outing of the year last night. Without a doubt.
He's had a couple of other rough ones. I think he gave up 7 earned one game.
He gave up 7 against Pittsburgh. That's not right.
That was a rough game.
And when did he give up 7? Oh, 7 earned against Milwaukee. That's what it was. Back on June 17th. But he's consistent to get you into the 5th inning for almost now 2 out of the last 3 games. Now, is that a red flag? Because, against San Diego, he went 4 1/3. And, and then last night,
in this day and age, if you get into the 5th, it's tolerable.
Well, he does that for you on a consistent basis. It's just
I know.
2 out of the last 3 games. I mean, are we worried?
No, I'm not worried. Not worried. But it's certainly worth monitoring. You might want to, if Slade Ciccone comes off the injured list from arm fatigue, you might want to go 6-man rotation the rest of the way.
Yeah, that was my question for you this morning, too. And I was like, oh, this is tailor-made for what Jeff loves to talk about when you go to a 6-man rotation. What's the drawbacks to going to a 6-man rotation, and what pitcher would you not want to have that extra day rest?
Well,
That's the other question.
Some guys don't need the extra day's rest. And
then who's the 6th man? Is it Logan Allen, who pitched last night?
No, I would think it's Ciccone if he comes back.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, it's Ciccone.
If some guys might not like the extra day rest. It seemed to work really well last year, so I'd roll with it again. There are just enough guys, I think, Andy, that could probably use a little rest. Gavin could probably use an extra day, and it might save them over the course of the last month of the regular season. It could save you maybe 1 start. Each guy by spreading it out. Maybe one guy, starts 2 less games or something. It can't be a bad thing. The other aspect of this is if your starters stay fresh, fingers crossed, you have to use the bullpen less because you don't want to fry that bullpen. And Stephen Vogt loves to use the bullpen. So if you can build in something that would help Steven not have to use the bullpen, it might not be a bad thing.
Yeah, I'm just thinking back to this series alone. We go back 2 nights. You go to game 1 of this series, he used Holderman, he used Gaddis, and then he came back with Cade Smith. I wonder, and then Smith again last night. Can you throw your I would think you can throw your – would you throw your closer out there on a day game today?
He pitched last night. I wouldn't.
Yeah, I don't know that I would
You're
going
to be up 6-1. It's not going to matter.
Oh, I hope you're right. I hope you don't have to. But then last night he had to go Festa, Allen came in.
He went everybody last night.
Yeah, Sabrowski was in last night.
Bringing the bullpen in the
kitchen
second
sink
inning.
That was sitting
Logan
on 480
Allen.
2 days ago, pitched last night.
Good to have Logan out there.
Yeah, I think the bigger play from last night's game is Ramirez having 5 RBI. I mean, you want to talk about a shot in the arm for a guy that I still think needs it down the stretch here. Not that he lacks confidence in any way, but when you know that if you don't bring in a run on a sac fly and you've got Ramirez coming up and Ramirez is playing like Ramirez, I think it just changes the whole dynamic of the game. And I think it also helps the way you manage. You don't have to – like Kwan looked a bunt last night. Did you catch that in the extra inning? And I was like, I wonder – I mean, this guy's got all these hits in this game. Are you pulling – and I'm normally a guy that in the extra inning, when you get that guy in second base, I'm going to bunt him over and fly him in. But even last night, I was like, oh, maybe, I don't know. Do we really want Quan to bunt, or do you think he was just showing bunt? So, I mean, those are just some of the things that we were looking at in last night's game. And look, I got to tell you, I just think this team deserves your attention if you don't have it right now and we're sitting here wallowing in quarterback land. I think the big story comes home this weekend when the Guardians are back here, and just your thoughts on that. Another good win in L.A. You know, when you look at the roster, is it sustainable for a playoff run? And what do you do when are you concerned about the pitching? Because, again, Gavin Williams, that's 2 out of his last 3 starts that haven't been traditional Gavin Williams throughout the season. We want your feedback. Chris Rose is going to join us at 1. He'll talk both Guardians and Browns with us coming up at 11 o'clock, I should say. And if you want to hop in on the conversation, 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
finishing off the game. Catch the Browns and the Patriots tomorrow night right here on 92.3 The Fan. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
We all know the deal. We share it with you daily. You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now, of course, you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. It includes all the guys. Ken Cartman, Anthony Lima, 6 to 10. Andy and me, 10 to 2. Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7. It's live each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe to that channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand right now.
Talking a little bit of Guardians here with you. Guardians' big win last night. 8-6 over the Angels, and they are on a roll, and they're now sitting in a playoff spot in the wild card. And so, Jeff, I know a couple weeks ago we sat back and we were like, all right, where are they in this thing? And we saw the potential of what the schedule looked like. Do you think a little bit of this is fool's gold because of who they're playing?
No. I don't at all. And Major League Baseball teams are full of good players. And even if your team is awful, you're going to win 62 games. So, I mean, you got to play them. They're on the schedule. You better beat them. They are. So that's good. I don't think it's fool's gold at all. I think our team is hitting better. Our team has been very consistent with its pitching. And I don't think it's fool's gold at all.
Dan, is it fool's gold?
I think it is the right team showing up for this team at the right time.
Okay.
I like the way you said that.
I would not exactly call it fool's gold because I don't think they're, a total paper tiger or anything like that. But I definitely think they needed a couple of teams to show up where major league winning is not the priority. And
Fair.
Development sits as more of the priority.
Yeah, what was the story you were telling me yesterday about the Angels and playing golf? Like, I couldn't believe it.
Oh, yeah, Mike Trout took a bunch of teammates to play golf on trade deadline day, and, half of them got traded during the round of golf. Yeah, it was ridiculous. I mean, they're the Angels brought in...
Was Joe Adell with him? Probably, right?
I don't know. I don't remember.
So. Yeah.
It was a while ago I read the story. I'm not going to lie.
That's all right.
But they brought in John Mozeliak, who was in charge of the Cardinals for a good period of time. I mean, they canned their entire pitching coach staff. Pitching coach all the way down. They canned them probably about 3 weeks ago. Just, Mike Maddox, hit the bricks. Take all your boys with you.
See you, fellas.
Yeah, I mean, it tells you all you need to know about where this team is currently sitting, and it was because Mike Maddox wouldn't look at any advanced numbers, and it's not like John Mozeliak is sitting there on the forefront of analytical analysis. So they are just a weird, rudderless ship, and they are hitting at the exact right time that the Guardians need to go up against a couple rudderless ships.
I think the other thing about what's going on with the Guardians right now, and for how long did we sit here and complain, no offense, no offense, no offense? And
we're not claiming that now.
No, not at all.
They're much better in August.
I just even go back and look and where they were. Yes, they did have 2 games in August where they failed to score a run, but other than that, it's 3+ runs every night, at least 3+ runs every night. So what ailed them offensively seems to have left the building, which is great. I also don't think it's fool's gold because they've been able to put runs on the board, and it does. You're still going to run into good pitchers. It doesn't matter if you're 10 games under 500 or 20 games under 500. Most teams have at least one guy in the rotation, and they've been able to hit that and been able to go after guys that are good pitchers. And I was interesting going into the weekend with Colorado because, Dan, you said something to me that made me think, all right, now maybe we will really see what he's about because Colorado wasn't playing. I mean, are they playing great baseball? No. But talking about their offensive prowess, that, the Rockies are able to put runs on the board, and, the Guardians even pitching at a mile high, which I think is extremely difficult. And I think that we don't, unless you're out there or you've been out to Colorado and you've seen a game there, you can tell there's a difference. There is. And it's just the way the ball leaves the bat. It's the way the ball snakes through the outfield. It's just there is something about that thin air that changes everything.
It's spin. The spin doesn't have as much of an impact as it does in other places as well.
So as you had said going into that Colorado series, you were like, hey, they may not be a good team, but they know how to score runs.
Yeah.
But, I mean, look what the Guardians did to them. 3, 2, 1. That was it.
Also helps that their best hitter was out for that series, but hey, you again, to quote the man whose voice is in my head on every single argument, well, Andrew, you can only play the teams in front of you.
It's true. So, Jeff, do you think this team, this roster, I heard
I'm
him
so
say
glad
that.
YouTube got the go to hell look that I usually get when I do that.
When you look at this, is this roster sustainable for a playoff run?
Yeah. Yeah, I do think it is. The rotation, if the rotation can get to the finish line, yes. I mean, they've still been really the only starter who's had any kind of an injury issue is Slade, and he's not a starter anymore. And it's not like you're hearing anything about shoulder or ligaments in the elbow or anything. You're hearing about fatigue. So, okay, let's see what happens when he's good to come back, and hopefully that's sooner rather than later. The bullpen has been really good, and the additions of Nathaniel Lowe and Joe Adell have punched up the offense. And we said yesterday, in the month of August, and this was before they put up 8 runs yesterday, they were 9th in Major League Baseball in runs scored in August. Thank you. That's you want to be first, but heck of a lot better than being 28th, 29th, or 30th, isn't it? Which is where they've been all year.
Yeah, the other interesting play here is, so I keep looking at goals for this team, right? And I keep bringing that up, but first was to get back to 500 and good things will happen. They did. They're sitting in a playoff spot right now. But I also think it's interesting, and correct me if I'm wrong, because the seeding works on the top 2 winners, right? It's not the 2 best records. Am I wrong or am I right? I don't. Dan, help me with that one, because when you get to the playoffs, is it the top 2? Is it the 2 best records in the American League that
get the bye?
Yeah, get the bye. Or is it just the 1 now?
It's just the 1 now.
It's just the 1 now. Okay, never mind. So that thought went out the window pretty quick. Yeah, because I can't see them surpassing, no matter who it is, no one surpassing the Rays or Yankees in wins this year. They're just not, or the Red Sox perhaps. You're 6 games behind. Maybe, I don't know. It's a weird way to look at it. So I'm trying to figure out what's the gap between what the Guardians might be able to do and how much better are the Yankees or the Rays. Like, the Yankees just scare me because I always feel like every guy that steps up to the plate can hit one out. Top 2 division winners get the bye. So it wouldn't be the top 2 records. So you still legitimately have a shot. The Yankees or Red Sox or Rays, someone's not going to win the East. They're going to end up taking the top 2 wild card spots. So you could be sitting there with, I don't know, how many wins do they? 80 plus?
Take a look at the West. You could end up with the second best record and a first round bye.
Yeah, that's the way. Yeah. So I thought that was another interesting way to look at the way the playoffs could come out. Because I'll be honest, I don't want to see the Yankees again. I remember I used to say, well, you got to play the best to beat the best and try to get to where you get.
Yeah, you used to say a lot of things.
Yeah, well, I still think that's true. I think if you're a really good team, you want to live by that motto. Hey, we're the best, and we'll take on everybody. I'll play anybody, anywhere, anytime. I don't care what sport. As long as I think my team is significantly better. Rather than taking, let's soft.
That's big boy talk.
Yeah, well, let's go soft shoe our way through this thing. Ooh, how can we get
Can we have the Rockies again?
The path of least resistance to get to the playoffs so we can get smoked in the Eastern Conference
We'd love
Finals.
to bring the Angels back to town.
I don't know. I look at these goals that kind of get set up along the way, and should the goal should be to win the Central, not to get in through the wild card, right? Because I can't see.
Well, that'd be best.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work my way through the rest of the season in my mind and how they get there. I just think the bullpen still scares me, but now starting pitching starting to worry me a little bit.
Why should it scare you?
Because they were pretty inconsistent against some of the good teams early on.
Well,
and they were the Achilles heel when the offense started to percolate. Baby. I know. So maybe I won't be worried about them at this point. So, where is there a way to strengthen up the pitching for the Guardians? And I agree with you on this. Maybe going to a 6-man rotation.
Maybe. I mean, you could put Logan Allen in there if you wanted to. As a sixth.
Yeah, it's
number 6 starter.
And I had said that before, if Sacconi's not ready to go. I wonder how long he's got until he comes back. Dan, when you look at the roster, is it sustainable for a playoff run?
You guys are going to laugh. The offensive part of it is what'll scare me through the whole thing.
No, it should.
Yeah.
I mean, they're hot now, but for the most of the season, the offense hasn't been very good. But Adele's been a difference maker, and so's Nathaniel Lowe.
Everybody despises when Peterlin and I say it, but it's the truth. Ball go far, team go far. Teams that hit home runs in the playoffs are the teams that succeed in the playoffs.
And guess what? Guardians picked up 2 guys who can hit home runs.
I mean, that's
Nathaniel
lovely, but
Lowe
what's
and
the
Joe
track
Adele.
record? The track record of that is still shaky.
Well, but they were hitting home runs better than the other guys were.
Exactly.
So
but wouldn't it be a little bit nicer if you weren't looking at 2 guys and going, well, they can hit home runs, and not maybe looking at 4 guys who could do that?
Yeah, but by doing that, your lineup gets a little better all the way around. So instead of playing Daniel Schneemann on a daily basis, who's not going to hit a lot of home runs, you're playing somebody else. And nothing against Daniel. I like Daniel. But, all of a sudden you have Lowe. You have Bazzana, who can hit some home runs. You have Rocchio, who has a little bit of pop. Will Jose find his power stroke? Who knows? DeLauder,
if he keeps hitting doubles, I'm okay with that too.
DeLauder can hit it out. Joe Adele can hit it out. I mean, all of a sudden you have a little more power.
Sharply hit singles don't do a ton for you in the playoffs.
I'm just telling you, the 2 guys they picked up can hit the ball out of the park. That helps your lineup. Is their lineup great? No, it's not great. Is it better? Yep, it's better.
All right, I still want to continue talking about the Guardians right now. Do they deserve your attention? I mean, I'll leave it at that, and I absolutely think they do. I think they're playing, fun baseball, good baseball. Last night, they don't get into very many extra innings. I think that was just like their 10th of the season last night, but they were able to come through after trailing by 5-0. Again, one of those games that makes you believe they can win any game, and psychologically, I think that's huge for them. There is a guy who is on fire in the minors, and you know me, I'm always about let's bring him up. And this time I'm putting my foot on the brakes. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Sports tomorrow night right here on 92.3 The Fan. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
This is baseball talk right here at The Fan. It's presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Chris Rose joins us at 11 o'clock. He does a lot of baseball and football. You know him from the Browns preseason network. I think he has the hardest gig on earth calling tomorrow night's game right here. He'll be on the Browns television network. It's a tough job, man. He's not calling. Oh, it's on Prime tomorrow, isn't it?
That is correct.
Wow, I totally forgot about that.
Chris and Joe Thomas did the first 2 games.
Oh, all right. Well, how about that? So he gets a little bit of a reprieve from a game that's going to be tough. Can you? Al Michaels is in town, right? They had about 30 trucks.
Andy, it's fun to do games. Come on, man. Come on, man.
Jeff, you're literally calling a game on national television where everyone could be out of work when it's all said and done.
Gee, that's really rough.
It's not. I mean, seriously. It's not an easy call.
I've done them.
Oh, well, excuse me.
Well, Andy, you go do a game. Beats digging ditches.
I've done both. There might be some nights I've watched this team and thought, I could use a good
And
shovel.
some people actually work for a living.
Yes.
Not us.
Oh, that's true. I'll give you that, too.
Come on, man.
Jeff is in Massillon. He's working for a living. Hi, Jeff. How are you?
Jeff, how do you know?
Good morning, guys.
Jeff, listen, I'm working with Dr. Grumpy this morning. Tell him that you have a great job and you love your job, or you hate your job, but at least you're working for a living, right?
No, I do love my job. I don't work.
Thank you.
But, Andy, I will say that I 100% agree with you. This team deserves our attention.
Mm-hmm.
I always give them my attention, and it's sad because the third best team in the city by a wide margin always gets the attention, and they really shouldn't at times compared to the Guardians. But that said, one of the concerns I got is Gavin. I mean, this guy is supposed to be the ace, and he's got phenomenal stuff, but he's inconsistent, and I don't know if that's between the ears. I don't know if it's physical. I don't know if it's mechanical. But this guy's got to be the dog in our rotation at this point if we're going to keep this thing going. Because at this point, I think the lineup is in pretty good shape.
Yeah.
And the bullpen's got a few inconsistencies. Cade likes to live on the edge a little bit, but I'm ready to go. I like where we're at, and the schedule lines up, and let's go.
There you go. All right, so you're okay with the roster right now as we get moving towards the playoffs, right?
Yeah, I don't know what what else you could do. I don't think you want to bring Ralphie up at this point because that's going to take away from somebody else, and he's not going to get the at bats.
Well,
Joe Adell is starting to produce, and I like that.
So, Jeff, I'm going to give you another reason. Thank you for the phone call. And correct me if I'm wrong on this, Dan, but I think the biggest reason, and listen to me, I'm the guy that was screaming for Bazzana probably 3 weeks before he actually came up, and I couldn't figure out why he wasn't here. And I like when Cooper Engel was hot, I was like, bring him up. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You were going to get more productivity out of him. At least it was an option to do that. That was before the trade deadline. And Engel's, starting to percolate a little bit too. But for Velasquez, and normally I'm the guy that says, bring him up, man. I mean, he's on fire. He had 3 home runs the other night in one game. I'm trying to remember. His home run marks are like through the roof. 11 home runs in 14 games, 375 batting average. Come on. And you would say to yourself, why isn't this guy here? Can he help? Well, one, there's a logjam defensively.
Yeah, where's he going to play?
But 2, it's about the bigger picture of baseball. And I think he needs to play next season. And if you're in a lockout or a strike and he's on the 40-man, he's going to shut it down. I don't think we want that. I don't think you want him on the 40-man right now. And it's a weird – I hate to say it that way, but, unless there's an injury where they have to bring him up, I'm not – and listen, this is me. This is me, the guy that says bring him up, bring him up, bring him up. I mean, he's the minor league's hottest hitter during the month.
You want to feel old?
Yeah.
He was born in 2005.
All right.
He's only 21 years old.
So
let him stay down there. If
he'd be your kid that's like a senior in college, that's all.
If they needed a left-handed hitting first baseman and they thought that he'd be the difference, then you should bring him up. You have Nathaniel Lowe playing first base. He's a left-handed hitting first baseman with a major league pedigree, and he's been good here. You don't need to bring him up. If you're going to bring somebody up, you might bring up Kyle Manzardo. If something happens to Nathaniel Lowe, bring Manzardo back. I mean, Kyle hit 27 home runs last year, and that's you can't scoff at that.
You would think that because, what is it, on September 1st, which is, Tuesday, he would probably be the guy they would, because they can bring up 2 more guys. It's not like they bring everybody up like they used to. Those days are long gone. You can go from 26 to 28 players. And then
there's nowhere to sit in the dugout.
Yes, there is. It's a very big dugout. It's one of the biggest dugouts in baseball as far as I'm concerned.
That's lovely.
Although I think they're all pretty much the same size. Except for Boston. Boston's the only one that's
really
small. Yeah, it's tiny. And it was kind of nasty. Like the plaster, last time I was there, which has been a while, but I mean, the plaster was chipping. There's one little tiny bathroom at the end of the dugout. It's not a good place to be. Especially if somebody has tummy troubles. You don't want to be at Fenway. I'm just saying. I'm just being honest with you, giving you behind-the-scenes stuff that you really just don't want to know about. I'm just being honest with you. Do you think he's one of the guys that comes up? I would think.
Who, Manzardo?
Yeah, it makes sense, doesn't it?
I would think Manzardo's back, yeah.
Yeah, I would think he'd be back, too, when they expand the roster by 2. Right, Dan? You with me on that? Have you thought about that at all, about what 2 guys should come up next Tuesday?
I have put no thought into this whatsoever.
Good.
But sure, why not?
All right, what do you think about the Velasquez take on that, about not bringing him up because of what the future looks like, because of the game? It's not so – I wouldn't have a problem if I thought baseball was in a healthy situation and that there's no question they're coming back next season to play. I'd put him on I'd at least have him on the 40-man. I don't know that I'd have him up, but he'd at least be on the 40-man right now.
I could see where that makes sense, and I probably would do something similar. I have a feeling we're going to see a decent amount of chicanery take place when it comes to this, whether it's going to be guys who are on the 40 finding their way on the 60-day IL, whether it's all sorts of different ways that maybe you're going to see some of these guys get into that situation that you're talking about.
You might just see, if Rhys Hoskins is good to go, you might see them bring Rhys back, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe send David Fry down, and then you could bring up Schneemann, you could bring up Manzardo, or do you leave Fry here, and then you bring up Manzardo, so you have a righty and a lefty, which might be more of what Stephen Vogt's looking for.
I don't know,
as much as he platoons, he might want to have an extra right-handed bat, and he might want to have an extra left-handed bat.
It's them. It wouldn't shock me in the slightest if at least one of those guys is a pitcher.
I agree.
Or could both guys? Yeah, I think one's a pitcher, one's
arm, I think that would be a great idea.
It might be Manzardo and a pitcher, don't you think?
I could very much.
It could be 2 pitchers too.
It could easily be 2. And it's just due to the fact that it's the Cleveland Guardians, and this is how they operate. They love having all those guys in the pen,
and nothing wrong with that.
And making it work.
With this team, that's been the strength of the team. You might as well reinforce it and try and keep guys as fresh as possible.
Absolutely.
You can carry a maximum of 14 pitchers during the expanded period. So
okay, I don't know where they are now. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, I'm trying to do the.
My guess would be toward the max, but again, who knows? With the 3-batter minimum now, they probably have less guys. Just because you're not exactly playing the old lefty one-out guy anymore, bringing in the loogie.
Isn't it weird? That rule seems to have no impact on watching a game to me.
3-batter minimum?
Yeah.
No. The other one is pickoff attempts. You think about it when a guy's thrown over a couple times, and you're like, oh, yeah, okay, all right. I find my eyes wandering towards the ticker on all of these games on challenges left and how teams – man, they were good with challenges last night, weren't they? He had a pretty bad game behind the plate. Did you catch? I mean, we won a number of challenges late in the game.
Patrick Bailey's pretty good at it.
Yeah,
he had some nice picks last night too, because Gavin Williams couldn't locate that breaking ball to save his soul.
To me, that might be the unsung pickup of the year.
Guy's been excellent.
Yeah,
he's been very good, and he's hit.
And I don't
better than he was in San Francisco.
Yeah, I don't think we were expecting him.
Better than he was in San Francisco.
But we weren't
Not
expecting
a high bar.
No one was expecting a ton of offense out of him.
That's like saying Dan got a D+ in Spanish instead of a D-.
His first several years, he was better.
Did you ask for pass Phil?
Kind of had to figure it was an aberration what was going on.
That in San Francisco?
Yeah, just recently. I mean, he did hit better his first couple of years in San Francisco.
Plus, we lost out on Tugboat, right? I mean, I totally teed him up and he missed it.
I don't have all this stuff.
I know.
Like Tugboat has left, and therefore the drop has left.
I understand. Again, another big win last night for the Guardians, 8-6. They're on a roll. They come back home this weekend. I think fans are going to be into it. I don't know how you can't be into it right now. And you've also got that dead period for the NFL as far as games are concerned. I don't. Is it fair? Every time I want to talk about comparing, fan interest and where you're at and who's kind of got your attention. Jeff, I always think back to there was an intern that worked at a station that didn't understand sports at the time and sent an intern over to Indians. Do you remember the story? And they asked, I think it was Grover. I'm 90% sure it's Grover. They asked him some generic question about the rest of the season, about not being relevant because the Browns had restarted. And it was this was like when they were in their heyday,
that's
too.
rough.
And I'm like, oh, my God, I can't believe this kid actually asked that question. How stupid. And because I normally don't think there are very many stupid questions. Maybe there was a way to rephrase it and figure out what you were actually going for there. But it was just kind of like one of those, what are you talking about questions? And that's why I don't like pitting our teams against each other. It was interesting, though, that last caller had said was talking about how, the Guardians play out as the number 3 team in town. I don't know. I think timing has a lot to do with it. I mean, the Guardians are up against the Browns during the regular season. That doesn't.
Yeah.
So, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. All right, Chris Rose is going to join us next. Dugout discussions. Talk a little baseball with him, baseball today. And obviously, we're going to talk about the Browns as he was the voice of the Browns preseason television network. Chris Rose, super friend of the show, joins us next. Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for FanDuel. Baseball fans, the MLB season is in full swing, and FanDuel is giving you a chance to call your shot with daily dingers. Joining the action is easy. Just make your free pick on who's hitting a home run in their game, and if you're right, you'll get a profit boost to use on your next bet before a chance at extra winnings. It's just another reason why FanDuel is the home of home runs. You never know when you're going to come up with one of those big homers, and it makes a difference in a game. But if you think you know who's going to do it, man, you need to hop on board with FanDuel. Maybe you got a hunch, you got a twitch or something. You think you're like, oh, okay, Joe Adell's back in Anaheim. Maybe you can get a home run there in a park that .
YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 923 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The only place for Browns news on your way into work. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, you can catch Daryl Ryder and Lance Reisland's daily Browns training camp recaps on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page. Daryl and Lance break down everything, all the storylines from everything going on, and, of course, your daily quarterback updates. And we have updates, and you can catch the recap each night on Overtime with Jake Fulnick, 840. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page right now.
All right, let's pop over to the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We bring in super friend to the show. He's all over baseball. He's all over the NFL, dugout discussions, baseball today, Browns preseason television network. You know it, and I believe he was at the Guardians game last night as well. He is Sir Chris Rose. Hello, Mr. Rose. How are you?
Hi, Chris.
Gentlemen, what a good win last night.
That was fun, wasn't it?
Yeah, we were in the section right behind the Guardians dugout, and it was dead the first 3 innings. Just horrible. Gavin was not good. Third shortest outing ever for him as a starter. And then things just started to get to life. And, boy, it was so much fun. It was like a blast. And the team has, over the last week, has really kind of gelled, which is nice because they were playing some doggy poop competition, and they're doing what they have to do right now.
Yeah, absolutely. They're on the schedule. Must beat them. Some of the starters reaching career innings highs, Chris. Is that a big concern for you right now, or no?
The innings?
Gavin's close. I think he threw 167 last year.
Yeah, he's a big boy. I'm not worried about him. Okay. I mean, I think the guys you have to keep your eye on are Cantillo and Messick. I think those are the guys you have to keep your eye on. I mean, Gavin Williams Joey Cantillo is no little dude either. He's a big guy. But, I guess I'm getting to the point of if they haven't really even come close to a certain number, and then there's an enormous jump in innings. But, I mean, look, guys, we got a month to go. I can't sit here and worry about innings, and I'm more concerned about if we can drive runners in for when they're on base. So to me, it's not that big a deal.
You brought it up just now. The teams are playing against is a little of this fool's gold, or is the offense going to be real for the rest of the time here? Because I mean, Kwan's been on fire. You watched it last night with Ramirez. It's been fun to watch him kind of get out of it and kind of be healthier.
Well, I mean, he had 2 extra base hits going into last night's game since he was activated almost 5 weeks ago. So that hasn't been there. But to see him go gap to gap last night was great. That was huge. Even if he's not putting it over the fence, and he's obviously still bothered by this. It's kind of ridiculous that he didn't. He went right from the injured list to major league pitching, and he's obviously not 100% right. I mean, Vinny Pasquantino had the same surgery, came back, and then ended up back on the injured list because he knew he rushed himself a little bit. And I know everybody's different, but I mean, he just doesn't have that same pop. So, DeLauder's got to get healthy. We're always kind of walking on eggshells with him when it comes to health. He needs to be in that lineup. I love now. I think the way that he looks like a major leaguer. I know he's going through it a little bit right now over the last few days, but I think he's got a chance to be something special, and I think they're going to have to sit down and figure out what they're going to do with their middle infield moving forward, but that's not a problem for right now. So they've got guys that are giving good at-bats. I mean, Patrick Bailey walked 4 times. That's huge to get that out of the bottom of your lineup to turn things over. So they've put guys on base this year. They just haven't been able to drive them in, but last night was a pleasant surprise.
Sometimes at the trade deadline, you make a move that doesn't work. Sometimes you make moves that work. they made 3 moves that seem like they've worked real well. Joe Adell looks terrific here. Nathaniel Lowe's done a nice job, and same thing with Foster Griffin. Does Joe look like he looked with the Angels to you, or is he doing an even better job?
Well, you got to remember, he was a top 10 pick, I believe, and always expected to kind of be the next great outfielder next to Mike Trout. And it just never really materialized. I can tell you this, having talked to a couple guys in that clubhouse yesterday. First of all, they changed the look of the team. And what I mean by that is they were all standing on the line getting ready for the national anthem. And Lowe and Adell were far and away the 2 biggest position players. Like we have joked on this show, we specialize in short and lefty. And that's what we do. That is not, those guys are not short. They are the put off the front of the bus. They're first guys off the bus dudes. So they look big, which is just something we haven't had. And they give you a presence. They're both veterans. I know Joe Adell is still young, but they have been through different things in their career. Nathaniel Lowe has won a World Series. They both fit in great in the clubhouse. They're really good, solid, funny dudes. And I know we're not running the chuckle hut here, but, that stuff's important too, is how guys incorporate themselves into a certain atmosphere. And Cleveland's very welcoming. I mean, you won't hear a lot of guys that go to that team. I was even talking to Patrick Bailey last night, who spent his time as a Giant his entire career since being a first-round pick. He was like, the minute I got here, like, my world changed. It's great to hear. So we're going to have a shot at this thing. For people that haven't really been following the third wild card, it's like check back in 72 hours because somebody else might be leading it, or even 48. But it's going to be fun the last 4.5 weeks.
Hey, when you say the world changed, is that just being on a competitive team right now? Is that about the way they approach guys, and is it the whole team atmosphere? Is like, explain that to somebody that wouldn't understand that.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of everything. In that I think they're really honest with what your job's going to be when you're here and what the expectations are. And I think the worst thing for athletes, and I think the worst thing for any of us, is to not understand what our role is at work. And so many leaders are afraid to tell you the truth. Like, I don't know where that happened. I don't know where a lack of leadership happened in our country. I'm not talking political here. I'm talking about just think of how many good bosses I'm sure you guys have had great bosses over the years. I don't want to put you in a bad spot, but
ours have been phenomenal, Chris. I don't know about you, but we work for some of the best people you're ever going to meet.
The ones at radio have been fantastic. I mean, for the 15 years that we've been here, yeah. It's like not coming to work. It's like Jeff said earlier.
Yeah, those are the people who tell you the truth. We got a new guy who took over here at NFL Network who is a truth teller. And he'll sit you down and he'll tell you what he likes and what he doesn't like. And I appreciate that. And I think that that's what players want to hear. I mean, what do? They thrive on being coached. Coaching isn't always positive. So I think that sort of stuff helps too. And just the atmosphere and the infrastructure they've built. I mean, do we wish the team would spend more money? Yeah. But I think that Antonetti and Chernoff, and it trickles down to Voter, and I think they've really done a remarkable job.
I would agree with that.
All right, ready to jump in the other fire?
Shall we?
Yeah, we shall.
I'll say one other thing before we go. I had a chance to Travis Mazzano is going to be our guest on Dugout Discussions.
Oh, nice.
He was great. Yeah, he was great. He's just a really bright kid, and we talked a lot about his background and some other things, and you'll get to hear his American accent, which we had a little fun at the end of the interview with that.
Nice.
So that's coming out next week.
Nice.
All right, the decision has come down this week. Your thoughts on Deshaun Watson being the starting quarterback, week 1?
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I think anybody that has been around the team and covered it, whether you agree with it or don't agree with it, I would say a few things. Number one, Todd Monken is as straight a shooter as you will ever hear a coach be, I think. Maybe since a confident Parcells. Like, he is no BS. He is coached through and through. The decision, people can think whatever they want, that they're playing him because of the contract. that it came from ownership. I'm just telling you from the people I talked to and having had conversations with Todd, that's not it. Now, if you think it's the wrong decision, then go blame Todd Monken because he's the one that made the decision. Now, as far as whether it's the right decision, I personally, as a fan, would have liked to have seen Shedeur, okay? And I still think I will see a lot of him because I don't know. I'm skeptical. I think
you should be.
What has Deshaun Watson shown us in 19 starts where you go even one little bit where you're like, yeah. And so he's got one last shot. I think this is his last NFL shot to show it, to be honest with you, in my opinion. Like, if you were a free agent right now, would anybody pick him up?
I can't imagine that they would.
I mean, not to, probably for some sort of competition, but this is it. So he has his final shot to show that he can play football at a decent level. And I will say this, I think Shedeur Sanders deserves a ton of credit for how much he has improved since last season. I imagine, I don't know how you divvy it up percentage-wise, but the coaching staff deserves it too. I mean, if he looks different, that's awesome. And yes, at some point, do I want to see him play? Yes. We've had this discussion since he was drafted last year. Do I think that he's the answer? Most likely not. I have given you the percentages of guys that make it as fifth-round starting quarterbacks. There's one in the league right now. Don't give me the old Tom Brady. That happened a quarter century ago. So stop with that one. It's Brock Purdy, and that's it. I heard you sneak that in. You tried. You tried. So it just, whether you thought he was a first-round pick or a second-round pick or whatever, the league said he was a fifth-round pick. That's a fact. That's it. Doesn't mean that the league doesn't make mistakes. The league has made a gazillion mistakes. It's all over there. There's guys they pick in the first round that should be working in other businesses. They had zero purpose. I mean, Paxton Lynch, right? Wasn't that his name?
Yes, indeed it was.
The quarterback for Denver. For God's sakes, I even forgot. I was like,
from Memphis, wasn't
right.
he? Didn't he play at Memphis?
Yeah, from Memphis. He was a first-round pick. No, he wasn't. I mean, it says first-round pick, but he really wasn't. So, do I feel like our quarterback's playing college football this year? Absolutely. Do I want to see Shedeur lead a really young offense and have some fun, and maybe he gets done and we have to rethink the draft next year? Yep. But not my decision.
You summed that up real well. I like that.
Yeah, look.
No, I agree with you completely.
I'll just say this. It's enough to drive you nuts. And the national perspective on it is so... I just say this. If it had been Deshaun Watson against Dylan Gabriel, and there was no Shedeur, how big a story would this be?
Less.
No story.
The Deshaun part of the story would be there, but it's 25% of what it is. How's that sound? Because I still think Deshaun's a story, and his comeback
I do
trail.
too. Particularly after whatever the hell that was on Saturday. Yeah.
It was the most awkward press conference I've ever sat in. That's 35 years. I've never.
Yeah, I know.
And the room just kept shrinking and shrinking and shrinking.
So I will tell you this. People are like, oh, man, were you offended by it? The only part that I was offended by was his inaccuracy, because it is all about the football. That's all it is. And people can sit and judge from the outside. Well, look at his past. How do you love a team that traded? Hold on here, people. Go do background checks on virtually not only every team that you've ever loved. Go do it for every concert you've ever been to. Go do it for every movie you've ever watched. You're not going to love everybody that is associated with everything that entertains you. So you've got to draw the line somewhere. My love for the Cleveland Browns goes well back before Deshaun Watson was ever traded there. And it will continue on well past whatever time his tenure ends in brown and orange. So don't tell me to have to make choices.
That would be March.
About that stuff. Yeah. Well.
Yeah, now you got me rethinking all the Marvel movies. Thanks, man. You know what?
I'm trying to present some reasonable thought to this entire thing. Now, will we all be? I think the question is moving forward. Like, enough with the decision. Like, we're past it. The decision's been made. So where do we go from here? Are you guys going to be rooting for Deshaun to play well September 13th in Jacksonville?
Yep.
I will. I mean, I want us to win. And so at the end of the day, that's what the whole thing's about. But I want to get this before we take off from you. Just what does this mean for really where Shedeur is in this whole big picture? Because, it'd be easy to sit here and say, okay, he's number 2. He's just kind of waiting. We're still waiting because he's young. But you still have to wonder because now he's competing against the guy who's playing on Saturday and playing on Saturday if he's the future.
Yeah, but that's how it should be. I mean, we haven't gotten this position right in decades. I think we were close with Baker, and it did not work out. But other than that, we just haven't gotten it right, and that's through different owners, many different football architects, a gazillion different head coaches and OCs. We haven't found one. So why in the world should we just anoint somebody and just say, yep, that's definitely our future? Now, do I think we owe it to ourselves to see if it can stick? And I have my questions about whether it can. Yes, I think at some point we do. I think we're doing ourselves a disservice if we don't. But I also am I've given you the percentages, guys, on the number of starting quarterbacks opening Sunday or opening Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, wherever all our games are. Lost track for week 1. You understand what I'm getting at? The number of guys who were drafted in the first round, whether it's by the team that they're currently on or beforehand, like a Sam Darnold or a Baker Mayfield. Somebody saw them as a first-round talent. Those numbers significantly outweigh anything after night 1 in terms of a starter. Doesn't mean it can't be found. Just telling you. Go look at it. Pretty simple.
All right, so I kind of don't want to end this thing all about positive, negative on the quarterback. You call 2 of these games. Give me 2 reasons, or not 2 reasons. Just give me a couple reasons why you're positive about the future. I know I have a couple, but I'm sure that there were plenty of positive things to kind of take out of what you watched over the last 2 games and move forward.
So the positive is this: that wide receiver room was flipped. And it needed to be. It was the least productive receiver room in the NFL last year statistically. And it was even worse to watch, I thought. The 2 kids that we drafted in Concepcion and Boston are legit big leaguers. Those guys, and they have different skill sets and different body types. But you know what? They've got the same, mental makeup. And if we can get Concepcion in space, and if we can get Boston to do what he does best, which I actually think that his route tree is significantly better than I anticipated. That is an awesome pairing. They're already the 2 best receivers, and it's not even close. I think the first layer of this team, meaning the starters, has a lot of excitement. I am worried to death when these injuries hit, and they've already hit, right? Unfortunately, with Alex Wright out, with some stuff going on the offensive line. Wessinger, I know, is back at practice, but, it's there's just not a lot there.
Not real deep right now.
Unfortunately, this is a league of injuries, and so I don't know what we've got coming in off the bench.
Chris, as always, we appreciate our conversations. Looking forward to seeing. Give me your just what you've got coming up on social and what you got coming up on online, what folks can watch.
Yeah, well, every day on our JM Baseball YouTube channel, you can catch Baseball Today, where we're spending a lot of time on the Guardians during that show. That's a 45-minute in and out. I do that with former Twins third baseman Trevor Plouffe. Then each week, dugout discussions. Former Guardian Ernie Clement was our guest this week. He was awesome, really great kid. Bazan will be next week. We're working on a couple of big names from the Yankees and the Cardinals coming up because they're coming through town. And then I'll see you actually tomorrow night on NFL Network. I'll be hosting some stuff. And then opening night, I'll be hosting an NFL Network when the Seahawks and Patriots kick off the season on that Wednesday.
Very nice. Chris, as always, we appreciate your time. You're a good man. Thank you, Chris.
Thanks, gentlemen.
All right, we'll
Bye.
talk to you soon. He is Chris Rose, and he was on the Wizard Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Time now for 2020.
Guardians looking for their 7th consecutive win this afternoon when they face the Angels for their matinee finale out in Los Angeles. A win for the Guardians would match their season-high 7-game winning streak from back in May. Joey Cantillo gets the start this afternoon. He's 9-7 on the season with a 3.73 ERA. The Angels countering with righty Grayson Rodriguez. First pitch is at 4:07. The team hoping to have Chase DeLauter back in the lineup tonight. Save for a pinch hit last night, DeLauter has missed the last 2 games with a sore left hamstring. Around Major League Baseball, Shohei Ohtani could be getting the start on Sunday when the Dodgers face the Tigers in Detroit. Ohtani has been dealing with left knee inflammation since June and has not made a pitching start since July 3rd. Dave Roberts said Ohtani will either throw a bullpen or a live BP session today to determine whether or not he can start this weekend. The Browns have one more day before they welcome the Patriots to town for their final preseason game tomorrow night. Neither Deshaun Watson nor Shedeur Sanders are expected to play, with Watson being named the starter and Sanders being named his backup. Dylan Gabriel will get the start for tomorrow night's game, and Taylor Green is expected to come in sometime during the second half. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
For a decade and a half, 92.3 The Fan has been the heartbeat of Cleveland sports.
futures begin.
Enroll now. Visit try-c.edu.
Your morning routine has changed. Wake up with the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. Catch up on all the latest from Cleveland sports from the night before and around the sports world leading up to the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. It's the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. on 92.3 The Fan.
Take the Fan with you wherever you go. Listen to us on the Odyssey, the iHeartRadio, or the TuneIn apps.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Okay, I want to talk a little bit more about what Chris had to say a little bit later, just because I thought his theory on wanting Shedeur to play, I think there's a lot of people that have that same theory, and I kind of want to dig into it, but I want to spend a little bit more time on it than on the next story I want to talk about, because, man, it is absolutely bizarre the way college athletics are running right now. And, Daquan Wright, is now or will be, I don't even know if this is true, looking at his fourth team in the last 10 months. The tight end who started off at Ole Miss, and then he graduates. Or, I'm sorry, he didn't graduate. He played at Ole Miss last year. Then he makes himself eligible for the NFL. Does not get drafted, comes into the league as a free agent, signed by Philadelphia. Doesn't work in Philadelphia, ends up with the Browns. Probably was having a decent camp. Could have been fighting for one of the last spots at tight end, considering if you're looking for a third or fourth tight end going into the season, considering their fifth-round pick. We don't even know what's going on there. So, I mean, he was probably, from what I had heard, was he was having a good camp. But then had until, September 7th, I think was the original date, for him to decide whether he wanted to go back to college. While this is going on, he decides to jump into the portal so he can find another school. Then that's going on. Everything looks like it's going straight ahead for LSU. All the legal things that had to clear out of the way for him to be able to do that did. The Browns, I don't know if the Browns wanted to or maybe they were planning on it, but they release him so he can go back to college. Good job, all right? Now you're back to where you want to be in the rare, crazy kind of position of actually having a deal with an NFL team and then going back to college. Never happened before. Well, now yesterday, the SEC and the Big Ten decide, you know what? You can't do that. Okay. So where does that leave Wright? But the bigger question is, and I think Dan and Jeff and I were both talking about it, so wait, now all of a sudden NCAA conferences are going to, grow, you know what I'm saying? And actually lay down rules and try to abide by them when they've been begging government to do that for them. But now all of a sudden out of the blue, when people are saying, you can't really go to the NFL and then go back to NCAA. Now all of a sudden you're around, we can make up rules now. We can get this done. We don't need government to intercede on this. Like, help me. Because as crazy as college athletics seems like it is, it got even crazier yesterday when you look at the SEC and you look at the Big Ten with them coming out saying, you can't do that. Oh, my God, you guys made a rule, and you're going to stick to it? Come on. What, next thing you're going to tell me these guys shouldn't get money? And gals shouldn't get money. I know yesterday's story I thought was super interesting because and then, I'm looking at this thing and I'm going, well, for basketball, for a long time, they've let guys who are playing college basketball kind of go out there and see what their value would be in the NBA without hiring an agent, even when it was still amateur versus professional. Because let's face it, you're getting cash, you're a professional. You're in college and you're a professional. Let's not sugarcoat that, right? But I thought it was a good rule. You don't want to be a guy that would get picked, or not get picked in the NBA and not really have anywhere to go, but the G League was still there, and you could go to Europe, you could do all those things, but at least you had the option to go back to college if you didn't hire an agent, if you didn't sign a contract, if you didn't take any cash, to just kind of see what your value would be. And I always thought that was a great rule. And I often thought NFL guys should do that too. Maybe it's the timing of the school year that might have a little bit to do with that or had something to do with it. But now I don't even know if they can, now with this new edict from the Big Ten and from the SEC, I don't even know if they can do that anymore. Jeff, your thoughts on this, and Dan, your thoughts on this too, because It is bizarre.
Everything going on in college sports is so out of whack and new and different. And I don't know that, this to me is almost like them saying, and not really having the ground to stand on. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay, I understand what you're trying to do there, but the NCAA just approved 5 years in 5 years, so that might give guys a chance to, come back. But if they're going to say you can't leave and then come back, okay, good luck. There will be a lawsuit about that, I'm sure. But on the other hand, if you sign a pro contract, there's a lot of legalities here, Andy, that I'll be honest, I don't understand them, and I don't care to dig into them. I don't. Daquan Wright was a guy who might have made the practice squad here. Maybe could become something down the road. Great, and he still can. If he can't go back to college, all right, well, he's going to probably hook up with somebody's practice squad.
He could end up back here.
Or he could end up in the UFL.
Left.
You never know. He could be on the Tuesday tryout circuit. And nothing wrong with any of that. Young guy just trying to make a career out of football. That's good for him. But he didn't do anything wrong. Have the schools done things wrong? Yeah, for a long time. On all kinds of stuff. And they're trying to rein some stuff in, and they're picking their battles, here and there. But it's just such a different world now, man.
The problem I have with them picking their battles is they can see some of this stuff coming, and they're never proactive. They're always reactionary on everything else. It just feels that way. Like they always have to react rather than be proactive on stuff. It doesn't. To me, it's a head shaker on a lot. Look, and if I'm right, and they suddenly tell him now, no, we made up this rule on Tuesday that you can't come back, I'm in court, and I'm probably making more money there than I did in NIL. All right, let's continue this conversation when we come back, because I just think it's interesting. So 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. Zach Meisel coming up at 1 o'clock.
Denise Ann has always been Down Bash Jewelers. That's who we are. It's made us who we are. Through this line, through this multifaceted diamond, people just see the difference between a traditional cut and our Denise Ann. It's not something we can explain, but once we show it to you, you'll never go back. You'll never see a traditional diamond again.
It gives everyone the chance to wear something that sparkles, which is what my mother always used to say. That's what jewelry's there for. Jewelry is meant to sparkle.
Down Bash Jewelers.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com.
Hey, it's Nick Wilson for Kitchen Cabinets at Northeast Factory Direct. You're not just picking cabinets from a catalog, you're collaborating with actual designers who know what works. And the best part, their design expertise works for every project. From efficient 10x10 layouts to expansive custom kitchens. All wood construction, soft close drawers, contemporary styles, no shortcuts. Plus, they handle your entire remodel under one roof. Flooring, backsplash, and vanity tops. Visit any location or northeastfactorydirect.com for your free design consultation. Mention Nick Wilson for your extra special discount.
And Doug.
Hot dog, get your hot dog.
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct, to the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com
or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 440-207-9055 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 440-207-9055 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 440-207-9055 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinics treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 440-207-9055.
All guests appear on the 92.3 The Fan hotline, powered by Wise Hard Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright.
Partly sunny for your Wednesday, high of 83.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
I love a girls' weekend, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin, thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
You can usually find me in the kitchen, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now, I'm still in the mix with Skyrizi to treat my joint symptoms.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe at 4 months.
Or if you're an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Imagine every time your business makes a sale. Inventory updates, an invoice is created, customer records are updated, accounting stays current. That's the power of Odoo. One fully integrated platform where every part of your business works together, automating tasks, eliminating extra steps, and saving you valuable time. Everything connects. Everything works. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Hey Browns fans, this is Denzel Ward. Keep up with the latest football news every 20 minutes with exclusive 2020 reports on the radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Guardians looking to sweep the Angels this afternoon after they overcame a 5-run deficit for an 8-6 win last night. The Guardians' 6-game winning streak has put them back in a playoff spot. They're currently holding the last wild card spot in the American League with a 1-game lead over the Rangers, and they're 2.5 games back from the White Sox for the first place spot in the AL Central. The team hoping to have Chase DeLauder back in the lineup tonight, save for a pinch hit last night. DeLauder missed the last 2 games with a sore left hamstring. Joey Cantillo set to get the start this afternoon. First pitch is at 4:07. The Browns have one more day before they welcome the Patriots to town for their final preseason game tomorrow night. Neither Deshaun Watson nor Shedeur Sanders are expected to play since Watson was named the starter and Sanders was named as his backup. Dylan Gabriel will be getting the start tomorrow night, with Taylor Green expected to come in sometime during the second half. Some news around the NFL. Giants wide receiver Calvin Austin will miss the entire 2026 season after suffering a torn ACL during practice yesterday. Reports say Austin was carted off after practice with a right knee injury after going down during a one-on-one drill. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. He is Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Zach Meisel's going to join us at 1. We're going to get back into the Browns conversation here in a few moments, all things quarterback. And, does the head coach owe the players fairness? We're going to talk about that coming up in a little bit. But right now, I want to just kind of get the final words on this Daquan Wright story, because I was turning to Dan, Jeff, just because I wanted to give him a chance to kind of chime in on this too. Because
That's nice.
I thought
you're a good guy.
Well, I mean, I think he is outstanding, and he is.
Of course, he is. He's
he
our
has
guy.
passion, but he has passion in this subject, and I think we share a lot of the same views on what exactly is going on here. So, what do you think is exactly going on with this Daquan Wright, and how much? And is there even a bigger part of this that's saying at some point the SEC and the Big Ten need to just split away from the NCAA, if not just for football?
So the first side of this is I have no idea what's going on with Daquan right now. I've been scouring the internet, trying to find an answer of, okay, so now what? Is he grandfathered in? Are some of these guys grandfathered in for the basketball season as well? And I found nothing.
Right now he's not eligible, right, at LSU.
Is it? Is that
Oh,
where it's
I don't know.
I'm not trying to be a smart aleck on that or anything like that. I've just found no for sure answers.
His agents are trying to figure things out. So there's no concrete answer.
So is LSU, I'm wondering, is LSU telling him no? Because he did everything right under the law.
Right.
And then they pulled the rug out from underneath him. Now, maybe that's just the way it's going to land, and they can make up their own rules, or are they going to allow this certain group of guys and gals that are 2022 high school graduates to the ability to continue playing on? But Wright is the center of the whole story.
But this will also be a story moving forward unless they figure it out, because they've granted 5 years of eligibility in 5 years of college. So think about it.
Well, that's a done deal, though.
Yeah, I know, but the new rule that the Big Ten just passed and that the SEC just passed, okay, what if a kid after 4 years decides he wants to go out to the NFL and see what he's worth? And he ends up on, in OTAs and everything else, and then, you know what, I'm going to go back to college. Well, they just said he can't. Correct? This is bigger than just the class of 2022.
Yeah, the Big Ten and the SEC are saying you can't do that. Once you sign a professional contract, you're done.
Correct.
But that rule didn't exist when he determined what he wanted to do.
Right, which is why all of this is in such a convoluted place.
Correct.
And so I'm fascinated to see where this all ends and how this works out and where Daquan Wright and various other guys as well from other organizations go from here. The thing about this that I think is the most glaring is the fact that you brought up earlier, which is you mean to tell me that now these people can find their way into a room and make rules and enforce the rules? You mean to tell me that now you can sit down and figure something out? Because the NCAA that I've watched the past 10 damn years throws their hands in the air and goes, Congress, save us, we don't know what to do. And now you can have rules?
Man, NCAA is a very high-pitched voice.
Weird.
Yeah.
Now you can have rules, now you can figure this out, now you can piece this together. It's the most asinine thing going. So if you can work this out where all of you can agree, then work the other thing out too. And sit down and talk with the players and talk with not only yourselves and come up with a set of rules for you to operate under. Because right now this isn't working. Unless this is what you want the whole friggin' time. In which case, well done. Because at least to me, as somebody from the outside looking in, the college game is in an outstanding place. There's talent all over the place. We've spread the talent to all of these places to where there are many schools that are now competing, and many schools now have quarterbacks that can work instead of being blocked by the quarterback before them. Same with wide receivers, running backs, defensive ends, safeties, anything that you want to point to. We have now moved the talent and spread it out all over the place, which is wonderful. So as a fan, I'm in love with where college athletics is sitting right now, especially on a football side. But if you're telling me that your number one problem is the fact that these kids are moving all over the place in NIL and we're getting out of these contracts and all of that stuff, well, you've just figured out one side of it. Why the hell can't you get together and figure out the rest of it?
The NCAA is really good at coming up with ideas and action very quickly if something doesn't agree with them. For instance, the fifth-year eligibility lawsuits that have been filed in both Division I, Division II, and Division III, and all three of them, they immediately appeal. Oh, well, you figured that out quickly enough.
Right.
So when they want to do something, they can. They've been very good at sticking their head in the sand and not paying much attention to stuff as long as they can continue to operate the way they want to operate.
So all this tells me is that they don't want to do it. And if I'm Congress, I'm looking at this and I'm saying straight to them, clearly you don't want to fix this. Clearly you like where everything is because you're able to fix some things.
Wait, you're saying the NCAA, right? Not Congress. I just want to make sure I heard
If I'm Congress, I'm looking at the NCAA and going, you're on your own, kids. You figured this out. Figure the rest of it out. I mean,
Well, Congress shouldn't be involved.
It's straightforward. Like, if you can work this and you can all agree on something, here's your starting block for what you want college athletics to look like in the future of name, image, and likeness.
As bad as the NCAA has been and can be, can we imagine how convoluted and what a mess it's going to be if you get congressional people involved who know nothing about it?
What's where we are right now?
Well, I know. That's the point.
They're running around yelling, save me Cory Booker, save me Tommy Tuberville. It's like, no, this isn't going to solve anything.
Yeah, I question, should government be involved? I think college football is big time college football is self-sustaining, right? They're not are they taking money, public money, to run Ohio State football? Are they taking public money to do this or that? You know what I'm saying? That's where I think that maybe there is a gray area on what they should be, if they should have a say or not, because that's tax dollars. But I think that, college football doesn't need tax dollars. They have donors that take care of everything. So big time college football. Please don't get that confused with it. There are plenty of Division I schools that are not big time that might need help or might need this or that. So I want to make sure I define that line there. But it doesn't. I don't know. We're just living in the wild, wild west, and it got even wilder with this whole situation. I would think so too. Once you sign a contract with the NFL, the NBA,
you've moved along.
You've moved along.
Yeah.
You've moved along.
And by the way,
you're done. That's all right. That's great.
And hasn't the university itself, it's mission accomplished, right? Like, why are we sending people to schools in the first place? So that they can be educated
and get jobs.
And that's exactly what you're hoping for, right? So the NCAA should say, okay, well, you signed with the NFL, bravo, mission accomplished. Most people, we like that they stick around for 4 years and get this piece of paper we call a diploma. But you know what? Sometimes you don't need that. And maybe just a limited time of education at our institution has propelled you into the next world. And, man, you're making a lot more money than most. Or if you're a free agent going into it, you're not. And that's why you want to come back. That's the problem.
And I'll be the first to state, I love where college football is right now. I love the chaos. Because and on top of that,
what chaos? What do you like?
I love the transfer portal. I love the fact that these coaches are now being held accountable for the lies they're telling in living rooms across the country. I love it. It's awesome. There's finally accountability.
Maybe some are actually saying good things, Dan. The whole system is flawed. You've got professional coaches in college. Obviously, they're pros. Having their livelihood based on 17-year-olds making decisions. In some cases, 15-year-olds making decisions. How screwy is that?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Absolutely. But on top of that, now you have that part of it, and you have these guys who had all the power and all the control and were basically the king. And now all of a sudden, the people under you have just as much power as you do. And of course they hate it. The right people are complaining about the problems. And I will forever believe that's the truth of where this all sits. The right people are complaining, therefore you're doing the right thing.
You want to know if it's in good shape? Ohio State, Texas. Looking at tickets, the most expensive tickets I see on StubHub right now, $7,807 for 50-yard line seats. $7,000. Now there's plenty of for $1,000, and if you want to sit up
NFL
high.
tickets are expensive, Andy. So.
Not only that part of it, guys. If you want to play it as the ticket game, just pull up the slate every single week as well. The weeks of, looking at your Saturday and going, well, that's a pumpkin picking weekend. Well, that's an apple picking weekend. They're few and far between.
Really, really big, good universities in good towns that don't have NFL teams. These are their NFL teams, as we know. And, Columbus is a terrific city with a lot of money and a huge fan base. and a huge alumni base. It's an NFL team. It's just using younger players. And same thing with UT, same thing with Oregon. You know, Oregon's probably better funded than most NFL teams. Don't you think, with Nike?
Oh, for sure.
So
able to talk Dante Moore out of being a top 10 pick.
There you go.
Jeff, just to make you feel better,
Yeah,
even Kent State tickets against Ohio State,
Yeah.
$64.
Let's go, baby.
I'll take that.
Heck yeah.
There's a little respect for our alma mater. The high-end tickets are $329 to go see Kent State football.
That's wonderful.
It's why, as much as we're all complaining and throwing our hands up and saying, oh, my God, this is the Wild West, we have no idea what's coming next. Well, it seems to be working in some way, shape, or form because viewership numbers are up. If you want to go by ticket prices, sure, that's up. Matchups are fantastic because now the talent is spread out a little bit better. I mean, this is everything you can ask for in major college football. And yet, here we sit in this place where everybody's whining about the transfer portal, and in reality, it's making life better.
I still feel like one transfer plus, and the plus is if your coach leaves. If your coach leaves, you should be able to leave too. I've always felt that way. Because, I mean, you never know. You're a guy who's a starter, and then you get somebody who wants to come in and make guys into an example, and they're like, oh, I'm going to run things my way, and then all of a sudden somebody ends up getting cut just because they changed coaches, and then they have nowhere to go. To me, that there's some silly things. But you're right. It holds coaches accountable to continue to coach and coach well and treat players with respect. But you also have, guys that are playing for, well, now it'll be 5 teams in 5 years if you continue to be able to jump all over the place if you want to. I do think the 5-and-5 rule is pretty good. I like it.
And if you talk to people around the NFL, they're even like, fine, transfer to 5 different places. What does your tape look like?
I got to tell you, the hard part for the NFL's got to keep their eye on it too, because now you've got guys coming into camp who are going to be like, I'm just going to go back to college. Right?
Not
and
right
that's
now.
Not right now, because we finally have
Right.
something that's been agreed to.
Well, that's why I was saying they had to keep their eye on it. Sorry.
I'm so proud of them.
Good job, guys.
Plucky
When we
little
come
guys.
back, we'll talk about the Browns. And, we've got a coach that keeps talking about fair. Do coaches need to be fair? And the other part of it is when Todd Monken said, and we've all kind of agree he's a straight shooter, but, with Deshaun Watson being the starting quarterback, how long will that last? And, what does he need to prove to continue to keep his job all the time, right? To not be like, oh, well, a lot of people are saying, well, they're on the road for the first 2 weeks. This is why. This is a good opportunity to let him have the job and see what happens there. What do you think of that philosophy? 216-474-0092. Hey, everybody.
feeling I know how it's going to go. So what's the point of me trying to drag along something I don't think is going to happen?
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 1, 2, 3. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Training camp coverage powered by Expert Renovations and Consumer Tire. 92.3 The Fan.
September 3rd is the big day. Here we go. It's the Fan 15 celebration. And you can win VIP access to our Big Bash, September 3rd, Dave & Buster's. It includes a pair of reserved seats, buffet dinner, pair of power cards as well. Enter the word Cavs, C-A-V-S, C-A-V-S, Cavs at 923thefan.com to get registered to win. Do that by the end of this hour. Again, it's September 3rd, the Fan 15 celebration.
There you have it. It'll be here before you know it. Next week? Wednesday? Is that right? Next Thursday, we're out at Dave & Buster's. So I'm looking forward to that. So we don't normally, we see both groups.
It'll be fabulous.
Coming in and going out, especially for morning drive and afternoon drive. We're midday.
We shake hands every day.
That's true.
Hello, Ken. Good to see you. Hi, Anthony. Hope you had a fine show. Nick, welcome. I cleaned up the desk for you. Wow. Jonathan, you look like you're ready to go play golf. We get them all, Andy. We're the lucky ones.
We are. Although we don't get to do overtime.
I see Volnick enough.
Every once in a while?
Yeah.
I run into him every once in a while.
Jake's a nice guy.
Yeah, he's a good guy. Make sure you're listening to the show, too. All right, Jeff, let's dive into the Browns here for a moment because a couple topics.
Really?
Yeah.
We're going to talk Browns?
I know. I can't believe that.
Danged.
Can you believe that? But we are getting back to the Guardians at 1
stunner.
when we bring in Zach Meisel from The Athletic. All right, so let me start here. Todd Monken comes out and says, here we go. Deshaun Watson is your starting quarterback. And at first on Saturday, I think a lot of people were led to believe he was just going to name the week 1 Jacksonville starter and just kind of see how things go from there.
Yeah.
Inherently, that to me is truthful for any position on any NFL team because, look, if you don't live up to your expectations in a game, you're always 5 seconds away from getting hooked, right? So that's the reality. Except at quarterback, we look at that position like it's you're a prophet and you've been sent down from the heavens to illuminate your team to just this magic chemistry to end up in the end zone, which doesn't happen very often here.
Well, we always say, and it's true, Andy, can't win in the NFL if you don't have one of those guys.
Well, it's true. Right. So, but my question for you is, Jeff, it's not that I don't believe Todd. I'm not calling Todd Monken a liar by any way, shape, or form.
216-474-0092.
Are you going to say that? Because I'm going to jump over the same punch in your face. I'm not calling him a liar.
Andy Baskin calling Todd Monken a fabulous human being.
Yeah, what I am saying is he is telling you Deshaun Watson is our starting quarterback, and I really don't want to have to make a change.
He didn't say – he said it's not week to week.
It's not week to week. Those are the words.
He didn't say it's not month to month.
Did he say it's quarter to quarter? How about snap to snap?
Look, if the first drive doesn't go well, we're making a move. Andy, if Deshaun goes out and plays poorly, they'll make a move. We all know that, right? We'd all be disappointed if he doesn't. And if Deshaun goes out and plays well, they won't make a move. Can I quote Todd Monken?
Quote him.
I don't decide who plays. The players decide who plays.
Is that not the greatest coach line you've ever heard?
It sure is. Hey, don't look at me. Honestly, I think that's a great line. And he's actually true, you would think. So we'll see where it goes. I would be really impressed if Deshaun is still the quarterback in week 4.
I'll be impressed if Deshaun is the quarterback in week 3. How's that sound? After the first 2 road games. Because they know if they come back 0-2,
but
it's not going to be good.
Those are 2 teams that are considered better than the Browns.
To start the season?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jacksonville and Tampa Bay, I think most everybody would tell you they're both better teams than the Browns.
The other part of the story is because I've been spitting out these words too. What if they come back 2-0? What if they come back 2-0?
Dan, did you put something in his water?
Not today.
Why are you asking? Because I said that? What if they come back 2-0? Weird things happen week one all the time. They've only happened 3 times since the team came back in 99. Okay? And, that 2-0 start for the Browns has been elusive for this franchise since they've returned in 99. They have not done it. They have not gone 2-0 since they came back. 93 is the last time they did it. So I keep saying to myself, what if they come back 2-0? And I'm just like, wait a minute. History tells me you're an idiot for even speaking those words. I yell at myself.
Idiot's a little strong.
No, I'm good at that. I look in the mirror and I go, you are an idiot. Why would you think they're coming back?
A good way to start your day, Andy.
Well, the power of positive thinking, Jeff. I keep reading these books.
You know what?
Thank God for Instagram.
Yeah, that Andrew Carnegie. I don't want to. This is going to sound way too simplistic, and I don't want to sound more stupid than usual.
So I'm an idiot and you're stupid. Now we're off to a great show.
Let's just see the guy play.
Deshaun?
Yeah, you know what I mean. I mean, this is what Todd decided to do. Let's just go see him play.
Jeff, Browns fans saw him play on Saturday and were not very happy.
It doesn't matter. It was a preseason game in the third quarter with guys who are going to be selling shoes. And not that we all can't use a good pair of shoes, but you know what I mean.
You just don't see enough good cobblers out there these days. Do you? Cobble.
I don't think Deshaun outplayed Shedeur. I don't think Shedeur outplayed Deshaun. And that's a shame. We needed somebody to look really good, and neither guy did. They each had a good half, and they each had a lesser third quarter.
It's what it is. So
let's see what the guy does in the regular season, and if he doesn't do well, they'll make a change.
What should the threshold be then? What does Deshaun have to do to make sure he keeps this job every week?
He's got to make the offense hum. Even if they go 0-3 in the first 3 games, if the offense looks significantly better and they're scoring some points and they're moving the football, Todd said he gives us a better chance to move the football and score points. So Todd told us what he needs to see. Move the football and score some points.
Less than 3 picks per game?
No, I'm not putting anything on it other than what Todd said. Because we'll all know it if we see it. Hey, they really moved the football. Hey, and they scored 26 points.
If they come back 0-2 and they can't get to 20 points, and you're talking about 3 interception games, I don't know how we can sit here and try to say, okay, Deshaun is where we need him to be and he should play quarterback.
Well, the question's going to be, and I think you have the time frame right. Do the Browns, and I think this is accurate. You tell me if it's not. Do the Browns have the courage to put him on the field in Game 3 at home? Because you know it's going to happen. Even if they go 2-0, if they beat Jacksonville and Tampa, you know what's going to happen when Deshaun takes the field.
I think if they go 2-0, it's tampered. I mean, all the heat is tampered down.
Might be.
I'm not saying there isn't going to be heat.
I didn't agree with the booing. I'm not going to tell fans how to behave.
I don't have a problem with fans booing bad play. That's not a problem.
Well, they booed the guy before he ever did anything. So, based on past things, I can see where Deshaun. Deshaun's probably thinking, man, I have fought my way back from 2 Achilles. I haven't played in nearly 2 years. I'm pumped. Gosh, I hope everybody knows how hard I worked to get back. And then he gets booed. I can see, we all know the past things that got him into trouble. Even with that, he had to think, man, I'm excited, and I hope I'm welcomed back, and he wasn't. And
Jeff, the stadium
I don't think he will be on Game 3 either, especially after his comments.
Yeah, the other thing is, the stadium was at 10% capacity. The problem that I have with it is that's a 10% capacity problem, it was pretty empty by the end of the game. when he was playing.
By the third quarter?
Yeah. And so,
after a weather delay and everything else?
There's reasons why people left. And again, you're not watching the starters play, so you knew that going into it that they had played on Thursday. And those are supposed to be games that are normally like family fun days. Preseason games are normally like the old scrimmage. The old scrimmage was great, right? They would do the orange and brown game, and they'd come down there, and then they'd have fireworks afterwards. I don't even think I was like a food donation, I think, to get in, or maybe $5 to get in the game, and you would go out and watch the team play. And that was just like, it was always a great place to bring your family. Most people weren't all liquored up when they got there, or got liquored up while they were there, or just lost all sense of reality. Those games are normally like, if you have little kids and you're worried about what people are going to say around you, those are the games to take them to. So that's the other hard part. I'm like, it was a small crowd, and they were still booing. But, I mean, the offense looked horrible. And Todd was just beside himself after the game on Saturday, talking about how bad the team was in the second half. Just bad. And pre-snap penalties.
He wasn't real happy, was he?
No, and pre-snap penalties are probably, the number one thing that'll light a fuse on a coach, because you just don't have to have them.
Yeah.
So you find this is such a weird spot. You're either playing for next year, you're playing for Sanders to elevate and have the opportunity even to be the starting quarterback, that he could win the job, so you don't have to draft quarterbacks next year. But nobody believes that path. That's like the path of delusion, the one that I want to be on. Hey, Shedeur Sanders, you've got a really good contract-friendly situation with the team. If you can come on over and just get this job. I just wish you would have outright won the job during camp. It just didn't happen.
It didn't happen.
So, and I'm a return on investment guy. Like, I think I'm giving Deshaun every chance in the world to make me think that some of the money I may have spent has gone to good use. So far, none of the money that they spent on him has gone to good use.
That's a fact.
So it's a rough place to be. Your thoughts? And then, Munkin says fair. Like, what is fair? Like, in what world in professional sports does the word fair exist? We'll talk about that when we come back to 216-474-0092. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
For a decade and a half, 92.3 The Fan has been the heartbeat of Cleveland sports. Now, we're celebrating 15 years with a massive anniversary party on Thursday, September 3rd at Dave & Buster's in Wesley.
Afternoon Drive broadcast live from 2 to 7, followed at 7 p.m. by the Ultimate Sports Talk Roundtable, featuring the entire fan crew.
Ken Carmen, Anthony Lima, Andy Baskin, Jeff Phelps, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, Jake Volnick, plus special guests from the past 15 years. Want VIP treatment? Listen weekdays at 9 a.m., noon, and 5 p.m. to win exclusive VIP access, including reserved seating, free food, and a Dave & Buster's Power Card. Celebrate 15 years of fandom with us. Get all the details right now at 923thefan.com. Training camp coverage powered by Genesee Brewing Company. 92.3 The Fan.
Northfield Park Racino has more variety than ever before. Discover hundreds of new VLTs now lighting up the gaming floor, bringing you even more ways to play, win, and celebrate. Experience thrilling new favorites like Huff and Lots of Puff, Dragon Spin Saga, Bomberman, and so many more. With more variety, bigger thrills, and non-stop action around every corner, there's never been a better time to play. Come see what's new at Northfield Park Racino, the place that gives you more. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-589-9966.
Hey everybody, it's Anthony Lima for Surfside. Now, there are few things better in life than being out on the golf course and enjoying the Surfside iced tea and vodka. It is incredible all golf season long. No better drink to enjoy on the course. It's light and refreshing, made with premium vodka and real brewed tea. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Cheers to hitting the fairway and cheers to Surfside. Surfside iced tea and vodka, sunshine in a can, 21 and over. Please drink responsibly. Hey everybody, it's Anthony Lima for Van Scoy Hair. You don't have to wear a hat all the time. Restoring your hair has never been so easy. That's because
2026 season after suffering a torn ACL during practice yesterday. Reports say Austin was carted off after practice with a right knee injury after going down during a one-on-one drill. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Chris Rose joined us at 11 o'clock. We had a riveting conversation about baseball earlier. Another one coming up. If you missed a moment in our show or chat with Chris, anything, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Jeff Phelps is here.
I am.
You are. Dan
all the way
Mennigan's
up
here.
Until 2 o'clock.
Andy Baskin here.
It's going to be great.
Dan, multi-purpose today, man. He's all over the place. He's saying hello to you on the phones. And Meredith's giving you updates. So all kinds of stuff going on here at 92.3 The Fans, because we are talking about the Browns right now. And, I asked this question before we went to break. One was, how long can you go with Deshaun? What does Deshaun Watson have to do to maintain the job? What are we looking at? I think people that are saying these 2 road games are probably his. I think they're right. I think it's fair. And then that question of fair comes into play. Why should Todd Monken care what's fair or not? He said that in a couple press conferences.
It's weird that he said that. He said it about Shador getting the start and getting the first half. It's only fair that he do that. There's nothing fair about pro sports. We all know that, and it doesn't have to be.
No,
doesn't have to be.
No, he can decide this guy's better. And
yep, that's it.
You just hope that contract size doesn't matter, right? You want your best player to get out there. But he also said,
yes, you do.
I also thought it was weird that it's fair for Dylan Gabriel and Taylor Green to play in this game, but yet no reps at practice. You're sending them out there ice cold to go play. And obviously they're probably taking some reps with the 3rd and 4th team at this point, right? On standing in where they think they need oppositions for the 1s and for the 2s and stuff like that. So that's where they're kind of getting their reps. But he did make it sound like, well, this is kind of the way it is. We're going to put these guys out there, see what they can do, and see how well they can handle the opportunity. But they're not getting any reps. Why would we do that? But then he came back and said, well, it's fair. Dylan deserves this chance to start the 3rd game, and Taylor deserves the chance to come on in there. And by the way, I'm okay with that. I also wonder, though, if Shador's not going to start, why you might take reps away from him by letting him play at least a series or a quarter in tomorrow's game, right? You're like, why wouldn't you let him play? Why wouldn't you let him play?
Why wouldn't I let Shador play?
Yeah.
Because I think he's starting week 4.
You, as a head coach, that's the way you would think?
Well, why? Maybe.
So give me a reason.
Maybe.
I don't know.
I can give you all kinds of reasons. I would play him. I'd also play Deshaun Watson.
Give everybody a quarter?
What'd the offense put up in the first 2 preseason games? Anything that looked good?
I'm hoping to get to 20 points. I just want 20 points in 1 game, not 2.
Well, good. You're going to need 3 to get there if you're the Browns in the preseason, because you're not there through 2 games. And you could play Deshaun. The offense has looked. Ugh.
And by the way, when he did look good with the offense, it wasn't the first team offense.
And you haven't had reps, right? Because you were being fair and making sure everybody got their snaps in the preseason. So you could make the argument that Deshaun Watson should be starting game 3. If we really care about the 3rd preseason game, you could play Deshaun the whole first half. The offense needs work.
It does.
You could play Shador. You could play Shador the second half. You don't need to see Taylor Green.
I do. I want to see him.
Well, I want to see him, but you don't need to. You don't need to see anybody. But the way the offense looked, boy.
All right, let's go to the phone lines. Mike is in Cleveland Heights. Hey!
What's up, guys? Appreciate you. Love the show. Listen to you while I work a lot, man.
Thank you.
I know we've all had a couple of days to sit with this and mellow out a little bit on it, but I feel like I've mellowed out, but I still can't wrap my brain around it. You talked about ROI earlier. What are we talking about here as far as the difference between starting Deshaun and starting Shedeur? What, 3 games, maybe 3 wins of a difference? Unless Deshaun Watson, Todd Monken feels that Deshaun Watson can take us to the playoffs, considering that he will absolutely walk at the end of this year. Why? Why? Why
you got me, Mike. You got me.
Why? I don't anywhere else that press conference is a career ender. And God help me if he uses this as a platform to get another nickel from another NFL team this season. Oh, I'm going to be furious.
I would not expect Deshaun Watson to be playing getting cash from another team. There were people that walked out at Mike. Thank you for the phone call. A lot of people were like, "Does he just want to get cut? What is he like?" There were a ton of people that came up to me and go, "I just think he wants to leave. I just think he wants out."
Sure sounded that way.
Yeah. Matt is in Hudson, home of the Explorers. Hello, Matt.
Hi, Matt.
Yeah. They got that defense rocking this year. Coach Goff.
There you go.
Hey, you guys have been around this town as long as I have. I mean, the reality is that people, they don't boo Deshaun. This is my opinion. It's going to be unpopular. The boos for Deshaun Watson have nothing or very little to do with the problems that he's gotten into. The boos are because he has not played well. He's stunk, okay? And they gave up all this to get him, and they're paying him all this money. If he plays good, the people will cheer. If he doesn't, they're going to boo. And I'll give you a perfect example. I love this kid. I watched him in high school at Willoughby South, okay? People love Kareem Hunt. He got here under really interesting circumstances. Let's not forget, right?
Yes,
he was cut by
know.
the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Okay. He was a fan favorite. People cheered from him. I'll even go further back. Kevin Mack. Okay, Kevin Mack got into trouble. Okay, had all these problems. He came back, fan favorite. If you play well, I just have a hard time believing the people will boo because of these circumstances. As bad as they were and all these charges, that's not how fans are. Pete Franklin, what did he used to say? Fan is short for fanatic. These people want a winner. If you play well, they will cheer for you. Okay?
You're correct,
if they
Matt.
don't,
Matt, you know what's funny? Matt,
thing.
I said the same thing you said, and I got criticized left and right saying that I was tone deaf on that. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm not.
They don't know Cleveland, and they don't know pro sports, as sad as it is. Josh Gordon, okay?
Yeah.
People love Josh Gordon, all the problems he got into. Play well, you'll get cheered. That's
Which
just
don't
the way
seem like problems now, do they? In the world we live in now?
Yeah, society has changed an awful lot on that issue, for sure. And I'll leave you with this. I think, and we talked about this a few weeks ago, I think Shedeur is not playing because he's going to get traded, and the Browns are going to bring in another veteran quarterback. And I'd love to see Aiden O'Connell here from the Raiders. I think he'd be a great quarterback for the Browns.
Thank you, Matt. Yes, history tells me that I should not be surprised if they make a move. Everyone around me thinks, no, they're not doing it. They're going to stick with the right. History tells me they could make a move. If a team called and said they wanted Shedeur, I think the Browns would be listening in 2 seconds.
Well, yes.
If a team called and said they wanted Dylan.
I can't see them bringing in another quarterback. And why? The 2027 draft. If you bring in another quarterback and he gives you a better chance to win games, aren't you maybe defeating the big purpose?
Aren't you looking at what maybe perhaps Brian Hoyer did? Maybe perhaps what Joe Flacco did? Is that where you were going to find yourself? If you didn't want Hoyer to be the starting quarterback down the road, unfortunately, we had probably one of the biggest idiots who never opened up a playbook.
Well, Deshaun's not going to be the starting quarterback down the road.
No, he's not.
We know that.
Yeah.
And
you get 200 million reasons, right?
Andy, I don't think anybody is – I mean this. I don't think the Browns are tanking. I mean, if you were tanking, do you think Andrew Berry would have added wide receivers? Do you think he would have brought in 2 running backs the previous year?
I also don't think Todd Monken is
no, not at all.
At all.
However, if you don't have a good quarterback, chances of winning big aren't very good. So what happens? It's another way of building a team. Hey, we've punched up the offensive line, free agency and the draft. They're going to figure it out this year. We have 2 running backs who are young, second-year guys. We're going to make sure they're good to go. All of a sudden, we have Jerry Jeudy, Denzel Boston, Casey Concepcion, Isaiah Bond. Hey, we have wide receivers now. Look at Harold Fannin. And then next year, plop, here comes your young quarterback into an offense that has played together for a year and is ready to roll with a second-year head coach who's an offensive mind. I mean, it's a perfect storm, isn't it? If you go draft a quarterback high next year, and what happens when you draft quarterbacks high in the NFL in this day and age?
Oh, you get pushed right to the front line. Yeah.
They play. Mm-hmm. And if you drop him into an offense that's already established, to me, it doesn't mean it's going to happen, but you want to draw it up. It's drawn up right now.
Ken is in Independence. Hello, Ken.
Kenneth. Good to have you with us, Ken. Thank you for the call.
Ken, thanks. That was good stuff. Let's go Dan in Cleveland. Dan!
Hello, gentlemen.
Hi, Dan.
Hello.
Okay, I think I have everybody's been spinning around of why we went with Watson and what's been happening with the Browns. You know, we've talked about this a number of times, or I have with you. Mm-hmm. But here's what I believe, and I hope you just listen to me, okay? We go back to 2025 when we drafted Gabriel, okay?
Okay.
They worked him out 2 times out on the West Coast or someplace, Hawaii, wherever. So we have a problem with the Browns where we have upper management that with Stefanski and now with who's an honest guy, and now we have Monken, who I believe is an honest coach, pure coach, okay? They meddle with these people. What happened was, and this never happens most of the time in the NFL, they drafted, I believe it was a high 3rd-round pick with Gabriel, okay?
Yeah.
With a really great resume from Oklahoma, Oregon.
Right,
we already talked about.
Yep.
He's Big Ten Offensive Player of the Year.
Right.
All of a sudden, he's not getting any reps here because everybody's asking, and I know both of you guys are saying, why did they draft Sanders in the 5th round if you drafted Gabriel in the 3rd round?
True.
Nobody does that in the NFL. You cannot underestimate the influence of Deion Sanders with the NFL crowd in New York and the Players Association.
But Dan, how much pressure? No, hang on. How much pressure could he add? His son sat until the 5th round.
I'm going to answer that.
Okay, go.
He lasted through the 5th round. The Browns are desperate for a quarterback. Well, they decided to take a shot in the 3rd round with Gabriel, okay? So we go through 1, 2, 3, 4 rounds, including the Browns, 32 teams that are passing on Sanders, who doesn't have a good resume. He won 3 out of 12 games at Colorado. He's not a most valuable player anywhere he's ever been. His main asset, Shadir, is his father is Deion.
Yeah, I got it, Dan. Okay, thank you. I didn't mean that we're running out of time and we're going up a commercial. I did not mean to hang up on you, but
no, I think you did.
Yeah, the orchestra has played you off.
Dan, keep calling. Dan calls a lot, and we appreciate it.
You can call. That's fine. Where are you going? I mean, how much did Deion, how much say to Deion?
Apparently, if Deion had a lot of pull with the NFL, it went bye-bye on draft day.
It would have been drafted first or second in the draft, like a lot of people thought, if he had that much pull.
That is correct.
So, oh, boy. All right, maybe a couple more phone calls, but I need some headlines, man. I got to know what else is going on in the world. Plus, Zach Meisel coming up at 1. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3, The Fan.
However, Sanders are expected to play with Watson being named as starter and Sanders being named as his backup. Dylan Gabriel will get the start in tomorrow night's game with Taylor Green expected to come in sometime during the second half. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Talking Guardians with Zach Meisel at 1 o'clock. He is from The Athletic. Looking forward to that conversation. Plus, we're going to dabble back into the Browns here at some point before the end of the show. But it is 12:41 and 46 seconds, and that means we need more than just what's going on. Just our little slice of the world. I need a bigger picture.
Do you?
I do. And there's only one man.
This is our big picture.
This
is all we came up with?
That's correct. There's only one man that can not only give us the whole pie, but he gives us cake to eat too as well. And that is Dan Mennigan in Headlines.
Hi, I'm Dan Mennigan, and I'm a moron.
New open, I like it.
Live from the intergalactic capital of the world, the Alley Building in downtown Cleveland, it's Dan Mennigan.
In the panic room of the building.
That is true.
That's where we like to be. Where we feel comfortable. All right, gentlemen. It's a lot of odds and ends today. We're going to go a lot of different places. Hang with me on this. So let's begin in the NBA, where it has been reported that Benedict Mathurin has signed a 2-year, $16.6 million deal with the Pelicans. He was initially given the qualifying offer from the Clippers, making him a restricted free agent. The Clippers rescinded the qualifying offer. Now he's heading to the Pelicans. Good for him.
He's kind of feisty. I like him. And he can fill it up a little bit.
I mean, we remember him well for picking up every single Cavs point guard full court for a period
Absolutely.
of time.
Yeah.
No, he's a feisty player. That's a nice signing by New Orleans.
I think so, too. They've got a lot of feisty guys.
Mm-hmm.
$8 million feels like a bargain, doesn't it? $8 million a season?
And you know what else?
It does. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Feisty in a league where there's way too much buddy stuff is not a bad thing.
Jeff, that's why we got WNBA. There's no feisty in WNBA. They've taken it all over.
Just fight?
Yeah.
Highest ratings of their national televised games since the first game they ever played in 1999 over the weekend.
That's fabulous.
Props to them.
Can't wait till Enos Cantor dresses.
He's been ruled out.
We got kicked out of one arena.
No, he's been ruled out. He's ineligible for the WNBA.
Oh, he is?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
George Niang, 1-year deal with the Golden State Warriors. Good for him. Always liked him. Nice guy.
George will knock down some shots.
Yeah.
They'll get him some looks, and he'll knock them down.
The minivan himself.
Didn't do the Cavs any good when they moved him. They put he and Karis LeVert in the DeAndre Hunter trade. That didn't work.
Another $8 million guy here.
We never got to it as well. We've blown it off the last couple of days in headlines for, dumber stories. Klay Thompson to the Heat.
Going to Miami.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
What do we think? I think it's kind of... What do you think?
Klay is in that odd zone in the NBA. It's like, okay, you're clearly past your prime, but do you have enough left to actually impact a team? And the answer is a maybe. And so, if he can find his shot and continue to get open looks, and he's going to knock him down. He'd probably shoot well when he's 50. But I just wonder if he still has enough athleticism to get the shots that he used to get. But man, that guy can shoot.
I just remember times hearing that maybe the Cavaliers are trying to get Klay Thompson. Do you remember? There's been a couple times where it sounded like they were going to go after Kyrie trade to Boston before they tried to kick that around. I don't know.
Next to Giannis and Bam, I like him there, but he's going to have to knock down shots.
I do too. I feel like he's just been quiet for the last couple of years.
Well,
Maybe because I'm sitting here. Yeah,
I wonder if this is also a Heat culture play. We're going to get Klay Thompson in. We're going to completely overhaul how he exercises, how he stretches, make him
how we use him.
Make it a completely different person, and then all of a sudden he has a year of or 2 years of career renaissance.
Yeah.
Because the shot's always been there. It's the defensive part that's gone downhill. Yep. But that's also, I mean, when you have that many leg injuries.
You can see the guy averaging 17, 18 points a game there, can't you?
Yeah. When you have that many leg injuries, you never know. All right, gentlemen.
Hang on, real quick. What lasted longer, the Splash Brothers moniker or Pet Rocks?
Splash Brothers.
Splash Brothers. Yeah, it was kind of one hit on it. The moniker, though, just kind of died quickly.
Yeah, all those NBA championships.
Yeah, I was going to say
that was really bad.
No, but you know when Durant got there, that kind of ended that whole. Don't you think?
No, not really.
I politely disagree.
All right, you can disagree all you want. I just felt like it didn't have the same oomph after Durant got there.
All right, gentlemen, your Live Golf update. So apparently,
Are they
Liv
still
has.
playing? They alive?
No.
I thought they were dead.
Well, they canceled their last event. Now today it's come out that they've informed most of their employees that their employment will be terminated next week.
Oh boy.
So yeah, it is getting ugly for Live Golf and where all of this is going to go next. And so now a chunk of these guys are looking once again at how Brooks Koepka and Patrick Reed figured out how to find their way back through this loophole. Well, the PGA Tour
Well, they set it up though. The PGA set it up so that
the returning member program.
Correct.
So that Koepka.
We're getting here.
Yeah.
We got it.
Okay.
We're trying. Lord knows we're triers. We're not succeeders. Lord knows we're triers. So, the CEO commissioner said on Tuesday that the tour has no current plan of bringing back the returning member program, which was a potential pathway for Bryson DeChambeau, John Rahm, Cam Smith to return from league golf. It is what Brooks Koepka used. It's what Patrick Reed has used as well, where you give a $5 million monetary donation and start at the very bottom and work your way up the PGA Tour through the DP World Tour and all of that good stuff. It seems like that is not going to be a path. Guys, do we think that's going to remain the case, or do you think we see special dispensation coming their way shortly?
If a guy went to Q school and qualified, could they keep him out? Even if he was a live golfer. You know what I mean?
You have to get accepted to Q school? How does that work?
That's a good question. I wish I had the complete answer for you. I don't have it. I do think you have to qualify somehow to get to Q school, the qualifying school for the tour. I just wonder, because it just seems, doesn't it seem wrong that they could keep guys out if they actually could qualify? You know, I can see them saying, no, we're not going to just give you your PGA Tour card again. But I wonder, you know, if like Harold Varner, you know, Harold was born in Akron. Yeah. Harold's a good player. And when he went to Liv, he was like, are you kidding me? He said, I'm an okay tour player, but Liv's giving me enough money for the rest of my life and my kids' lives. I mean, he was real honest.
Right.
I mean, why would you keep him out? Some guys had an opportunity to just make money that they weren't going to make on the PGA Tour. All right, well, that's gone now. Other guys stayed on the PGA Tour, but if these guys came back and actually qualified again,
they should be able to play.
Wouldn't that be fair?
Well,
I think so.
Banned at one point. Like there was a straight ban on all on
Yeah.
PGA Tour events.
You know,
I know, but I wonder, is that allowed?
Well, if you're banned, you're banned. I mean, you could go through whatever qualifying you want. You're still
Let's get
banned.
Congress involved. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's the NCAA.
I was
that's
actually,
the NCAA.
My suggestion was to ask the NCAA what to do.
I would just think you can't. I would think there are legalities that you can't keep these guys out if they were able to actually qualify. We'll see. We'll see. And if I'm the PGA Tour, the only reason I'm keeping these guys out, tell me if I'm wrong, guys, is because you're showing loyalty to the guys who didn't go to Live. To me, that's what it's about.
Yeah, make them go through the minors to get back to the majors, right? Is that what
Well, I would kind of think so. Yeah. And I'd be. Would you be okay with that?
Yeah, I would be, because obviously, if these guys, you would think they'd be able to get through Q school, but you never know. And
well, you do never know. I mean, it's a pretty serious, rigorous test.
I want the best players in the world to be playing in the PGA Tour.
Yep,
so.
agreed.
I'd like to see it. We'll see where it goes. I mean, it would be cool to see John Rahm back on the golf course again, going up against Scotty Scheffler and all those guys on a weekly basis.
Yeah.
Be nice to see, nice to see what Bryson does.
I want to see DeChambeau out there.
Well, who knows? He might not be out there anyway. He might just go his YouTube route, and whatever happens, happens. I don't know. Bryson's off in his own category.
Yes, he is.
Because I don't know what the hell that guy's going to do. But it sounds like the rest of them maybe looking for a path. We'll see where it goes from there. It's going to be fascinating. All right, gentlemen. Let's do a quick Would You Eat It?
Oh.
A certain chicken brand that has a kernel for a logo.
Okay. I don't know who that would be.
Is launching an Oreo chicken burger in China. It is featuring a black Oreo flavored bun, fried chicken, and mashed potatoes topped with crushed cookie. Mr. Phelps, would you eat it?
No. I will tell you, one of my favorite foods is fried chicken. You don't mess with it. You don't even need it on a waffle with syrup. Good fried chicken stands alone. Just remember that, boys. Good fried chicken stands alone. You don't need Oreo stuff on top of it. I like Oreos, though, but...
Yeah, I don't eat them at the same time. I would try it. I'll be honest with you. I like both, so it wouldn't be a big deal, but, it's all about...
I like popcorn and I like milkshakes, Andy. I'm not going to eat them together.
Oh, I do. I would.
You're going to put your popcorn in your milkshake and grind it up?
No, but it goes back
that's
to
what you're talking about here. You're putting Oreo on fried chicken. Not necessary.
Is there a difference between chicken fried and fried chicken?
Yes.
Yes.
What's the difference?
Chicken fried is the act. Fried chicken is the frying of chicken.
Yes.
I don't know. I still love that
Chicken
song.
fried is the technique, and they use it on steak.
That's the better way to put it.
Oh, I see. Okay, I see. A little bit of chicken fried, cold beer on fried. Okay, keep.
Andy's thinking songs. He's
No, I'm
not
thinking
thinking
Zach.
food.
I cannot stop.
But yeah.
Zach Brown was here a couple weeks ago. I can't. Between him and Riley Green, that's all I listen to.
You ever had really good chicken fried steak?
Oh, you can't beat it, especially
It's
if you get a little of that gravy on top of there.
Unbelievable. There was this little place in the... Andy, you ready? I'm going to go country for you. There was a little place in a town called Woodville, Texas.
Little place called
hometown
Woodville,
of George Jones, the possum.
Yeah.
And it was called the Homestead, and it was just this place out in the middle of nowhere. The best chicken fried steak of all time.
All right, gentlemen, we will end headlines with a couple of passings. Let's begin with yesterday's. The great Dolly Parton passing away at the age of 80.
Yeah.
She was the one person with the... I saw yesterday there was a study done out of a university in Massachusetts where they did the Q scores of celebrities. Highest Q score wasn't even close, Dolly Parton. As good of a human as there is, or as good of a singer as there is, and somehow an even better human.
Always, anytime you saw her anywhere, anytime, anything you ever saw about her, positive.
I can't
always
remember
seemed
anything.
happy and very positive and uplifting. And that was sad news yesterday.
That was sad news. I always knew she was popular, but I think we realized how popular she was yesterday. And I will always remember her for being yet another person that tried to bail Art Modell out, as Art Modell, as we all remember, bought the original Rebel Railroad attraction in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, back in 1970. And guess what? He screwed that up too. They had to change the name then to Gold Rush Junction, and then Modell had it. They expanded it. They put a little Shoot the Rapids log flume ride in there.
Oh, fun.
Little outdoor theater, a campground, some log cabins, and a church. And then, as he ran that into the ground, they found someone to come in and save him. And that person to save him, the Hershen family. But they partnered with Dolly Parton. So in case you ever wondered, Dollywood was once owned by Art Modell under a different name.
Imagination Library, one of the greatest things that's ever out there. If you have young kids, make sure you sign them up. It's absolutely wonderful. And then Tim Curry passing away
I saw that today.
at the age of 80. So do yourself a favor and watch Clue tonight, because God, is he good in there. Such a good movie.
Is it bad that I wasn't a huge Rocky Horror Picture Show fan, but then everything else he did after that I always liked? Isn't that weird? Is that weird?
I just enjoyed Rocky Horror.
I think it was an acquired taste to watch that movie.
I think it showed at the theater in Kent for about 17 straight years, didn't it?
On Friday nights. It was at Coventry forever. They used to always play at the theater at Coventry. All right, let's come back. We're going to talk a little baseball. That's what we're going to do. We're going to talk to Zach Meisel. He'll chime in on your currently sitting in a playoff spot Guardians as they are on a roll and they continue their series and wrap things up against Anaheim later this afternoon. Zach Meisel from The Athletic. He's next right here on Baskin and Phelps.
can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
As the kids get back to school, get back to the football news you need. The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland Browns is 92.3 The Fan.
Looky, the Guardians are a game over 500. They are sitting in the third wildcard spot by one full game, and they are chasing down the White Sox by 2.5 games as we get into the dog days of the baseball season and we start pushing forward into the playoff run and the hunt and all of those good things that are going on for a team that has been spectacular on this West Coast trip. So let's get a little bit more information. We turn to a man in the know. His name is Zach Meisel, and he is from The Athletic. And, of course, he is on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright. Hotline. Hi, Zach. How are you?
Zach.
I appreciate that when you guys are in your dog days, you think of me.
That is true.
In our dog days. Arf. You kidding? We got a pennant race going on, man.
It's good stuff, man. Is this fool's gold by who they're beating, or are they legit?
I mean, nobody's good this year, so who cares who they beat, right?
Thank you.
I agree. Got to ask the question, though, don't you?
I mean, how many times? I remember early in the year, it feels like a century ago, when they took 2 or 3 against the Dodgers, and they had a really rough schedule in the early going, and we all just said, "Oh, don't worry, schedule will get easier. This is such an encouraging start." And then how many series did they play against teams you thought they should beat up on, and they just couldn't take 2 or 3? So we shouldn't get greedy. Whoever they beat, that's who's in front of them. So who cares?
I think it started with the White Sox, originally, because no one thought the White Sox were going to be the White Sox.
Yeah.
So maybe that's where it all started from. Let's just talk about the resurgence of Stephen Kwan and what he's been able to do. And then, Jose, so encouraging to see a game like last night from him. So, it's easy to look at the trade deadline moves, but their own guys that have been here for a while are percolating and are hot.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kwan's resurgence has been pivotal. If you go back to July 1st, when we all had less gray hair or just more hair in general, and I think we were all ready to write off. I didn't name names. I thought we were all ready to write off Kwan, right? Who knows where baseball goes next year, but Kwan has one more year of control, and is he a non-tender candidate? Is he a trade candidate just trying to sell low? What do you do with him? And he was the second worst hitter in baseball the first 3 months of the season, and since July 1st, the 2 best hitters in baseball are Stephen Kwan, who stands about 5'8", not very imposing. If you passed him on the street, you probably wouldn't think that he's an all-star. And Yordan Alvarez, who is the opposite, who is, 6'4" and just a monster and crushes home runs. So they make good baseball hitters in all shapes and sizes. And having him back at the top of the order when Chase DeLauter's healthy, he's been rolling, and just you always have guys on base. And I think for a team that couldn't hit with runners in scoring position for the first 4+ months of the season, the lineup's a little deeper now with Adele and Lowe and Hanau, and you've got guys on base at the top. And I think they felt like the fortunes would change, and that's what's happened.
How much credit does the front office deserve here? And obviously, Adele and Lowe, I think, have been terrific. Foster Griffin has done a nice job in his 4 starts. The Patrick Bailey trade goes a little under the radar because it happened way before the deadline. But, Zach, without Bailey, Adele, Lowe, where is this team right now?
Yeah, it's such a weird season because, to me, it felt like they needed to be aggressive at the deadline because, and I say that thinking, there's a lot that I believe in. I've liked Travis Bazzana has things he's going to need to work on, and I honestly just think he's gassed in his first full season. Chase DeLauter talked about how much when he was on the injured list for a couple weeks in June, how much of a mental reset that afforded him. Pizzana probably could use something like that, but he's not injured. But like the positive developments, whether it's Pizzana, DeLauder, Parker Messick blossoming into an ace before our eyes, like there's a lot of good things to build around. You know, they plucked Colin Holderman out of obscurity, and he's been such a reliable reliever for them. You know, you've seen growth at certain times from Joey Cantillo. I know Gavin Williams got rocked last night, but he's looked like an ace at certain times. Like there's just a lot to build around. So I felt like even though they weren't playing well, it was important to go try to fill some of these deficiencies because of the state of the American League and the fact that, like, there is still a lot going for this team. You know, if Kwan's recovery here was real and sustainable and you know, there was still some help down below with Henao and, you know, Ralphie Velasquez is certainly stating his case. So I just, like, I'm glad that they had a targeted approach where they said, we need right-handed thump. Let's go get Joe Adell. We need, you know, Slade Ciccone is kind of going through it. He's been up and down. Let's get someone who's more consistent to fill his spot in the rotation. Manzardo's not cutting it. They were aggressive. They went and got a veteran first baseman who's had a nice season. So I liked that they identified some of the things that were holding them back, and they said, let's upgrade each of these. So, yeah, I think they do deserve some credit for that.
Speaking of Manzardo, you think he comes back when they can expand by 2 more guys next week, or what do you think they're planning on doing in those 2 roster spots?
Yeah, he's not exactly.
Yeah, I know. But
I mean, he's been better lately in Columbus. I don't know where he plays. That's the problem. It's the same thing with, like, I would have no argument if you said they need to call up Ralphie Velasquez on September 1st because he's hit like 16 home runs in his last 21 games and he's unconscious at the plate. And let's see if he can keep that up for a month, right? I wouldn't have an argument for that. The issue that they're going to run into is they want to keep DH open if they can because Jose Ramirez isn't 100%. Chase DeLauder's not 100%. They like certain days when they've got Petey Halpin in the outfield and Angel Martinez, and you can stick Joe Adell at DH if you need. So, like, you could add Manzardo or Velasquez or someone to the roster and find some at-bats for them. But I don't know. I think they want to keep DH open and keep that flexibility if they can.
Would you keep Velasquez in the minors just because you don't want to put him on the 40-man because of the work stoppage at the end of the year? That you want him to stay on off the 40-man so he can continue to play next year when the big leaguers might not be playing.
Yeah, so that's part of the calculus too. I think maybe I would just say, screw it, who cares? Go try to win a World Series. And this certainly looks like a kid who might be capable of helping you do that. But, you know, there are a lot of things to weigh here. Nobody knows what this is going to look like next season. No one knows how long the lockout is going to last. And you can poke holes in what Velasquez has done and say, well, like most of his home runs are coming against fastballs. And if he gets to the major leagues, they're just going to throw him junk and he's going to have to prove that he can lay off or that he can hit that stuff. And I'm kind of like, well, okay, let him prove that. I want to see that. But it is part of the equation that they're grappling with is if he's on the 40-man roster, he can't play minor league ball next year. And so however long the lockout lasts, you know, he's kind of sidling idly by, twiddling his thumbs. So maybe doesn't need to be the decisive factor, but it's certainly one of the criteria that they're weighing.
How good has Parker Messick been in this rookie season? You wrote a great story about him. I enjoyed it very much. But he came up a little bit last year, and I don't know if anybody thought he'd be what he is this year.
He hasn't had a bad start ever. Like it's crazy. I mean, the worst he has to show on his resume is like, you know, 5 1/3, 4 runs. Like when he doesn't have his good stuff, he's still gutting through 5 innings for you and limiting the damage. I think, honestly, the difference between him and Gavin Williams is Gavin hasn't been able to do that consistently. You know, Parker Messick hasn't had any starts in the calendar year since he debuted where he goes 1 1/3 and has thrown 60-some pitches and can't get out of it. So, I mean, in terms of like the consistency and the dependability, that's very unique to be that way at this stage of your career. And, in case he is flying under the radar, even locally, just know since he debuted it was August 20th of 2025, he's got the 6th lowest ERA in baseball, and the 5 names ahead of him, they're all bona fide aces. It's Mizorowski, it's Schlittler, it's the guys in the Cy Young conversation this year. So he's right there. And maybe we don't think of him in that regard because he doesn't throw 101 miles an hour and he doesn't have the flashiest strikeout numbers, and he wasn't the number 5 prospect in baseball. But, everything about this kid screams that he's going to be able to do this for a long time. He's throwing 97 miles an hour now when he was more 92 to 94 when he came up, and he's proving how consistent he is. That's the thing. That's all you want out of a starting pitcher is to know, all right, this guy's going to give us a chance to win. We just got to score a few runs. He does that every 5 days. So maybe it goes under the radar, but when he finishes like 3rd in the Cy Young voting and 3rd in the Rookie of the Year voting, maybe he'll get some well-deserved attention.
When this is all said and done, where do you think they land? Do they win? Can they win the Central, or do they get in through a wild card, or are they just on the outside looking in?
Yeah, so the Tampa's probably going to be the 1 seed. The Yankees and Red Sox are probably going to be the 4 and the 5, and that's important because that means the Guardians are, if they're in, they're going to be on the other side of the bracket, and you can avoid all those teams until the ALCS if you get there. So if, the goal would be to win the division. They're 2.5 back. They still have a series at home against the White Sox. And if they win the division, they're the 2 seed. They get the bye in the first round. They're at home for the division series. That's a good spot to be. If they get in through the wild card and they're the 6th seed, then they'd have to go on the road likely to face the winner of the West. And if they win that, then they would face the White Sox. But what I'm getting at here is that all these teams are kind of hovering around 500, the teams in the Central and the West. And those are the only teams you're going to have to deal with for the first 2 rounds. So they're in a good spot, and they have 2 paths to the postseason. It's just, can they keep this up for another month and run down Chicago? I think they definitely have a chance. And then what happens, with this very young White Sox team, if it's mid-September and they come to Cleveland and the division's up for grabs, and, who's going to be feeling more pressure? It's going to be an interesting month.
It is fun, and it's been fun, especially for this trip. Let's see what the crowds look like this weekend. I think it should be a great weekend to go catch some Guardians baseball. So thank you. And we read you every day in The Athletic. He is Zach Meisel. Plus, you can do your Wordle, too. So that's good, right?
Wow, no Browns quarterbacks question.
Right. Do you want it? I'll give it to you.
No, it's the dog days of training
baseball.
camp for me.
Yeah, that's right. No more dog days. We're done with it. Thank you, Zach.
Thank you, Zach.
Thanks, guys.
Peace. He is Zach Meisel. Turn my mic off and not take him off. On the Weishart Right, we make it right. Call Kyle Wright. Hotline. Let's talk about what he had to say, your thoughts on, how he sees this thing playing out for the Guardians for the rest of the season. And I thought he said some interesting things about Parker Messick, too. So, hey, it's time to head back to school and back to big savings at Valley Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of the Falls. Shop over 500 new vehicles, all backed by clear, transparent pricing. No games, no gimmicks, just straightforward prices you can trust during make it the summer event, because it is the summer event. And you can save up to $18,000 on a new Ram 1500 4x4 Crew Cab Laramie. Save up to $9,000 on select new Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo 4x4. Or drive home a new Jeep Wrangler Sport 4x4 for only $34,769. And at Valley Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of the Falls, great service comes to you with convenient mobile pickup and delivery. If you have a trade, bring it to them and mention this ad, me talking about them, on the air before August 31st. And you're going to receive $1,000 more for your vehicle and just for listening to us. So give Valley a call today at 330-397-9481, 330-397-9481, or shop online at valleycdjrofthefalls.com.
Shedeur Sanders are expected to play, with Watson being named the starter and Sanders being named as his backup. Dylan Gabriel will get the start for tomorrow night's game, with Taylor Green expected to come in sometime during the second half. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You know, when our good buddy Daryl Ryder joins us, covering
He is our
Browns.
good buddy.
Oh, he's doing does a phenomenal job. He's brought to us by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Just keep that in mind.
Slade Ciccone is kind of going through it. He's been up and down. Let's get someone who's more consistent to fill his spot in the rotation. Manzardo's not cutting it. They were aggressive. They went and got a veteran first baseman who's had a nice season. So I liked that they identified some of the things that were holding them back, and they said, let's upgrade each of these. So, yeah, I think they do deserve some credit for that.
Can you give the Guardians front office a little bit of credit right now? Can you? Look where they are. Even last night, they were down 5-0. The team came back and won the game. I think it was one of their biggest comebacks they've had in a little bit, like about a year or so, maybe 2 years. They are an organization that sometimes needs to get hot or needs to make sure that they're pulling all the right levers at the right time, and they seem to be doing it right now. They made some aggressive moves at the trade deadline with maybe some guys that may not be there in the future, but they want to win now. And you're butting your head right up against what could be a work stoppage at the end of the year. So where are they? And would they go? I thought it was interesting that Zach said he would bring Ralphie Velasquez up. Why not? What do they have to lose?
Well, he said, where's you going to play him, though?
I don't know if he's bad as that hot, and you think that he's worthy of bringing him up, and you think he can help the team.
He'd play in Nathaniel Lowe's spot or a DH. That means you couldn't DH DeLauder. You're not going to sit Lowe, and you're not going to sit DeLauder.
I mean, God forbid they had to bring him up for a specific reason.
Well, if something were to happen to Lowe, then you'd think about it.
Right.
Otherwise, I'm not bringing him up.
Is that you're saying because there's really nowhere to go?
Well, I like the two guys that he would replace in the lineup. Why would you take out one of two good bats to put in an unproven rookie at this point?
So here's my question: if let's just say, because I was looking at the roster, you can bring up two guys on the first next month, which is next week, right? And so you can have 14 pitchers on the roster. They have 13 pitchers on the roster right now.
Yeah.
So you're going to bring up probably one pitcher and one bat.
Well, who knows what they'll do?
Would you bring up? Well, they have space to bring up another.
Right.
I would personally. Wouldn't you bring up a pitcher? Why would you not bring up a pitcher especially if you're concerned that pitching might be your Achilles heel?
I would want to see where Slade Ciccone is. He just pitched in a rehab start or appearance the other day on Tuesday, and so we'll see. I would think you would bring up a pitcher, but I just don't. I know you put DeLauder out there in center field in a playoff game for his major league debut.
Mm-hmm.
That was cute. That was real cute. That's how bad the offense was last year.
Right.
It's not that bad this year. So I don't think you need to put. I mean, truly, Andy, where would you play Ralphie Velasquez?
Well, my question is, are you bringing up Manzardo or Velasquez?
I would probably bring up Manzardo if he's doing okay,
because he's already on the 40-man.
Yeah.
It's just, and he's got some experience here in this situation because every game is going to be very, very important if you want to make the postseason.
Where would you play Velasquez?
Maybe I'd bring him in late in the game if somebody's 0 for 2 or 0 for 3 to get his bat in the game.
Okay.
And
So
maybe it's just pinch hitting. Maybe he's pinch running. Maybe you want to get him up here because you want to get him some. You want to get him the opportunity
sit next year at the age of 22 in case there's a labor dispute.
Well, can you live like that though? Can you live with the thought that a labor dispute's going to keep him out next year by putting him on the 40-man?
I just don't think bringing him up is worth it right now. I don't know where to play him. He's not going to DH ahead of DeLauder, and he's not going to play first base ahead of Lowe. So that's why I wouldn't bring him up. If you had a glaring need at first base, sure, go ahead.
I mean, you know this team, they'll put him in the outfield too.
That worked real well with Cooper Ingle. You don't need to put him in the outfield now. You have Joe Adell. You have Stephen Kwan. They're in there every day. Angel Martinez should be out there. Stephen Vogt's little brother has done a good job in center field when he's been out there as well. Petey Halpin? Joke? Nothing?
I got it.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Steven loves Petey.
Dan, would you bring him up?
Petey loves Steven.
Right.
Petey's done a nice job playing the outfield.
Still weird calling the guy Petey.
Yeah, calling a grown man Petey is odd.
Still
Same thing with calling a grown man Ralphie.
Yeah.
I mean, Ralphie's played a little bit of left field.
Yeah, good. So did Cooper Ingle. How'd that go?
No way. No way I would bring him up. Again, when you bring
You're not going to play him.
So, but I'm bringing this up because Zach said, hey, why wouldn't you bring him up?
Yeah. Unless you're going to toss him the keys like you did with Travis Bazzana, like you did with Chase DeLauder. You could even say like you did with Brian Rocchio. That's the only way I'm doing it.
But what are you going to toss him the keys to?
What car are you getting
First
rid
base,
of?
Where you basically say it's yours.
And hey, Nathaniel, you've done a great job for us. Please sit over on the left side of the bench. Steven doesn't like the shadow that you cast because you're such a big, strong dude who's been hitting the ball for us.
Right.
Yeah, we don't need you in the lineup anymore.
Yeah. I mean, that's the problem you're in the midst of right now. It's why he's probably better off down in AAA because at least he's getting consistent at-bats and consistently playing. If he comes up here, the position they find themselves in, that's not going to be the case because the guards don't want a permanent DH. They want to use that to give guys days off, which also is pretty smart in their own right. But
yeah, that's not a bad idea, but
no.
That means, okay, DeLauder's...
Is there any way Lowe's back next year?
No, probably not.
I would think Velasquez is your first baseman next year.
Yeah.
And you know what? Probably should be.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can't you? Can you figure out a way? I wonder how much more. I mean, he's only making 1.7.
Well, I like him. You like him.
I like him too. I wish there's a way to figure out can you
He's
keep
fine.
him?
I'd rather have Ralphie Velasquez.
But can you keep both of them?
But why
problem is they're both left-handed hitters.
Yeah.
I think he can hit.
Yeah, he can, but where are you going to play him?
I can always find somewhere guys that can hit.
Look, you have Kyle Manzardo, and say what you want about Kyle. He hit 27 bombs last year. You have Kyle Manzardo, you have Ralph Velasquez, you have Nathaniel Lowe, and they are all left-handed hitting first baseman. And you don't want to play DeLauder every day in the outfield because of his injury situation.
Okay.
So where are you going to play those three first basemen?
One DH?
Well, then, okay.
Now
when
what do I do with DeLauder?
DeLauder's in right field.
Okay.
But you haven't committed to playing Chase out in the outfield every day. And you have Joe Adell.
This is a really good
problem. And you have
problem
Stephen
to have.
Kwan.
Can we be honest? This is a good problem to have. If
yeah,
he
it's
can
the
hit.
first time we've been juggling position players for places to play. Thank God we're finally here.
It's not a bad. I mean, it's not a bad problem.
It's
and
a
if
great
somebody
thing.
if somebody got hurt, right? Then you got someone to fill in
But it
the
jinx
void.
it, Andy.
Well, it's. I mean, you play 162. Guys get hurt all the time. Guys sometimes just need a break, or they need to. You're looking at 1 or 2 days off. Again, let me ask you the last question that I asked Zach, and that was, how does this thing end for the rest of the season? Jeff, start with you. Are they in through the wild card? Are they in through the Central, or are they out?
They win the division.
What do you think, Dan?
I could see them being in through the Central. I still don't buy that White Sox team. I think it's just the starting pitching at some point. I feel like the bottom's going to fall out of it, and it hasn't yet. So maybe I just need to get over myself. But I just look at that White Sox team and go, there's some holes here that I feel like need to be taking on more water than they are. Yeah, it just a vibe. Because I also don't think the wild card is going to be your best bet. This might be Curly in the rake. I'm still thinking Seattle gets that spot.
Gets the third spot?
I can't quit the Mariners. It might be like time for me to, walk into my house and have a bunch of people with chairs and someone telling me how much they love me because I can't quit the Mariners. I just can't quit them.
Cal Raleigh has been awful all year.
And now he's starting
he
to
had 3
percolate.
home runs the other day.
I just can't quit him.
He's looking at like one of the greatest drop-offs
Major League history.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you read that today too? I saw that.
No, it's just, I'm glad somebody wrote it, but it's obvious. He was so good last year, and he's just been awful.
Well, having a letdown is probably normal. Jeff, what team is it? Seattle. Seattle's 3 games back on the Guardians right now for that final wild card. Is it Seattle for you too, or Texas is knocking on the door too?
Well, they all have a chance in their division too, don't you think?
Yeah.
Nobody's running away with
For
that
the West.
division.
Oh God, no! That Texas team is that's a roller coaster.
I just think there's a real clear path for the Guardians, and it goes through the Central. I'm with you, Dan. I'd like to not have to mess with the wild card. I don't think the White Sox are anywhere near invincible. So I think the Guardians have a chance, and especially since they're hitting the ball. I mean, they picked up, in credit to the front office, 2 guys who have been very, very effective hitters for them. The stat we had yesterday, and that was before they scored the 8 runs yesterday, but since they've been here, Adele and Lowe have driven in 36% of the runs batted in the month of August, or since the trade deadline. Let me take that back. Since the trade deadline. Since they've been here.
Can I throw a question at you too? Because I'm trying to figure out, maybe just the American League's down year or everything's down, but there are only, and I always look at plus minus. Okay, so there's only 3 teams in the American League that are in the green on plus minus.
Yeah, that checks out.
Right? And
This
so
AL
the
is-
Guards are knocking on the door at -5, but even they've had to work. I think they were they were around 10 last week, and they've been much worse all season long. Then you look at the National League, and there's only 5 teams that are in the red.
Yeah.
Wow, does that seem weird?
The NL is going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be a lot of fun. I mean, you're going to get a lot of teams getting knocked out in there that are going to have some World Series thoughts in the back of their head right now. It's just kind of the way that the draw is. I mean, we've ran into this with the NBA, Lord knows forever, where the Western Conference has been a juggernaut, and the Eastern Conference has been like, anybody want to win this? Anybody? Does somebody want to? I mean, we've ran into.
Is this a byproduct of playing every team in Major League Baseball and not just playing playing the Central or the East or West?
Is it a byproduct? No, I think it's just the way that the cycle goes. I mean, the Orioles, the bottom's fallen out of the Orioles. They're still in the wild card. The bottom fell out of the Mariners. We kind of thought they would be hanging around a little bit better. The Blue Jays were the World Series representative. The bottom fell out of them this year. I think it's just a lot of bad luck. And I know that's not what the answer anybody wants, but it's probably bad injuries, bad habits, and bad luck.
All right, we'll talk more about this. And I wouldn't mind getting back to the Browns here in a second. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps 92.3. The Fan. Hey, if you missed a moment of the show, you can always use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration. We had two fabulous interviews today. We had Zach Meisel at 1 o'clock, and then we had Chris Rose at 11 o'clock. And so I just, those were two good interviews. Want to go back and listen to them? They are sitting right there for you on the Odyssey app. All right. Jeff, I was just kind of looking at tomorrow night's game, and I'm just, if you're a fan, are you heading to the game? Are you going down there?
If I'm a fan?
Yeah.
Well, I have to work. But, yeah, if I'm a fan, why not, Andy? It's pro football. It's your team. Seriously, why not?
Yeah, I'm just saying, it's a weird conundrum. Like, I think tomorrow night's game, and I didn't look at the weather yet. Probably should have done that before I said that. It's just one of those great nights to take your family.
It's supposed to rain, isn't it?
Is it? I don't know. But it's a tough night, too, because a lot of kids are back in school. Like, if you want to go online, like I was searching online. It was like $10 for a ticket. So, I was looking for that. And then I was also looking, as I drove into work today, I saw the trucks rolling in. I know there's a lot of people excited about this. WWE SmackDown is here Friday night too. So, and those tickets are a little pricey in there. I don't see anything less than like 100 and something in there too. So it's just weird when you look, and there are a lot of seats available for tomorrow night's game too, by the way. When you look at the grid on the resale.
That happens though, right?
Yeah.
That happens.
I don't know. It's just one of those games where I find, like, I'm interested. Tomorrow night's game is one of those nights games where, especially when the kids were younger, I'd be like, come on, we're going to this one. And I know they're not playing for anything, except for, so maybe a backup spot or here or there. I don't even, it's hard for me to even look and see, we asked Mary Kay Cabot about this. What kind of battles are we looking at to see who's going to make the team? I really, Jeff, any of interest to you that you're looking at?
I think the big battles have already been taken care of. I think we know. I'm kind of interested in the backup offensive lineman.
Yeah.
Which is, a ridiculous thing to say. So I kind of want to see who's out there and who's not. Hey, today in sports history is powered by Bomber Sports Card. Today is Wax Wall Wednesday at Bomber Sports Cards in Broadview Heights. Catch specially priced trading card boxes on Northeast Ohio's largest wax wall. This is from the What Could Have Been department. Ready?
Okay.
1990, so it's 36 years ago. Bo Jackson hit the fourth of 4 consecutive home runs. Bo was such a good baseball player, and I think even a better running back. And he could have been phenomenal if it weren't for that injury, that hip injury. Maybe he could have been ungodly at both for a long period of time. But, man, that guy was... and that guy took the path he didn't think he'd take. I mean, he was so good as a running back
to play baseball.
Yeah, but he was a good
was
outfielder
it him or
for the Kansas City
Dion
Royals.
That played 2 games in one day?
It was Dion.
It was Dion, and they put him in a helicopter, and then they.
I think that's correct.
I'm trying to remember where the 2 venues were. I don't know that we're going to see that again.
Again, today in sports history. Powered by Bomber Sports Cards.
You think we'll ever see a multi-sport athlete, multi-professional, like double professional athlete?
I wouldn't be surprised if we are more likely to see one in the future.
I would like to see more Shohei Ohtanis, to be honest with you, just being able to play multiple positions
that'd
within
be
your own game.
That'd be fun.
It is interesting. And I also wonder, like, where we are with youth and high school athletics. As much as people want to say, we want kids to play multiple sports, which they should when they're young, because you're working different muscle groups and you're developing different places. You never know where a kid's going to land, no matter what sport they're going to do down the road. I just don't know if we're equipped that way. We have too many. I think at the youth level especially, there's just too many coaches and that are pushing kids to stay in one sport and not, develop it over multiple sports when they're younger. And it's, you put the guilt trip on a kid for wanting to play I don't know, football and soccer at the same time. Like, that just doesn't, well, you got to commit to this. Do you really before high school? Do you have to? Even in high school? I mean, if you're a good enough athlete to play multiple, that's why I was like, love seeing when you got a kid that can just kill it in football and then come back and play basketball and be able to play in both sports. I don't think, Jeff, based on the youth model that we have now, that, and you've got to you still have to get a psychological change for a lot of these coaches. Oh, why? I mean, like coaches that hold kids back or don't like them because they play a different, like if you play a winter sport and they're holding the fact that you played a fall sport against them, those coaches are worthless, man. I think they're just like idiots. That if you're doing that.
How do you really feel, Andy?
Well, it bothers me, like if you would hold a grudge against a kid because they're playing a sport at your own school and then they might have to come in a little bit late. And if they're good enough to be kids that can be competitive, it's a weird spot because you got kids that are like coming into it and they're playing and they're working hard and they're trying to make a team. And then you got somebody who's on the outside kind of looking in because they're playing a different sport. But if they're athletic enough, you want the best players out there to go out there and play. I just, coaches that hold back against kids, that it's ridiculous for kids that are playing like football and like, well, I don't know if I'm going to let them play basketball. I'm going to show this kid a lesson for playing football because we're going to hold them off in basketball in the beginning of the season, or any other sport that could run football to, or any fall sport that could hold into winter. Anyway, a good day in sports history. Appreciate that. All right, do we have a moment of the show?
We sure do. Our moment of the show came from Chris Rose, and he was talking about the Browns quarterback competition.
Shedeur Sanders deserves a ton of credit for how much he has improved since last season. I imagine, I don't know how you divvy it up percentage-wise, but the coaching staff deserves it too. I mean, if he looks different, that's awesome. And yes, at some point, do I want to see him play? Yes. We've had this discussion since he was drafted last year. Do I think that he's the answer? Most likely not. I have given you the percentages of guys that make it as fifth-round starting quarterbacks. There's one in the league right now. Don't give me an old Tom Brady. That happened a quarter century ago. So stop with that one. It's Brock Purdy, and that's it. I heard you sneak that in. You tried. You tried. So it just, whether you thought he was a first-round pick or a second-round pick or whatever, the league said he was a fifth-round pick. That's a fact. That's it. Doesn't mean that the league doesn't make mistakes. The league has made a gazillion mistakes. It's all over there.
Yeah, the Tom Brady line, right? I did that to you yesterday. You were doing the same thing that he kind of said.
Yeah, how long ago was that, Andy?
1776.
He was.
I was watching Washington cross the Delaware, man. It was what a great moment that was. Speaking of great moments, we ask you this. Why are you smarter for listening to today's show, brought to you by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call at 216-770-5488. 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan.
Zach Meisel was outstanding today. 923thefan.com, wherever you get your podcasts. Social media mentions powered by Scheibin Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Meredith Kane.
I am also smarter because of Zach Meisel. Also, just the Guardians discussion in the first hour of the show felt really, really good to talk some baseball today.
And to talk about a good team, right?
To talk about a great team, Andy.
I'm just trying to be.
I'm trying to be positive here. Okay.
Okay. All right. Okay. Jeff, can you be positive?
I liked our Guardians talk. I enjoyed it. We have a team in a playoff hunt here, kids. This is going to be fun down the stretch, and I think they're in a position to do not just be in the hunt. I think they're gonna win the division. Write it down. August 26th, 2026.
Yeah, I'll go back to 11:20 when we had our discussion about Daquan Wright and what's going on at colleges when they need to come up with decisions and they need to come up with rules, and the SEC and the Big Ten said, no, we don't want to do this. We don't want players that have contracts with the NFL or Major League Baseball or the NHL or the NBA coming back to college. Your ship has sailed once you put ink on that. They made a stand yesterday and they made a rule. How about that? Because they have trouble making rules on anything else. And when we're paying guys over the table now, everyone's pointing fingers trying to figure out exactly where we're going with that, with the transfer portal, with with all NIL, all of it's just sitting there in front of you. But when they actually had to make a stand on something, the two biggest conferences did. So let's see if the future looks more like that. He's Jeff Phelps. You are, aren't you?
Last check.
Making sure. I'm Andy Baskin. Thanks for listening today. We do appreciate you. We're back again tomorrow at 10. Until then, be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See ya, Cleveland. See ya. Afternoon Drive takes you home next.
And that's the show.
This
See that in the damn preseason? You think we didn't see that?
I know, and you know it, I know it, but instead the conversation, Nick, is going to shift to, well, at least the Browns aren't being stubborn about this nationally is what I'm saying. Yeah. They're going to give them credit. They're going to say, they didn't hold on to a bad bet. I would argue that you gave us a lot of time with Deshaun Watson, and the bad bet was obvious, and you didn't need the 2 weeks to figure it out.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are with you for the next 5 hours. Our asses are yours. We got the Gardos going for another sweep on the road. Let's get this one. LFG, as the kids say. Training camp is over for the Cleveland Browns. We are on to preseason game number 3. But let us never forget, the Browns are starting a quarterback week 1 that hates Browns fans who hate him right back. But we got that open courtesy of Guardians TV and Michael Markoch on the board. Yes. We salute the Ginger Saint of Cleveland sports and say hello to him. We've got Jake Moran producing and manning the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. You guys can follow us all 5 hours long on terrestrial radio. That's a thing. 92.3 The Fan, of course. On your dial there, 92.3. And Odyssey, the free Odyssey app, and of course, 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel, which you can subscribe to. Ring that bell, except you, Cornlito. Suck it, Cornlito. And like our videos. We desperately like to be liked around here. However you listen to us, we do salute you for doing so. And Matt Corrali on the old 2020s there. Hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. How's it going today?
We needed some wins today. It's a kind of just a generic Wednesday, and so we needed some wins today. We got the wins today.
What were the wins? It's good you already got the wins. I was worried that you were waiting for wins to come.
Well, one, nice little walk downtown today. So just getting some steps in, enjoying the beautiful weather.
Sure, that's nice.
Like where it's not quite fall weather, but I can wear flannel, and I'd like to wear flannel. You know I'm a flannel man.
Yeah, a little hot today. Hotter than I thought it was going to be.
Oh, we were still sweating in the meeting when I came in.
I started to make the transition to now we're in non-polo season, now we're in long sleeve season, and I might have jumped the gun there by maybe a day.
Hey, congrats on your transition. But we also had, I just had like 3 really nice interactions in a row, all 3 very different.
Okay.
So one of my favorite things, we're talking about this in a pre-show, I love the diaspora of kind of interactions you have with fans. Right? Mm-hmm. And so I met Samantha. I met her over by the arcade there. And so we talked for a minute. She said, my husband always says that I'm obsessed with the station and the show. And I was like, well, now you pretty much get to tell your husband, hey, you met Nick Wilson. You better be obsessed with this thing, right?
I hope you just didn't go, we're obsessed with you too, or something odd like that.
No.
We had a parent-teacher conference a couple days ago, and then the teacher, again, this is for 3-year-olds, it's nothing crazy. The teacher says something to the effect of like, we're just gonna love your kids, which is a sweet thing to say, right? This one dad goes, and we love you too.
Yeah.
And the room just went silent, and it was so awkward for everybody involved.
Yeah, there's always the, hey, have a good show. I get that, and I'll be like, you too. That's like,
you don't have a show.
Well, you have a day as well. So we had that, and then I've gotten this new thing, and I think this is a YouTube thing.
Okay.
Where people don't even break stride, but they see you, and they acknowledge you with the point, or like, because I with the kids' school, a guy pointed at me and said, hey, Nick Wilson. And then hit me with a thumbs up and kept walking.
Yeah.
I got the thumbs up, like, I got the point at me and then the thumbs up. And the guy just kept walking.
Perfect
and I was
interaction.
Like, I like them all.
They're all great, obviously. But that is if I were to meet somebody that I was aware of, that's how I would do it, by the way. I would do it in that same way. Like, for instance, if I If I saw Colin Cowherd walking down the street, okay? Don't know why first name that popped in my head, but it is, right? I would like to do the point and then acknowledge his presence, thumbs up, and there we go.
I don't believe you on Colin Cowherd.
You're right.
You're going to stop and you're going to be like, hey, you got any room over at the volume for a young Catholic father?
We might have to talk shop just a little bit if it was Cowherd. But like if I met somebody that I was a fan of their show or what they did, but not a sycophant of their show maybe, or didn't think I could maybe get something out of it with the media industry, I love that interaction. That's the best interaction you can have. Just like a simple point, maybe a thumbs up, and keep going.
Well, thank you for everyone who said hey today. And when you do see us out, make sure to at least give us the old the point and the thumbs up there, because it is greatly appreciated. And I have noticed a big uptick with our YouTube channel, people actually know that Big Ugly Man is Nick Wilson. So that's nice to be known.
Well, there you go.
Even if I have to be known as the Big Ugly Man.
Look at you getting out there being recognized.
But beyond that, I will tell you, the thing that I think might frustrate me more and most about the quarterback spot, beyond the obvious that the Browns are starting a quarterback that hates Browns fans and Browns fans hate him right back, beyond that is that conversation has taken us away from being able to actually have the conversation. Now that you know who the starting quarterback, what do you think the most likely outcome is this season? And for me, I think people might be surprised at what I think, but like, Has Deshaun starting week 1 changed your thoughts on where the end point of the season is?
We have to separate this, right? This isn't necessarily what we think we would do in this spot as well, right? If I'm in charge of the Browns and I see Deshaun Watson struggle for the first 2 games, that's a different poll than what I think the Browns are going to have. So in this exercise, I'm thinking about the most realistic way that this season goes, and you have to know all factors at play. Monken and his job security and everything that's attached to that. Andrew Berry and Haslam and how they think about Deshaun Watson. If I can speed up this process for you, I think people would be surprised to know as well that I think Deshaun Watson's going to end up with about 8 games or so.
That's interesting. Why?
I think 8 games. I think it's going to look, I don't think it's going to look atrocious, but I don't think it's going to look necessarily good. I think it's going to look somewhere around where you're like, all right, he makes a play here and there. And then also that's a reason why he can't stretch the field or why he doesn't stretch the field and why we have a problem and why this offense isn't going anywhere. I think the Browns are going to be really stubborn with just pulling him and getting him out of there. I hope that's not accurate and not right. I wouldn't be stubborn about it. I think the Browns are going to be way more stubborn than people realize.
Listen, big picture, I can visualize the Browns' identity, and it is get the ball in the hands of the playmakers, build that off a power run game, use Quinshon Judkins, use Dylan Sampson, use my guy Rocket Sanders. You know I love me some Rocket Sanders. Everyone knows I love me some Rocket Sanders. And based off that, I think you're going to be able to do some things, no matter who the quarterback is, that give you a chance just to be competitive offensively, right? The part that I can't quite visualize is Deshaun, because I just, beyond like maybe a little bit of competency, I can't really see the upside. I can't see where the growth comes in. And like even, and we'll play some of the sound, but we've had people say, well, you know, they really want to take advantage of Deshaun's legs. I don't know how you're going to do that, for one, because I don't think he's got a burst anymore, and I think we see it when we've watched him on the field the last 2 years, the last 3 years, 4 years, whatever. And then 2, I just think that's a quick end to the Deshaun experience in 2026 as well, because that's the safest way to get that guy hurt.
All right, so how many games is that? Because for myself, I really do believe that this is going to be about 8 games. Maybe you go 2-6, and then Shedeur gets a chance, and then Shedeur doesn't knock people's socks off, but he looks much better than Deshaun did, and ultimately you end up in 6-win territory, and you think Shedeur did good, but we're in the draft for 2027.
I think it's 2 games. I cannot see this guy, after the way he handled himself the last week, I can't see him being given anything other. Because I think to get to Cleveland, I think you have to be a combination of either 1-1, 2-0. And I think Deshaun has to have looked, I think better than just functional. Like I think you have to have a couple plays that you look at and went,
for myself,
I see what they're doing.
For myself, I agree. I don't think the Browns look at it this way, and maybe this is just the realization that I've had. But if they're going to go through this process the way that they have, I don't envision a world where they think 2 games is enough to see whether they can and can't get Deshaun Watson going. For me and you, it will be. I don't think for the Browns it will be, and I think that's the disheartening realization that I've had over the previous 24, 48 hours.
So it's interesting. I think if you had asked me the same question, if you had told me Friday, Deshaun's going to be named the starter on Monday, which we all expected, by the way, so I wouldn't have been caught off guard. What do you think he gets? And I would have probably said 6 to 8 games. I would have said, conservatively, I think he gets into October. He might even reach into November. And meaning, if he just looks competent, he's going to get time. I don't know after Saturday. I do think that the booing, I took the Browns off. I don't think they were expecting that. And I sure don't think they expected Deshaun to say what he said on Saturday. And externally, they can say, well, it was human emotion, and they can explain that all away. I don't believe that they believe that behind the scenes. I think they've handled this about as well as you can since Monday of getting out in front of the story and doing damage control. But if you tell me right now that that's not in the back of their heads, if this team is 0-2, which I think there's a chance with Deshaun that Deshaun is such a nothing burger quarterback, I think that's the most likely scenario when the bullets fly for real and he's got to play 4 quarters. And then you get into like 0-2 and he looks like the downside of Deshaun. I cannot conceive a world in which they go, well, we're really convicted on this, but this makes a lot of sense to make Deshaun start in front of Cleveland week 3.
I'd love to believe that they have the shortest hook in NFL history when it comes to Deshaun Watson. I have nothing that tells me that that's reality for them. And I wish I saw this differently. But if the Browns continue to have this just utter belief in Deshaun Watson, and if the idea that they're going to start him, they're not starting him just for 2 games. I hate to break it to everybody. He would have to look so cataclysmic and such a failure on top of everything else. And I don't think he's going to look that way.
Why not?
Well, I don't think he's going to be average. I think he's going to look bad, but I don't think it's going to be what it was Saturday against the Bears.
So it'll be bad, but not cataclysmically bad.
No, against the Bills on Saturday was about as awful as you can possibly find. I don't think it's going to look like that. I think there's too much talent around this team in order to ever have him really look as bad as it was, or as bad as at least was on Saturday. I think he's going to look somewhere in between unplayable and, all right, that happened. And that's going to be good enough to keep them going back. All they need, it's like a hit. All they need is one taste with Deshaun Watson, and they're going to convince themselves longer than they ever should that this guy can still do it.
Much like actual drugs, there will be diminishing returns.
Yes, there will, but they won't be able to see it.
Chasing that first high.
The bet I have in this take is that the Browns continue to show me that they are the Browns, and they treat Deshaun Watson in a way that nobody in the world would treat Deshaun Watson, which is giving him this endless rope and opportunity that he doesn't deserve.
I think Saturday and Monday changed everything. I think he's got 2 games. I do think he'll fall flat on his face. I think what they're going to try to do with him is going to look like it couldn't possibly work. I think Shador's the starter going on from week 3. I think you're probably 0-2 going into week 3. I think you're going to rattle off some wins because the schedule gets really easy really quickly, and I think there's going to be a relief that you're over the Deshaun thing. And I think you're still going to set about 7 wins. So that means Shador would go 7-8, right?
Listen,
math is hard, but 7-8.
I'm praying your version is the right version, because that's the version I would have it play out in my head as well. The Browns don't operate the way that you and I operate, though. They've completely every time and every chance you've given them to showcase some semblance of reason and logic and thought with the Deshaun Watson thing, they haven't shown it. And so I think they're going to push this as far as they possibly can. The proof has to be undeniable that you are not getting the old Deshaun Watson back. And I think for the Browns, that'll take them about 8 games or so for it to be undeniable that he can't do it.
So here would be the thing. I do think Deshaun cracked on Saturday, and I think that is Humpty Dumpty. I think he broke mentally, and I don't see that rubber band snapping back now that I've gone from Humpty Dumpty to Weezer rubber band. 216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We got quick hits coming up at 2:40 today. Ashley Bashnock, Cleveland.com, and the Orange and Brown Talk podcast. At 3:20, we'll talk about the Browns quarterback decision. Lindsey Jones, senior editor at The Ringer, joins us at 4. She had a big write-up on the harm in playing Deshaun Watson one more time. We'll get her take on that. Again, that's at 4. And then coming up at 6 o'clock, the dangerous one, Daryl Ryder, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry stores. We'll get his take on the Brown situation. I'm sure it will be measured. I'm sure there will be no hyperbole and no recency bias from my guy, Daryl Ryder. 216-474-0092. What feels like the most realistic way the season goes? Obviously, we're starting at the quarterback spot, but we're extending that to the results with the Browns in 2026? What's the most realistic way, or what feels like the most realistic way the season goes? And you have to hear what Todd Monken said in his breakdown of the Browns quarterback battle. So one's going to intrigue you in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Quick hits coming up in just about 20 minutes' time. Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive.
It's just not how you run a business. Really quickly, Nick thinks that he can get free coffee from the bodega downstairs because he's got a good relationship with Pete.
You mean because I've known Pete for 15 years? We know our kids' names. I buy a lot of lotto from him. The man's pushing
I've
lotto.
never seen the man give out anything free ever.
He's
And he's a businessman first and foremost.
Oh, no, I have gotten free things from Pete. Have you not gotten free things from Pete?
No, and to be fair, I don't go visit Pete nearly as often. But I've known Pete for a very long time.
I've known him for longer.
Sure. Congratulations to you.
Yeah.
What have you gotten free from the bodega?
Oh, I got a fork one time.
Forks is every time.
There was a
forks are free.
There was a
every
time where I forgot my card, and I was getting ramen and something else, and he's just like, "Forget it." And I was like, "I'll pay you back." He's like, "You don't have to pay me back." It's like ramen, and
but nothing. You like, hey, can I have this for free? And he's like, sure.
I would never ask.
I
would never ask a businessman for something free, but if they offer it up, I do graciously accept, especially coffee.
This isn't how businesses work. This is not how Pete operates. Pete had me we were on a credit system for a while where I could just take whatever I wanted, and then he'd mark it down, and then I'd tally up at the end of the month. That was a good time, but then also you learn a real lesson. I also think I am the sole responsibility for the reason why they don't keep Lunchables around anymore.
Yeah?
Yeah, because I was getting them like once a week or so, and I realized that was enough to keep the Lunchable supply existent there. And then like 3-6 months ago, whatever it was, I went down to Pete. I said, "Oh, you don't have Lunchables anymore." And he goes, "Yeah, nobody was buying them because I hadn't bought them in 6 months or whatever it was."
Sounds like Pete thinks you're nobody.
I was the only reason why that was existing in that little bodega
it's a
down
tough
there.
one.
Well, I promise you,
Pete has his
you
favorites.
would not get anything free.
Pete's a lotto pusher, and I graciously accept it.
You go downstairs. Now I need to see him between the break. You go downstairs, pour yourself a cup of coffee, and there is a 0% chance that he says, "This one's on the house."
Would never do it. I would say, "Pete, how much is this again?" It'd be like, "For you."
Not how
Go
that's
ahead and
happening.
take a cup.
He's going to say $1. It's $1.25, Nick. Whatever that cost is what that price is going to be for you.
I know it hurts you to be wrong,
No.
this one's going to hurt for you.
This is going to be proven right. In between the next break, I need you to go down there and see what you can do.
Well, no, I don't need coffee right now. I just paid $4.50 for coffee down the road.
Mark Koch, that's how he knows he's wrong. Am I right?
Why? So I can sit here and if Pete gives me free coffee, I have to drink it, and that means I'm drinking basically a half pot of coffee before after 1 o'clock. You never want me to sleep again?
I don't care about your sleep habits.
That's fair.
Sounds like a fun experiment.
It does. You know, there was a show. Never mind. I was going to do an experiment joke. Nobody knows about that show anymore. However, the Browns are doing an experiment at quarterback with Deshaun Watson, the quarterback that hates Browns fans who hate him right back. Anyways, Todd Monken was on the coach's show yesterday and talked about the quarterback battle and broke it all down for folks. And we're going to play that.
We're going to get that audio for you guys at some point.
Yeah,
it might be stuck. Mark Koch is hitting it like it's stuck.
I'll tell you right now what happened. Jax broke that over there because Jax had a doozy yesterday.
Jax rigged the board.
Jax rigged
to make
the board.
Mark Koch look bad.
To make Mark Koch. There's some revenge here because Mark Koch will be our new board up starting, I think it's September 8th.
Well, we got time to change that decision.
And I think that's what Jax is playing.
Yeah.
He's playing a long game. Do we have it there, Michael? No? We'll go ahead and work on it.
He just says no. He just shook his head no.
Yeah.
Just like that is
Jax
not
would
happening.
Jax would panic is what I would say.
Yeah, probably.
So would you like to...
It's cool. The other side of the pillow.
Would you like to sum up what Todd Monken said?
Well, the audio really does it justice,
really does
Nick.
play,
that's part of that's part of the problem. If my big takeaway after hearing the audio is, guys, I really do think that Monken had this whole thing figured out from Jump Street. It'd be better if you heard the audio. So the reality is, though, and seriously, we've been talking about this piece of audio that someday
we finally have it.
We will
now
play.
I'm cutting you off.
Okay, good.
Here's Todd Monken from the coach's show.
You could see early on in the offseason that Shedeur was getting better, and that's when the decision was made, okay, let's open this up. Had we made that decision earlier in camp, Deshaun is so much further ahead, just in terms of being around a number of offenses. In order to get Shedeur up to speed, we turn into a competition, and he takes advantage of it and really does continue to improve, continue to each week get better with his command, the operation, everything about the offense. And so we come back for training camp, keep the same thing going. But we needed Shedeur to really beat out Deshaun, with being the first game being on the road, being in Jacksonville, and then Tampa, without throwing him out there to start the season from an operation standpoint being on the road. Even though last weekend didn't go Deshaun's way, the full body of work said at this time, he gives us the best chance to win. I think the coaches believe that, our players on offense believe that, and that's the direction we went.
All right, so it sure makes it seem like this thing was rigged for Deshaun, and then Shedeur kind of surprised them, and then they opened up, only for them to still end on Deshaun.
That's my read as well. And that's the interesting part about this. I think everybody entered this offseason thinking this was a two-man race. Todd Monken did not enter this offseason thinking it was a two-man race. Mm-hmm. He thought it was closed. Now, maybe this is just a roundabout way of giving Shedeur credit, but it is interesting after going through all the offseason conversations to have the reality set at our feet. No, this was not a two-man competition. Shedeur opened the door for it because of his play, but it was never set up to be Shedeur versus Deshaun. So, at least not in their eyes.
So I don't want to try and completely relitigate all of this because I've accepted Deshaun is starting week 1. I think I know how it's going to go, and I do think in the end, Shedeur's going to start the most amount of games this year, and I think he'll look like the better quarterback. I think this is going to age really well for you and me because I think we've seen this play out in real time.
Well, we saw it last year, too. Same thing.
But I look at this, and I go, as much as you can say, hey, Shedeur really grew, leaps and bounds, looks like a different quarterback, but he had to beat out Deshaun. I think it's clear and obvious to reverse engineer this and say, so the guy who had every advantage to winning this job since Todd Monken got hired. It took him 3 weeks into camp till camp was pretty much over for him to quote unquote beat out Deshaun, or basically it seems like he won the job by default. I think that's interesting.
I like that fun twist. Like the Deshaun supporters, do they exist? Or is it just Lima? I don't know.
I think it's Lima.
The Deshaun supporters, shouldn't you be alarmed a little bit that your quarterback took this long to then beat out a guy in Shedeur Sanders that you think nothing of?
That all I hear is people call him just a 5th-round pick?
Like, and the idea that this was opened up, what was a closed race and closed competition, got opened up because of Shedeur's standing and because of because of his play. Shouldn't that be alarming to anybody out there if you really are a Deshaun guy?
No, I think that's the weirdest part of this is when I hear people espouse confidence in Deshaun. If you simply say, I don't think Deshaun's very good, but I'd rather watch him than Shedeur, I don't really understand it, but at least there's an authenticity to that. Mm-hmm. The people who think that Deshaun actually is better than Shedeur right now and that it's head and shoulders above where Shedeur is, I just don't know. I don't know what you're basing that off of other than, well, Todd Monken says it. And listen, I trust in Todd, man, as much as I possibly can. But much like Meatloaf, I'll do anything for the Browns, but I won't do that.
Yeah, I get it. And I mean, it does correspond with the idea that we have been out at these camps and we have seen it with our own 2 eyes. And so we don't need necessarily other beat reporters or other people that have been there day in, day out to be like, oh, this is how this is going. Not necessarily. We were there for 8 practices. We saw Deshaun Watson throw enough. We saw Shedeur Sanders throw enough. And we've seen enough out of these two to tell you where exactly this is right now.
And here's the thing. I actually appreciate this framing of it from Todd Monken from the Coaches Show yesterday more than really any other way that it's been handled, because I do think there is a level of nuance that he's throwing out there that I don't feel like he's added previously.
Well, I would imagine.
I still disagree with the result.
Yeah.
But I at least understand where the true trajectory of this in his opinion.
I'm going to be honest. I mean, I think that, and I don't know why it'd be anything but I think Shedeur fans were pretty surprised. If you would play that clip for Shedeur fans exclusively, I think they'd be surprised to realize that this really was a closed competition in the beginning. Mm-hmm. Shedeur had to ball out. Shedeur had to showcase what he could do in order to open it up. But Todd Monken from Jump Street had every thought of, I'm going to start Deshaun Watson. It's on Shedeur Sanders to change my mind, but I'm going to start Deshaun Watson.
Are you surprised that Shedeur fans, by and large, have accepted this result? It does seem like, again, because there were times during this quarterback kerfuffle that there were people saying, it's rigged, it's this, that, the other. Boog saying, well, Four's the quarterback now. I've seen many other people that I would constitute as in the camp of Shedeur Sanders say the very similar things. Are you surprised by that?
Not in the slightest bit. It's easy to accept the result when you know that Shedeur Sanders is going to have his day in the sun.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I think makes this easy. If you legitimately thought that Deshaun Watson was going to block Shedeur Sanders for all 17 games and was going to be able to have a stranglehold on that job, then yeah, I think there'd be a lot of people upset. I think the conversation would turn to, well, trade Shedeur and give him a chance to play. Give him an opportunity to play somewhere in this league, showcase what he can do. He doesn't want to just be a backup holding a clipboard, but nobody in their right mind thinks that Deshaun Watson's going to play more games than Shedeur Sanders. So I think it's easy to accept. You just kind of sit back, you take the news with a grain of salt, and you just kind of go with it, and then you wait and you bide your time.
I will say, and I think I have to admit this because I am anybody but Deshaun. You could have brought in Anthony Richardson, who I think is not an NFL quarterback. Like, I think he's an incredible athletic specimen. That guy has no business being an NFL quarterback. He's an absolute goober, and not even like a good goober the way Jameis Winston is. You could have put Anthony Richardson against Deshaun Watson, and I would have said, give me the kid from Florida who can't be trusted with a exercise band, right?
Yeah.
And that's a quarterback I think the least of that could potentially start or has started over the last couple of years. So I'm anybody but Deshaun. But I am so oddly confident that this Deshaun thing not only isn't going to work, but it's going to be laughably bad, and they're going to have to pull the ripcord on it so quickly that I think, without trying to, they're putting Shedeur into a perfect situation that when that kid actually does have to start week 3 in front of the home crowd,
he's the hero.
People are going to be so relieved that he's not Deshaun Watson.
He becomes the hero.
And, again, I think he's going to be able to do things at a passable level that I just don't think Deshaun's going to be able to do.
And so it'll look night and day, and in the process, and I think Shedeur's got an understanding of this, in the process of all this, it's going to end up having Shedeur look as best as he possibly can. Now, again, the only concern I have is the thing I voiced for you in the first segment, where the Browns are so beholden to Deshaun that it has to be undeniable beyond undeniable that he cannot function. And how many weeks does it take to get there is the question.
So I didn't say this previously, but I had this thought when I was out my what I call my Edison walks. Right? Edison used to take these big walks, and he would come up with his best ideas. Henry Ford did too, but he's anti-Semitic, so we don't mention him.
Okay.
But yeah, my Edison walks, as it were.
Sure.
And the
Where
truth is,
all the big thinking happens, huh?
The truth is, that's where I come up with things like, what's the deal? No, I'm not going to do it. But I was on my Edison walks. I had the thought of, I think the Browns did come in and have been on this train of, we're going to give this guy ample time. We're going to make sure we see this through. And I think Deshaun violated the oath on Saturday. I don't think he just betrayed Browns fans on Saturday. I think he betrayed the Browns. Like, there is massive egg on their face.
I mean, you think Monken's a straight shooter. Monken on Monday was very adamant. This is not a week-by-week deal for Deshaun Watson.
And that's what he has to say, because he would completely neuter Deshaun in that effect.
I just want the acknowledgement that Monken's not that straight of a shooter.
Well, no, nobody tells you 100% of the truth. I just need you to rhyme with the truth.
I'm picking out the parts. I'm picking out the parts, Monken.
I know you're still.
Monken lies a lot more than people think.
All right, Monken Lies will be the chapter header, I think. 216-474-0092. Todd Monken mentioning how the quarterback battle went. Was this supposed to be over from Jump Street? Quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I'm not sure.
USCFL or return to college, but that player is considered a free agent and will not be eligible for a future draft. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, radio on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Back on Afternoon Drive. If you guys missed a moment in any of our shows, use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. We've got Ashley Bastock coming up in just about 40 minutes' time. We will talk about the Browns heading into preseason game number 3, what she thinks is the most likely and most realistic way this season goes. A little clarity from the NFL. We've been talking a lot about the Daquan Wright situation. The NFL has actually provided clarity that because he's already gone through the draft process, this is something you have talked about with kind of intrigue here, he's not going to go back to being through the NFL draft. So he can play at LSU this season for his 5th and final year of eligibility, and then he would be a NFL free agent after the college football season ends.
Oh, so that is interesting. And I don't know that I agree with their assessment of that, to be honest. I feel like if you go back and play college football, you should then get a chance to re-enter and actually have a chance to go in the draft.
I just think what's interesting about it is I know it was
what should happen. Sorry, but what should happen is potentially the Browns retain his rights. That would make more sense to me if they wanted to go down that road.
Well, but remember they
released him. I know in order to get him done by September 1st. I get that, but like if we're playing in this Fugazi set of world that we're playing in anyway, or rules that we're playing in, then maybe the Browns at least have like first bidding or something like that if they want him. I don't know.
I think it's going to be really interesting.
Just trying to rig it for the Browns, guys.
Whether these guys actually like raise their NFL draft stock. Raise their NFL value. I know Daquan Wright was a undrafted free agent this year, but there were a lot of people, especially in the analytics community, that thought he had some sneaky potential there. If he goes out there with an LSU team that people think is going to be red hot, and he ends up having a 1,000-yard season, or he's part of a national championship winning team, I don't know, but I think it's going to be fascinating to see. Does somebody give him the Isaiah Bond treatment where it's like you're going to get paid like a second rounder instead of an undrafted free agent again?
Yeah, I mean, he was a second-team All-SEC last year. There's a lot of talent within him, and so if he could go to LSU and dominate, then I think it's a bad call by the NFL. I'd let him back into the draft and give him a chance.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel.
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry.
It's Quick Hits.
All right, Myles Garrett was held out for his 12th practice of camp with what the Rams are still calling minor knee soreness. Sean McVay, Rams head coach, continues to emphasize they want him ready for the opener in Australia. Is it you? We previously talked about this, and you said it's a no deal. You think this is a nothing burger?
Yeah, still do.
12 practices, you think that's a nothing burger?
Yeah, I thought McVay's comments on it were accurate and right. It's like we care about him playing on the first game of the season. We don't really care about what's happening right now. Myles, in the past couple seasons, hasn't missed a game, and I think he's missed 4 games total in the last 6 years. He plays a ton of games. For somebody that is always as injured as he is, he plays in these games. And so I think he's just putting an emphasis on being sure that he can play in the games and then deal with the fact that his body is breaking down in a way, the way he did with the Browns over the previous couple years.
I do wonder when we actually hit critical mass with lower body injuries for Myles. I would be surprised if it's this year because he's still a relatively young man, maybe not in football experience, but in terms of life experience. I'd be surprised if it's this year. I also think there might be an element of this. The Rams don't like to give veteran days off, so these are also veteran days off.
That's what I think a big part of it.
I do think, from the feet injuries to the other injuries he's had, I do think it's the must-watch thing with the Rams. If he's healthy, he will have 20 sacks this year. I don't really even doubt that. If he's healthy thing, now that we're crossing that 30 boundary, I do start to not doubt, but I'm curious about.
Well, so here's something that Myles has always done. If the season starts to go a little sideways, or maybe not as he 100% anticipated, not business decision, but he's just going to let everybody know in the world that he's hurt and that he's playing hurt and he's playing through injuries. We've just seen it too many times here with the Browns. He turns to that card, and that's fine, but that's the card he likes to play.
Omaha!
All right, Topps announced today that rookies are going to wear a debut patch during their first regular season NFL games. The patch will then be embedded into a one-of-one autograph trading card. Now, we have this in other sports. Baseball does this, and the MLB debut patches on these baseball cards go for insane amounts of money.
Wasn't it the Skeens?
The Skeens one was worth $1 million.
Yeah,
that one was insane. But even bad players, players that you don't even think are good, that have their MLB debut patches, goes for thousands and thousands of dollars. It's kind of in that hobby, in that world. It's just a real deal. Florio was making the claim that this means we are closer and closer to ads on jerseys. I don't know if I see that correlation necessarily, but do you?
Yeah, it does. The second you touch the jersey, it is a slippery slope from there. And you cannot tell me the NFL has not calculated and tabulated how much money they can make with ads on the jersey.
If you're open to this, I guess the idea would be then you're open to anything. Yeah. I guess maybe I'm just not bothered by it because I've told you before and we talked about this with Ohio State adding ads to their jerseys. I just don't get bothered by ads on jerseys. As long as you
don't even register them anymore.
As long as you don't look like the European soccer clubs, where instead of it being like Manchester United,
car.
or a NASCAR car, I think I'm okay. As long as, for instance, Guardians have Marathon as their sponsor, right? And I would bet there's all sorts of people that don't even know that off the top of their head, but that's their sponsor. As long as when I look on the jersey, instead of saying Guardians, it doesn't say Marathon, then I think I'm okay.
I just think we live in an era where there's just never been these leagues have never been they're not prostituted themselves in the way like this ever. This is an unprecedented era. Nothing's sacred anymore, right? Nothing is sacred. So whatever they can pimp out, they will. I'm not judging, by the way. There is a part where because I'm not a millionaire, I'm sure there's an amount of money there would be I'm just going to live in Spain for half the year and just love my life, right? I don't understand the insatiable need for more the way I think these companies do. But again, there's nothing safe from the whorishness of the NFL, I guess.
I think, though, they have gotten us accustomed to all this, though, and we're numb to that idea now. This used to outrage people. This used to infuriate people. And the fact that I'm not bothered by it, you're not really bothered by it, that's a development for them to say, okay, we can go ahead and do this, and no one's going to care.
They've really defeated us.
Yeah,
they really have.
We're of course. Why wouldn't they monetize this?
Make all your money, nothing sacred.
You monetize everything. Of course, why wouldn't you do this?
And make sure to charge, nope, not going to do it.
Threw up the job not doing it.
By the way, I'd be a great third base coach right
for
there.
For yourself?
Yeah, no.
As you round the bases,
I can do better
you put
than
up the stop sign for yourself.
Rookie Odor. I could do better than he could. Because I just did it for myself. Stephen Kwan had a 5-hit night, and Jose Ramirez had a 5 RBI night, and the Guardians come back 8-6 win in 10 innings over the Angels, their 6th straight win. JP, I'll ask you.
Yeah.
Are you suffering from a touch of Guardians fever?
It's hard to buy into this stretch because even though they're winning. So what last night did for me was something I didn't think the Guardians could do, which is erase a 5-run deficit.
Mm-hmm.
I did not look it up. I did not do the research on it. Shame on myself. But I don't remember a time this year where they've erased a 5-run deficit. If you told me it happened one other time this year, I would believe you. Because in the top of my brain, when I see 5-0, I think game over.
Yeah. I do have a little bit of Guardians fever. I'm still sticking to the idea that they're probably not going to do anything beyond maybe just making the playoffs, but they're one game up in the wild card spot. There's no reason to believe they won't finish off the sweep today, other than we can still be a little cynical about them. I think this I'm really happy with where they are right now, and I'm excited to see whether all that happened at the beginning of August and certainly late July, whether that was just the negative momentum of trying to keep the thing afloat in wake of injuries and bad luck and bad turns of things. I'm interested to see if maybe they've just gotten some of that weight off them and whether that actually has tangible results beyond playing a bunch of dumpy teams.
All right, let me come up with a twist here that is not going to be comforting to Guardians fans. Some are calling
I don't want one of those.
Some are calling it the game of the year last night, Nick, and that's fine. All right?
Who's calling it the game of the year?
Ken Carman this morning.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. If the Guardians ever have a somewhat impressive win, by the way, you can bet your bottom dollar the next morning it's Guardians or game of the year.
That's or the worst game of the year.
Yeah.
I've heard that a lot from that show. They realize you can only do that once, right?
They do it a lot.
Okay.
It's kind of their go-to. But I think Gavin looking as bad as he did. offsets the idea that they erased the 5-run deficit. Angel made the great play. J-Ram had 3 monstrous hits, and Stephen Kwan had 5 hits in total. The idea that your other number one looked as shaky as he did and got roughed up the way that he did, I think that is so unencouraging that I left yesterday's game. Although awesome that they erased the deficit, I think you took one step forward to take a couple steps back.
I'm going to say when it comes to Gavin Williams, I got to let it play out. Because I don't want to address that he was really bad last night and had to be pulled in the second inning. So
he's really bad.
I just got to see what he looks like at his next
He
start.
continues to allow a bunch of home runs.
I got to see his pitch shapes, the velo. I really got to let this one play out.
I'm worried about Gavin, guys.
Not worried. No, I got to let it. 1-162,
if the
Jonathan.
postseason is going to be built on the idea that it's supposed to be Parker Messick and Gavin Williams in this just elite 1-2 punch, then I need the second portion of this to actually have a punch.
We got another 35 games or so until October. I'm really feeling good. We'll get him next time, Gavin.
All right, we are going to go to Michael Porter Jr. and Lonzo Ball. They're doing and people that are doing podcasts together. There we go. And I don't know why they came up with this hypothetical, but they did. So we'll play it. Here we go.
I'm doing it, and this is the reason why I say I'm doing it.
Wait, hold on. Pause it, Markoch. I didn't realize the setup was that horribly there. All right. They say they would press a button that causes one random person to die for $1 billion. Okay? Now, here's the justifications for why they would press that button that would cause one random person to die for $1 billion. Here we go.
I'm doing it, and this is the reason why I say I'm doing it.
I'm doing it strictly for the bill. Nothing else here.
I'm thinking I could take 300 M's, 400 M's, and go save thousands of lives. Go give it to like somewhere over there in Africa or somewhere that's has a lot of poverty going on, and save a bunch of lives. So that makes up for the one life that was lost for the bill. Then take the other 700 mil to the crib.
I didn't catch the body. I don't know who hacked them. It wasn't me. I need the billion. Like, I don't know what, like, we can figure out everything else after that.
One, pro athletes not realizing you're not actually getting $1 billion, that you will have to do something with the whole taxes thing is funny. Two, people who've both made over $50 million in his career. In the case of Michael Porter Jr., I think we're in the 200 millions. The idea that neither of those guys even holds up the stop sign on I would erase a random human being for $1 billion, I will say is a little troubling for me.
What do we know about Michael Porter Jr. with finances? He puts no tipping Pippin to shame, okay? All he does is go online and complain about tipping waitresses and waiters. So, like, he, for someone that has as many hundreds of millions as he does, he, by all accounts, does nothing to help out anybody right now. So why would we believe that he would take $300 million and help out people while obviously then pocketing $700 million and making that a wash?
I think you should have to know the name of the person.
It's a wild thing to do on a podcast.
I think you should have to know the name of the person you're unaliving, and I think you should have to have a 15-minute conversation. At the end of them, you still get to push the button that says unalive or alive.
How many people do you think are actually pressing that button?
Oh, unfortunately, in 2026, if I answered, it'd make everybody very sad.
You think that number's way high?
Yes.
$1 billion, and let's stay to the same rules. So again, somebody that you've never met. I guess we just call it random person on Earth. So it could be in a country you've never been to, and a person you've never met, and their existence is just gone.
No, that'd be so much worse too. Because then I would imagine what that person could be, and I would imagine the worst case scenario. No, not even. It's not even a question. No, that's so cynical. $1 billion. You know, $1 billion can evaporate rather quickly in 2026, and a human life is where the hell it should be. It's not, but it should be worth a hell of a lot more than $1 billion.
I would think
what
so.
What a bunch of a-holes.
Michael Porter
Jr.
Resounding take
Which
here.
ball is it?
Which it was Lonzo.
Well, he might need $1 billion.
It was Lonzo.
Yeah, he wore those big baller shoes and blew out 17 ACLs.
And at least MPJ was like, I'm gonna take $300 million to try to save people.
Yeah,
Lonzo was like, I didn't know that person.
Yeah.
What producer came up with this and then was like, hey, let's put this high stakes question with low payoff onto the podcast?
No way, it wasn't LeVar.
See how they handle this.
LeVar's like, we got to see if we can do this on the Dad's podcast, but first we're gonna let you guys do it. If you take the blowback, then we won't do the topic.
Just unreal.
You wouldn't either, right?
No, obviously not.
Okay.
Oh, why are you giving me a look? Why are you giving me a look?
I should have asked you first because you're obviously there did not convince me entirely.
No, you read too much.
I didn't realize I was working with Lonzo Ball over here.
You read too much into that.
North Solon has changed you.
You're the guy that I was worried about your answer.
Explain.
Mr. plays the Powerball every chance he gets, talks about what he would do with $1 billion if he was given $1 billion. Way more than I ever would or have.
If I played the Powerball, but me winning meant somebody was unalived, I'm not doing it. Even if I knew the person was like, oh, they only got 6 months left. No, they can have their 6 months. I don't need that money.
See how your voice went in that answer.
Very upset.
Talk about voices.
The 2027 quarterback class and the never-ending content that should be ending prematurely in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
because hoping the team fails. And that does not happen in the NFL.
I don't want the team to fail. I really don't even want him to fail. But I have a feeling I know how it's going to go. So what's the point of me trying to drag along something I don't think is going to happen?
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m.
1, 2, 3.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
And the Fan is looking for a winner. Enter the code ROCK, R-O-C-K, at 923thefan.com before 4 o'clock for your chance to win a pair of tickets to Triumph, the Rock and Roll Machine Reloaded Tour, November 25th at Rocket Arena. Tickets on sale Thursday, August 27th at 10 a.m. at rocketarena.com. It's all brought to you by Live Nation and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
AshleyBass.cleveland.com and the Orange Brown Talk podcast coming up in just about 15 minutes time there. We will talk with her about preseason game number 3, what she thinks or what she feels is the most realistic way this season goes for the Browns now that Deshaun Watson has been officially named the starting quarterback. However, I will tell you, I'm a little peeved, JP. Not at you, not at anybody at the station. I am a little peeved, though, just when it comes to being a Browns fan today.
Yeah, why is that?
I cannot do the endless barrage of 2027 mock drafts. I understand that everybody, Jordan Reed did one for ESPN. I understand everybody's prefacing it as way too early, and I get that. It hits a little close to home that I'm already annoyed that already people can sim or want to sim till 2027, and I still want to see this season play out. So watching people break down mock drafts in August normally wouldn't bug me because I think everyone just assumes this is going to be a 3-win team. For some reason, it is. It's getting my goat.
The mock drafts aren't bothering me. What I really think I'm going to focus in on and enjoy is the quarterback carousel, though. And
Okay.
I think that part is going to be a lot of fun. I want to keep track of it. I want to have the anticipation. And listen, I might look back on this and say, boy, was that a dumb idea.
Mm-hmm.
I am burnt out of this 2027 quarterback class, and it's only mid-February. I hope that's not the answer, but I'm bracing myself for the ride. Yeah, we'll be watching a lot of Browns, but I'll be watching a lot of college football this year, too. I always watch a lot of college football, but I'll be watching a lot this year, and in particular, the different quarterbacks.
So here's the thing. I am banning the T word, not trusting Todd, and say that all you want around here. I'm banning the word tanking until November.
I didn't agree to that.
But I mean, for me personally, I'm not going to give in to the tanking thing.
One-person ban. We can make that clear.
I'm not Putin.
So I wasn't sure.
But I will not react favorably. If a caller brings up tanking, I will not react favorably to
hold
it.
on. Why are you giving people the easy way to just get you upset if they want to? This is like when Deshaun says, don't boo me. But then you boo him, and then he's like, oh, no, this really hurt my feelings.
I'm counting on people not remembering.
Okay.
So I'm already put a moratorium on it until November, at which point you got to be like 1-9, and then I will be like, you know what? Tank away. Have the conversation. I feel the same way about mock drafts. Guys, I know there will be a point where, depending on how this season goes, and it's not likely to go great, we're going to be doing some mock draft talk earlier than other towns in the NFL. I can understand that. Can't do it in August, and I sure as hell can't do it in September, and I don't know we should want to do it halfway through October. That's different than keeping track of the quarterback market.
I was going to say, this is probably the worst setup I've ever had to then be like, all right, let's go over the quarterback class and figure this out.
No, because I think that's different. I think there's a world in where the Browns are more successful than people think, and you're still chasing a quarterback next year. I think a 7-10 season puts you in, well, maybe Shedeur is your bridge quarterback, so you don't have to go out and sign a Mac Jones or sign whoever the hell is available. I'm trying to think if anybody else could be available, and then you still draft a quarterback because you want the ceiling long term. I actually think that's the most we started the show saying, what do you feel is the most likely outcome of the season? Mm-hmm. I think 7 wins. Shedeur wins you the most amount of games, looks like the better quarterback than Deshaun, which won't be much of a feat. And then you're still trading up to get a quarterback next year. I think that is not only the most likely scenario, I think that is the best case scenario.
I feel like this is just kind of taking care of business and making sure that we're on the top of it. Yeah, exactly. We're taking care of it, and really, when you think about it, I mean, it's like saving for your retirement fund, while also then you playing the Powerball. Yeah, exactly, exactly.
Yeah. What do you think I played the Powerball, Jack?
One, you're actually like, hey, I gotta contribute to this and make sure that I'll be fine to retire one day.
I thought those were a myth.
I'm not banking on the other happening, but here we are.
Retirement account.
They're not a myth. They're very.
It's like Bigfoot.
Okay.
Does it exist? I don't know.
Okay.
Matching? Who matches? Anyways,
I have no problem with keeping tabs on the quarterback class because I do think, honestly, I think it's just going to be a fun college football year.
Yeah.
Even if the Browns don't end up chasing any of these quarterbacks, because I think there are so many to keep an eye on.
We do have 2 first-round picks as the other side of this, too, because I would almost want to tell people don't even worry about the other picks in the draft or the other positions in the draft. Just focus solely on quarterbacks, but that's not true because of the second first-round pick that we have. So you really get to kind of touch them all when it comes to this stuff.
So while we are talking the quarterback class, and again, I don't mind talking about the quarterback class. Mock drafts are going to piss me off in October, and they're certainly going to make me mad in September. Dane Brugler of The Athletic did bring out his inaugural 2027 rankings.
Yeah.
And what's interesting is Arch Manning right now feels like the lightning rod. People either have him as QB1 with a bullet, or they have him like QB4. Dane has him as QB1, the third best prospect in this class, then Dante Moore. And those are the only 2 quarterbacks he has his top 10 rankings today.
Yeah, and so this is kind of what I wanted to highlight, and I want to go step by step here. And a lot of this can change, and a lot of this does change in college football. The people you think before the season are not the same ones that are great after the season, and there's all sorts of surprises and people that pop up out of nowhere. But if you're taking it for what it's worth right now, if we can assume that Arch and Dante are going to be good enough, and he even puts in here with Arch Manning, the interesting part is how much of Manning's standing is based on what he can become versus what he's already put on tape. There's a world that exists out there where Arch Manning does not end up being a first-round pick this next season, and that goes away. I think Dante Moore, I don't know what Dante Moore could do to take himself out of first-round conversation.
Yeah.
But what's interesting is when Dane, you go through quarterback of the top 7 that he has on this board, and there are reasons to pause for every single one of them and how they could fall out of the first round, and then you wake up and there's a situation where maybe you're not happy with this first-round pick in general. C.J. Carr, for instance, number 3. The question is ceiling. Is he a high-end NFL starter or merely a really polished college quarterback with average tools? Then you go to Drew Mestemaker. I'm surprised he had him 4, but he had him at 4. Well, that's the wild card of the group. 2025 was the first season as a starting quarterback that he's had since middle school, and people are projecting him as the 4th best in this class. That seems like insanity to me.
So actually what I think is just so interesting is there's 6 guys here, and I think there's another 4 guys that honestly are going to really challenge the thinking in the next couple months, including Julian Sand. And
sure.
And the people that at NC State that I know tell me C.J. Bailey is getting criminally slept on, that they think he could actually be the number 1 pick this year. When I say the people that at NC State, I mean people that actually follow NC State football.
Sure, but let's
Dave, whatever his name is.
Let's play through the rest of the top 7 here. 5, 6, and 7. Number 5 is Trinidad Chambliss. Major drawback, he's 25 years old, and he's just under 6 feet tall. That's not great. Number 6 is Lenoris Sellers. He can't hit an easy throw. His 0 to 10-yard completion percentage is 66%. That's god-awful. You can't have that in the NFL. You can't have that in the college game. And then Darian Mensah in Miami, he's the 7th best, and he doesn't have elite arm talent and needs to stay on schedule. And there's a massive disagreement right now among scouts. Is he an NFL starter or is he a day 3 player? Like, these are the top 7. And outside of 1 and 2, and 1 and 2 come with their own question marks if you question Arch Manning, all I got is a bunch of question marks.
So I think what's interesting is I think you could have 3 guys that end up being legitimate top 5 picks, and they still could have overhyped the draft class. Because people are saying, oh, no. Whatever you thought was the last generational draft class, this one usurps them all. That's the hogwash I don't buy. Like no. We really liked last year's class, or we really liked, the 2023 class.
Yeah, like how does this
one
work?
Blows that one off the map.
How does this work compared to Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May?
Like, I would be shocked upon shocked if there aren't 3 quarterbacks worth, and I said top 5. Let's go top 10. If there aren't 3 quarterbacks worth taking with top 10 picks, but I'm not buying the 5 or 6 quarterbacks within the top 15 picks until I see it. Because a fair amount of the times that we've gone into a draft cycle thinking that it's turned into 2 or 3 quarterbacks.
I'm just saying it's got a really strong possibility, and I don't know that it ends up talent-wise turning into that, but it's got a real strong possibility of looking more like the Baker draft than it does anything else. Mm-hmm. Where it's not the 1, 2, 3. It's one goes at number 1, one goes at number 3, one goes at number 7, one goes at number 10, and there's Lamar Jackson in the background of the first. You know, like maybe that seems like it's more likely what happens in just a hodgepodge of QBs. But even the guarantee that we're going to have 4 or 5 guys in the first round, there's a lot of problems with the 7 that I just named.
Yeah, and again, like I think there's probably 10 or 11 quarterbacks who have a chance to play themselves into the conversation for a top 20 pick this year. That is That's a much bigger pool of guys to whittle down from than we're used to. That also doesn't mean it's going to happen. And
Right.
I think that's where you and I are aligned on this, that it sure seems like there's so much hyperbole on this class that I think there should be more doubt. I think I'm right there with you.
And listen, I want to give credit to the other group, right? Sam Levitt, Julian Sayin, some of the guys that we didn't mention, some of the players you brought up as well. It's like there's a lot of people that we could wake up 3 months from now and be like, I had no idea he had that in him. Let's draft him. But how many of those guys are we going to see?
All right, Ross saying on Twitter that he wants to not remember. He's banning the concept of tanking. Basically, he's asking, can you pin this tweet or something? I would like to say, if somebody wants to tweet this out and pin this tweet and remind me of it in a month's time, all I've said is no T word until November, and I don't want to talk mock drafts until November. I'm not banning it infinitum, all right? I'm just banning it till November.
I can take the mock draft ban, but I need quarterback talk. I need college quarterback talk.
No, that's fine. That's the wiggle room. I feel like I've given wiggle room. I'm not Putin.
I'm not the biggest mock draft guy in general anyway, though. That's more your territory than it is mine.
AshleyBass.Cleveland.com and the Orange and Brown Talk podcast talk the most realistic path for the Browns this year and the quarterback kerfuffle and debacle in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Training camp coverage powered by Expert Renovations and Consumer Tire. 92.3 The Fan.
I pinned it. I've done it. I've put it on social media. I've pinned it to the top of my profile.
Yeah.
Just sent at Nick Wilson says, I, Nick Wilson, of sound mind but not body, hereby order a ban on tanking talk and mock drafts until November 1st of 2026. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
All right, so if you put in a self-imposed rule, and it's on you, not on me, by the way, and everyone knows that and accepts that, so
But
I can say tank as much as I
the
want.
opportunity to potentially ban you as well.
Tank. But what are the rules if you mess up is what I want to know. There's got to be punishment. You can't declare things and then just make it like, oh no, my mistake. I said tank.
Yeah,
I need some stakes.
I don't mean you can't say the word tanking. I just mean you can't be like, the Browns are tanking.
Oh, I took it very much like you can't say the word tanking.
Well, which one of us is the literal Hungarian here?
I just assumed.
Hungarian are the most literal people on the planet than the Italian guy.
Markoc, did you not say last segment you couldn't say the word tanking?
I don't remember the exact terminology.
Oh, he hasn't chosen sides yet. He's got to.
Smart.
You got to figure out whose side you're on in some of these debates here, Markoc. I don't like you playing the middle on this one. Just be honest with me.
By the way, I'm going to be asked to remember a lot of things between you two.
Understand
that. Fair. That is fair. Yeah. You're still, the seat's still getting warm there. All I'm going to say is I'm trying to do a very well-intentioned thing, and you're trying to use it to jam me up.
No jam up.
Oh, okay. That wasn't what so if you mention tanking, do we go ahead and punch you in the face? Like, that's not what that was about?
Listen, Putin, I just don't want to be told what I can and cannot do. I want to be, if I want to talk tanking, I want to talk tanking.
No.
It's going to get real.
No, comrade.
It's going to get real uncomfortable for you when they start losing games and the T word keeps getting brought up.
No. It won't be.
Yeah, we're going to do those topics.
Nope.
We're going to do those segments. I just want to know what your punishment is, but that's fine. We'll get to that later.
Well, we'll see if Ashley has an idea on this. On the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. She joins us every single Wednesday at 3:20. Ashley Bastock of Cleveland.com and the Orange and Brown Talk podcast. Ashley, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, guys, on this Browns off day here.
It is. It's great to have you here, and it's also great to have the Browns take a day off for once because it's been a week. I do want to start with this. I have enacted a self-imposed ban on tanking talk and mock drafts until November 1st of 2026. I think there's an honesty approach here that I'm trying to take. JP's trying to get like a punishment enacted if I even mention the word tanking. Where do you stand on this whole nonsense?
Ooh, what do I think your punishment should be if you do talk about tanking? That's an interesting one.
You jumped all the way to what do you think it should be? Should there be a punishment? I think is maybe where we should start the conversation.
She's accepted. There should definitely be a punishment.
I think there needs to be a punishment. If you're going to impose a ban on yourself, I think you have to follow it. So I don't quite know. Like, does he have to go silent for like 2 minutes or something? That's like the first thing that came to my mind. I know you like to talk, Nick Wilson, so I think not talking, having to stay silent, might be the start of figuring out what the appropriate punishment would be.
I kind of don't hate that. And then JP just gets to say tank for 2 minutes.
I was trying to think of what topic I could do that he doesn't like that I would take over for those 2 minutes. But then I'm worried that if I talked about golf for 2 minutes, we might also lose listeners, and I don't really want that.
Yeah.
You see the problem that we're in.
You have to keep your audience in mind for sure. So I don't know. I think we can workshop this here a little bit. You got some time.
All right, Ashley. So now that we've got that, at least the initial stage is starting to plan there, we started the show just talking about how this thing's going to go. And it's not just from the quarterback spot, but obviously it is involving the quarterback spot. What feels like the most realistic way this season goes?
Well, I think the most realistic way is a losing season right now, right? I mean, I think that's just what everyone is expecting. I haven't looked if Vegas updated their win total, but obviously it was at 5.5 wins. So that's the interesting piece here is it going to be is that going to change for most people? I would guess after this past week, most people would definitely take the under on that and probably are wondering if the line should be moved. But, I mean, I still think, all things considered, my high end of expectations for this team would be roughly the 8-win range. That would be, I think, unexpected. And the low end, I mean, you're talking about 3 wins potentially, which is where they were at in 2024, obviously. So that would be my guess. But I think a losing season is just the most likely outcome because, you know, no one knows what this is going to look like at quarterback yet.
So I want to preface this by saying it's not what I would do. I'm trying to get myself into the Browns line of thinking, which I know you like to do as well. And so if I'm tell me if I'm off. I think everyone believes that this is a very short leash for Deshaun. For myself, I feel like it'd be about, 8 games or so before the Browns could say to themselves, we gave this a real chance and a real try. I think they have to unequivocally know without question that Deshaun cannot be what he used to be before they pull the plug. Are they too quick to say 2 games and that's all he gets and that's going to be over?
I think so. I think they are too quick to say that just based on the way that Todd Monken was talking. We asked him flat out, is this like a Deshaun's your starter for week 1 and you'll see? And he unequivocally said, no, this is not a week-to-week thing. So, I mean, I just keep coming back to, I think there's more from that procedural, operational stuff that they didn't see from Shedeur Sanders. I mean, there would have been a ton of upside to starting Shedeur Sanders. Like, we're seeing what the backlash is like now, right? Like, there's really, to me, no real upside to starting Deshaun Watson unless he was that much further ahead. And if he was that much further ahead in terms of the procedural, operational stuff, I've said this before, I understand that's boring for fans. I think a lot of fans don't buy it because it's not necessarily stuff they can see. But it's the stuff happening behind the scenes in the building that they are saying. But, like, Shedeur Sanders is so popular. He's younger. Obviously, the contract is much more appealing to the team. So that's kind of why I'm like, what else is left? And it's like they then think that Deshaun is that much further ahead. So I don't think this guy has a 2-game leash situation at all. I mean, I think they envision him starting a significant number of games for them this season. Now, that being said, I still think we're going to see Shedeur Sanders start some games for this football team at some point, but I don't think it's that 2-game leash that some fans are hoping for.
Ashley, is tomorrow the battle for the 3rd quarterback spot?
That's an interesting way to look at it because I've wondered about this, how they're going to handle this come cutdown day. I actually think it's one of the biggest questions. And right now where I'm at, I don't know if you guys have talked about this extensively. If you have to pick between Dillon Gabriel and Taylon Green, I would be more in favor of keeping Taylon Green because of the raw talent that he has and the measurables, from the 6'6", and he runs like a 4.3. I mean, he's running like a wide receiver. He broke the quarterback record for vertical jump at the combine. I think somebody's going to be able to do something with this guy at some point, and I think the Browns would be wise to keep him in the building. So I don't know if it's going to just fit or, I think right now they don't want to trade Dillon Gabriel unless someone makes them an offer. Like, we've seen them be willing to move these guys before. But I do think for Dillon Gabriel, it's a good showcase opportunity if they would want to go that route. I think it's something we've seen them be open to in the past, is trading these backup guys. Like, they moved Kenny Pickett, right? They moved Joshua Dobbs. They never traded Snoop Huntley, but they would waive him. They'll move on from these backup guys. So that's kind of where my thinking is. But for me right now, even without this game, I would be nervous trying to let Taylon Green clear waivers because I don't know that he would.
Are they missing an opportunity to play Shedeur and get him some of the operational stuff or no?
I don't think so because the rest of the starters are sitting. And I mean, I kind of felt like that on against the Buffalo Bills, that it was just going to be a waste for him to be out there without the starters. And, looking back on it, I don't think it was. I think he got really good protection from that backup O-line. But I think in terms of the operational stuff, if you're not doing it with the first team, it's just not as valuable to me. So I don't think Shedeur needs to play in this game again.
All right. With names like J.J. McCarthy potentially out there, Anthony Richardson out there, I know we just talked about Dylan Gabriel versus Taylon Green. Do you think the Browns would be open-minded to adding a different third quarterback?
I think it would really surprise me at this point. I don't think it's something they're looking to do. It just would sort of be out of character to me because how is that deal working out? You don't really see these player-for-player trades happening. And I think, if anything, they would need to be more focused on next year's rookie quarterback class than getting someone off the scrap heap this year. I think really the only way they would do that is if they felt like they needed a different starter, right? Like if they just felt like, okay, we want to wait and see how this plays out. But I think we already would have seen them do that. I think the way they've gone about this offseason sort of tells us that that would be very unlikely, especially in my eyes and the way I've seen them operate. I just don't envision them giving up assets just to add a third quarterback that, very likely wouldn't see significant playing time this year at the position.
How different, if at all, did Deshaun look in practice since being named the starter?
I don't know that it necessarily looked all that different. And, I think from the perspective of he was taking all the reps with the ones, that was certainly different. But
why I ask, Ashley, is because the perception out there was that Monken was doing a lot more with Deshaun and moving and running around and using his feet. And I didn't know if you picked up on that or if that was something that maybe the internet was just taking and running with.
I think it might a little bit be something that the internet is taking and running with. I do think they maybe are looking at that stuff a bit more, but there was a period in practice yesterday where I think a lot of work was being done on the ground. I mean, I think he's going to want to use Deshaun Watson like that, but it didn't feel like as I left practice yesterday, I was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe how much they were doing that. So I don't know that it's looked that much different than how we've expected it to, or some stuff we've seen before earlier in camp. I think Todd Monken has always known what Deshaun Watson's strengths are in that regard, and I think he's the kind of coach, the offensive coach, that's going to want to try to use that stuff.
Ashley, the two of the things we've monitored on the defensive side of the ball and will into the start of the season here are the drop-off between Myles Garrett and Jared Verse and the drop-off between Jim Schwartz and Mike Rutenberg, or at least the change between those two. What do you think inevitably will make or break whether this defense can remain a top 10 defense this year with a slightly different cast of characters?
Yeah, it's an interesting question because there's been so much change up front, right? So, I think sack production is number one. That front is still going to have to be disruptive. I think that's a job that's gotten harder with losing Alex Wright this year to that Achilles injury that he suffered last week. So I think they're going to need that sack production. But I also think this secondary is going to have to thrive, playing what I'm guessing is going to be less man and more disguises. Now, the Browns last year played more man defense than anyone in the league. I wrote about this recently. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but I know it was close to 50%. No one else was even close. I think all the other teams were in the 30% markings there across the league. So they've been good at that, but I know the last time they tried to play more zone, that was obviously when Joe Woods was the coordinator, and it did not go well. So I'm curious, now that Grant Delpit, Denzel Ward have more experience, that secondary is going to have to hold up. Titus Campbell is going to have, I think, a year that builds on his production last year with the Browns, and I think that's going to be key. And now you add Emmanuel McNeil-Warren into the mix. I think he's going to have to show off those ball hawk tendencies that the Browns really liked him for. But for me, it's about still pressuring the quarterbacks and then still making sure your secondary is not having busted coverages.
All right, so we're wrapping this whole thing up. You get the final preseason game tomorrow. If you were to tell Ashley Bastock of a month ago one thing, what would it have been that really surprised you?
The thing that would have really surprised me, I think, would be the defensive injuries more than anything, because I think we largely came into this camp expecting this defense was going to be fine, but the injuries have gotten to a point where I am a little bit concerned. I've talked about it before. They're pretty thin up front. They don't have a lot of experience. The fact that Carson Schlesinger has basically missed all of training camp practically is concerning to me because you need his production too. So I will say offensively, things have kind of played out mostly how we expected coming into camp. And, we talked about, does Deshaun Watson have the edge in the spring? And it seems like it. Todd Monken admitted that the other day. So that was interesting. So I would say just the defensive injuries, the depth there has become really concerning to me. I think it's something people need to keep an eye on. And it's something I just didn't expect to have to worry about, quite honestly.
Yet again, Ashley, I get to take a big flex here that this entire segment did not go off the rails, and I'm really proud of myself here. This is a steady ship today.
We didn't ask you how comfortable you feel with Dolly Parton being the greatest female country artist of all time, meaning that Taylor Swift could never accomplish that feat.
Yeah.
Guys, I think I'd actually agree with that. And Taylor Swift's not strictly a country artist. I mean, Dolly Parton's the GOAT. Like, what are we doing here? Even Taylor Swift would say that. So you're not going to get a rise out of me on that one.
Okay.
I have a What Would Dolly Do t-shirt on that I'm going to throw on today. And, yeah, I mean, Dolly Parton is the greatest to ever do it.
Apparently what
Greatest
she would
ever do it. Oh, I didn't know. I just assumed it was all Taylor all the time. I played Jolene and Islands in the Stream. Those are my two favorite Dolly songs. What are yours?
Ooh. Those are actually up there for me, too. I'd have to go with Jolene. I think that's the sort of easiest answer, but it's a great song. I mean, can you believe she wrote that and I Will Always Love You in the same night? That's insane.
Apparently what Dolly would do is pass away. All right, Ashley, really good stuff. We appreciate you.
Had a lot of fun.
That was too dark. I can't engage with you at that level of darkness, Nick Wilson.
That is fair. I accept that. I saw an opening. I took it, and I regret nothing. Ashley, be good.
Thank you, Ashley.
All right, thanks, guys.
It was right there. I could not take it.
Well, better follow up than you being like, I will always love you, Ashley, which I thought was coming, and that would have been very Jeff Phelps-esque. I would have got very uncomfortable really quickly.
There's one guy that plays that card on this station.
Yeah, death was better than that.
Death was better.
Yeah.
Death over dishonor,
So
some would say.
you saved it.
Yeah, some would say that I made the segment with that.
Oh,
I think
let's
my
not
point
get that
is,
carried
if it's
away.
like, what would Dolly do? Well, maybe we don't follow that mantra anymore.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, what would Dolly have done? I think maybe is the better play now.
So, like Dolly, we retire it.
I like mine better. We'll react to what Ashley had to say in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour nonstop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
This is Browns head coach Todd Monken, and you're listening to the number one sports station in Cleveland, 92.3 The Fan.
I haven't looked if Vegas updated their win total, but obviously it was at 5.5 wins. So that's the interesting piece here is that going to change for most people? I would guess after this past week, most people would definitely take the under on that and probably are wondering if the line should be moved. But I mean, I still think, all things considered, my high end of expectations for this team would be roughly the 8-win range. That would be, I think, unexpected. And the low end, I mean, you're talking about 3 wins potentially, which is where they were at in 2024, obviously. So that would be my guess. But I think a losing season is just the most likely outcome because, no one knows what this is going to look like at quarterback yet.
AshleyBass.Cleveland.com, the Orange and Brown Talk podcast. I can say this because we're friendly with Ashley.
Yeah. What do you got?
I think just saying a losing season, I think if you're going to say a losing season's 8 wins.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted particulars, I think.
Yeah.
I think was the idea there. I guess, that's fine.
Yeah. Like, I think the Browns are going to be more competitive than most people think they're going to be, and I still think they're going to be a 7 or 8 win team.
I think the roadmap is what makes it the most interesting for myself. Kind of like when we went back and forth on how many games Deshaun Watson will start before he then gets pulled for Shador. How you get to 6, 7, 8 wins, I find to be the most interesting. And by the way, all sorts of people, Zach Jackson is now saying under 5.5. I saw I don't know who Ross Tucker's Vegas guy is. Whoever that guy is.
They call him Vinny.
That guy, he was like, his name actually might be Vinny.
Yeah,
It
like
legitimately might be Vinny.
A little on the nose, Ross.
He went on this whole tangent about if you played the season 10 times, I'm not betting on the Browns to cover that spread one time. He's like, I can't put enough money on under 5.5 on the Browns.
In a week of hyperbole. Well done, Vinny. You've taken the cake.
Well, and it is interesting. After everyone watched Deshaun on Saturday, the confidence, I think Ken's now down to like 5 or 6 wins himself.
Now, he'll talk to Todd Philcox and get that back up to 8 or 9 wins.
We're doing the preseason the wrong way.
Yeah.
Usually it's where everyone gets higher. After everyone did Saturday, it seems as if everyone is just, they're moving their win totals down just a little bit more and more with each passing day.
We do have Lindsey Jones, senior editor at The Ringer, coming up in about 15 minutes, which is good because it allows me, by the way, to just buy up all that stock, which will make my I was right that the Browns are a 7 and 8 win team hit that much harder in November. I can shame more people with my superiority as a Browns fan and as a Browns commentator. You see?
Well, now I want to see what Joe Thomas would say on this. I wonder if Joe's even moved off of that. Remember, we had that big
that's
back
a beef
and forth.
Man. I don't attack beef men. All right.
We had that big back and forth where I said 7, 8 wins is not an accomplishment. That's not an accomplishment, and the two of you guys maintained that it was. I wonder if Joe's even moved off of this.
It doesn't even sound like more of an accomplishment because everyone else is now taking the under.
You're living on an island almost.
That's all right.
And at
I'm
8
living
wins,
on an island in a stream, baby.
At 8 wins, that's
yeah.
How basic
I said
of you.
7 to 8 wins. I gave myself a range.
You initially had said 7, 8, 9.
Yeah.
And I noticed the 9 has disappeared from this convo.
Now, yeah. That also,
Okay.
J.J. McCarthy has also disappeared from the convo in Minnesota.
Is that right?
Because he's 9. That's still the weirdest thing ever. I look forward to him being a Browns quarterback in November. Now, getting back to it, though.
Yes.
If you said Deshaun starts 6 or more games, I'm going to look laughably wrong. If you say Deshaun starts 2 games and then we go to Shador, I'm going to look laughably right. Has anyone ever looked laughably right? I think I will.
Which is one of the, the common themes of this offseason when doing any sort of win total projections. It's always been, I have one set if it's Deshaun and I have one set if it's Shador, and they're not really that close.
So, again, Lindsey Jones, she did not seem to be a big fan of the Deshaun Watson play by the Browns. We'll get to her in about 15 minutes' time here. But while the Guardians go for the sweep today against the Angels, the game coming up during today's show, it's interesting. I think the only thing that has Guardians fans buzzing more than a bunch of wins against bad teams is that Ralphie Velasquez, who is their now number one prospect at AAA, is 20 years old, is just nonstop raking homers. I think it's something like 16 home runs in his last 21 games, and that has people having Velasquez fever.
Yeah, I mean, he just continues to tear the cover off the ball. And so we all know the ramifications and what could potentially happen if you call him up. And I don't know, maybe when the 40-man or when the rosters expand coming up here in a week, all of a sudden that changes the discourse on it. But I do think the Guardians should call him up. And I understand how that could end up biting him in the butt. I just think this team is... They've called up everyone. Why is Velasquez the hang-up?
Because there are implications in his development that go beyond the final 30-plus games of the season.
So I'm not convinced we're losing next year the way that everybody is. And so everyone thinks that next year's gone and we have to operate as if that's the truth. I'm not operating that way because I don't think next year is gone.
So I don't think you necessarily have to believe it's going to happen, but you do have to plan for it to happen. And, if Ralphie Velasquez, if the profile was complete, I would say, okay, then it makes sense. You're going to call him up, and the first thing they're going to do is just never give the kid a fastball. He has to prove that he can hit all the other stuff. He is an incredible fastball hitter, but I think people are forgetting he's just 20 years old, and there is some development left that I do think has to happen at the minor league levels. And even if you don't lose... let's say you lose 30 games next year.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be a month and a half, 2 months, 2.5 months of potential development that he could have by maintaining and staying in the minor leagues.
I would imagine, by the way, even if we do end up missing a whole season and how this works, I would imagine there's going to be pop-up leagues that get formed, and there's going to be some other way. It's not as if these guys are just not going to be able to play baseball in any capacity.
But you can't plan that, and you're not going to be able to control it if you're the Guardians.
Half these guys go over and play in all sorts of these Mexican leagues and Spanish leagues in the offseason anyway.
But you don't. Well, okay, you actually do have a little bit of control on that, but you don't have a lot of control if he goes and plays for the Savannah Bananas for 30 games next year. You don't control his development. And I think that's I get it. The next great prospect in the minors is the greatest drug we've ever sniffed. We always chase it in baseball, especially if it's in a position that you need. And I get that. I really do. But the second you traded for Nathaniel Lowe, I think you realized you're not bringing up Ralphie Velasquez because right now Lowe is one of your professional hitters. And I don't know that you have a spot for Ralphie every day, which is what he should play if he's going to come up. You shouldn't just bring him up because, experience the stretch run. That's not worth 3 months potentially of development next year if there is a serious work stoppage.
I think the way that he's played, I think the gamble's worth it. And I feel like, again, the way that he's tearing the cover off the ball, I'm comfortable with it. And you could convince me more if his strikeout numbers were insane, but they're just not.
There's such a huge gap between AAA and
I get it, but
it's so night and day.
His profile for someone that's as good as he is and the exit velocity the way that it is and the slugging that is attached to him is not of somebody that you would think he can't hit at the next level. It's of somebody that you think, yes, they can, because, again, his strikeout percentages are not crazy in any sort of way, and he's got this... It's weird because when just watching him, not the numbers or anything in between, just watching him, and you might get pissed at this comp, but I've just seen enough plate appearances now at this point. I'm going to throw it out there. He swings a lot like Kyle Schwarber to me.
No. Why would I be pissed about that? I would love it if he was Kyle Schwarber.
People always get mad that anytime anyone brings up Kyle Schwarber.
And yeah, we just jumped to bleep Joe Buck.
That's all that is. But his swing profile and how he looks when he swings reminds me so much of Kyle Schwarber. And I just feel like the power's there. He doesn't strike out a ton. It's got the way that he maneuvers around the baseball. There's a lot I like about him. There's a lot I feel like that would work, and you're just not damaging him if next year you do have some sort of stoppage of 30 games. I just don't think that's going to set him back.
I just really, really struggle with, and I think this year proved it. Like, first it's you're not going to play DeLauder and Bazana, and then it was you're not going to play this prospect, and finally we got all the way down to Hanau. And they've gotten them all up here.
Yeah.
And now that you don't have that, now it's like, well, okay, sure, you played all these guys, but you're not going to call Velasquez up.
That's what seems odd.
I just think it's I think Velasquez is completely different. Hanau was in the minors and had success at big league. Same thing. I mean, Bazana's a little different because he was the first pick, but I think people are just addicted to the next big thing, and I think the Guardians, are right to be patient with Velasquez because that could be your Schwarber. I don't want to damage that in the name of, well, fans really want to see Ralphie Velasquez this year because fans always want to see the next big thing. Fans are the worst the absolute worst to kind of gauge if a guy's truly ready for the big leagues.
I mean, the
fans
age
will always call him up a half year
the
sooner.
age is the only thing I would question if you want to keep him down. And again, I'm not going to kill the Guardians if they decide to keep him down and don't call him up and the rosters get expanded. I will not kill them for that. You've called up just about everybody. I'm pretty satisfied. But it is interesting that this is the one guy they won't. And age has got to be the number one reason because he's hitting the ball at a rate and in a way that he deserves to be up in the big leagues.
Are the Guardians in the wrong to not call up Ralphie Velasquez at this point? Lindsey Jones, senior editor at The Ringer, joins us and talks about the Browns' Deshaun decision and how it impacts their trajectory in 2026. You're going to want to hear this in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
editor of The Ringer, Lindsey Jones, joins Nick and JP next. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
The only place for Browns news on your way into work. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. Getting choked out. I'm so happy to be here today. We do have the lead coming up at 5. Daryl Ryder coming up at 6 o'clock tonight. Sure, he will be measured. No hyperbole from Daryl today at 6 o'clock.
I feel like it's been quiet from Daryl this week.
Means it's going to flip-flop.
Okay.
It's been a while since he flip-flopped. We'll have to go ahead and engage him on that and call him out for it. But a lot to get to on the show. Of course, as soon as the Gardos game gets underway, you're going to hear all the little updates on that, and we'll talk about Gardos potentially at the end of the show again. But I don't know if you've heard about this. Have you seen about this? Have you heard about this? Deshaun Watson was named the starter on, that was Monday. It was 2 days after he basically went off on the city of Cleveland, and all Browns fans, it's okay. The Browns are starting a quarterback that hates Browns fans who hate him right back. It's totally normal. Don't worry. Every other team would do this. And to talk about that, we head out to the Wise Art Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright Hotline and welcome on senior editor at The Ringer, Lindsey Jones, who wrote a piece about the Browns' Deshaun decision. Lindsey, welcome to the show.
Having me.
Well, it's great to have you here. Obviously, we got the Deshaun decision that came on Monday, about 2 days after he said some very harsh things about Browns fans who had the temerity to boo him, rather. What's the harm in playing Deshaun Watson in 2026 for the Browns?
Yeah, I just don't see there being any real upside, right? I mean, I think the harm is that you further alienate a fan base who you haven't given them a lot of reason, right, to be excited about the on-field product in quite a while, or honestly be proud of some of the guys that you've brought in, namely Deshaun Watson. So, I think the harm is that you are, I get what Todd Monken says, we're not going to let the fans make a decision, but ultimately this is going to be a bad quarterback situation no matter what. And you are really risking whatever credibility you had left with the one really, really good thing that the Browns have had going for them for 30 years is that fan base. And I think there is some real irreparable harm that could be done by making a decision that is so unpopular.
So if we can all see that, why do you feel like the Browns are either putting on blinders or just simply can't see what a problem this is?
Yeah, it's really wild, right? I mean, I think part of it is there just isn't a good solution. There's not we're making this decision to play Deshaun Watson because he's really the best football player. They're in a really bad spot when it comes to the most important position in the game. And that's because they haven't had long-term foresight at that position. It's been nothing but kind of this hodgepodge plan over the last couple of years, bridge quarterbacks, one-year veterans, drafting two guys in the middle to late rounds. There just has not been a clear, cohesive, long-term plan of that position really since it was, since they brought in Deshaun Watson, and it became clear right away that he wasn't going to be a very good quarterback. So it's really unfathomable to me that they're trying to make this. And the thing that makes me that I get so worked up about is they're trying to make this like a rational football decision and trying to sell this as, this is the guy who gives us the best chance to win. And they might truly believe that, and that's only because they don't really have another viable option. I just think they're at the point where they're trying to sell this is a normal football decision, and we're picking Deshaun Watson because he's the better quarterback, when the truth is there is no good quarterback. And you're picking a guy who is maybe marginally is better and has more experience than Shedeur Sanders, but it's just not, there's no good workable solution, I think, that would land the Browns in a place where they have a good quarterback this year.
Yeah, Lindsey, it's been interesting to watch them normalize this one step at a time since going all the way back to probably March in free agency, as my partner and I have called out, hey, look, there's an obstacle in the road, and it's Deshaun's performance. And Everything else, and I will be honest, though, all that being said, I did not see Saturday coming. All right? I didn't believe Deshaun when a week before going into the lead up to the preseason game that he didn't care if he got booed at home. I didn't believe that, but I didn't see him going thermonuclear on Browns fans after the game. What was your reaction to his post-game press conference?
Yeah, I mean, I think I was like most folks who was kind of following along online, and just kind of like, is he really saying that? Because I think he's shown kind of a lack of self-awareness in a lot of his media appearances, really dating back to his arrival in Cleveland 4 years ago. That a little bit of not reading the room right, not really understanding the way that people perceived him and why he was perceived in such a way. So, I mean, I guess it wasn't stunning to me in that, like, oh my gosh, this is so out of character. This is a guy who always says the right thing. It was, given the performance, given everything that has happened over the last 4 years, to kind of approach that in a way that he was, essentially giving a middle finger to, a fan base that largely has tried to support him. I mean, I think, you guys are in it. You guys can feel that. But, I think for large part, it's taken a while for the fan base at large to turn on him. It wasn't until the point that it was like very clear that this guy was not a viable starting quarterback that finally flipped that switch all the way to like, this guy cannot be in Cleveland anymore. So to just really have that lack of self-awareness and being able to kind of read the room was kind of stunning given everything that has already gone on.
Well, and Lindsay, it did feel like the fans were willing to, not all, but some give him a second chance until Saturday. I almost wonder if the press conference was worse than even just the play on the field as far as getting fans to feel the way they do right now.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it. I mean, excuse me. I certainly felt that, kind of since he was kind of welcomed back into the fold, back last spring when it said, one, he's going to be on the roster. Two, he's going to be getting meaningful reps. This is going to be an open quarterback competition. To me, it felt like this was kind of the end result. Like, you don't bring the guy who's making $46 million back into the fold if you're not intending to kind of give him the pole position at least to go out and lose this job. And so it felt like it was heading that way, so that once they kind of got there where it seems like, okay, this guy has been, kind of getting the first shot at the ones, this is a guy who clearly, Todd Monken is a guy who really values veteran players, like it fit what it seems like Todd Monken and this franchise wanted to do. So that for him to kind of go and kind of tank it was, it did feel to me like it was the final straw for a fan base that has been, probably overly patient with a guy who has been pretty much irredeemable as a player. It's not a person over the last 4 years.
Ashley, where do the Browns find their answer at quarterback?
Their next quarterback? I mean, I think I don't think their next quarterback is on the roster right now. Look, they're going to be in a pretty good position heading into 2027 when in terms of the draft that they're heading into, potentially being a not super competitive team this year, which is really unfortunate because when you look at the rest of that team, this is a team who, I don't know if anybody be like, hey, this is a Super Bowl contender, but a team that should be at least competitive. It doesn't seem like they're going to be competitive because of the quarterback situation that they're going to be putting on the field this year. So that really is going to be setting them up for next year. And what's, ironic or frustrating or whatever, however you want to describe it, that's really where they were heading into last year's draft, right? Like, really good position, picking really high, having, in theory, moving on from Deshaun Watson, setting yourself up to, take your next quarterback of the future. And now they're going to be, pushing that timeline back now to 2027 and trying to figure out how you reset once again.
I mean, it does sound, outside of the quarterback situation, then you are pretty optimistic about this Browns team.
I mean, I don't think I would be like, oh my God, this is the team that should win the AFC North. I'd probably put them third or fourth, probably still fourth in that division, but not a team that I'd be like, hey, they're going to be in the mix for the number one, number two overall draft pick. I think there have been some really smart moves, some really nice young players on both sides of the ball where you would want to get excited and think like, here is something that you can build around. And a lot of reasons why you might, if you're a Browns fan, well, you might want to watch that team and you might want to say, hey, I like Casey Concepcion. Like, that might be a jersey I want to buy, but it's going to be really, really hard to watch that offense on a snap-to-snap basis, no matter what they're doing at quarterback this year, whether it's Watson, who, I think he's basically unwatchable at this point, or Shedeur Sanders, who, frankly has not been great, but at least you would get the potential of, let's see if he can develop into anything at all. But either way, I think it was going to be a pretty rough offensive watch, which is just unfortunate when you have a lot of other, talented ascending type of players like they have on both sides of the ball.
Lindsay, I know you folks at The Ringer do a great job on all fronts, not just the written side of things, but with your podcasting. So should you bring up the Browns, should you have a conversation about the Browns, I want you to feel comfortable referencing me, because I think the Browns, in their effort to get the quarterback a year too late, I actually think the Browns are going to be too good to get the quarterback they truly want. I think there's a 7-win team between the defense, the schedule, and some of the talent on offense. Is that the worst case scenario for the Browns in 2026?
If they're a 7-win, that would probably put them around, the 15, maybe 13 to 18 draft range.
Yep.
Do I have that? Do I have kind of that right range? I mean, look, I think the track record, I'd have to go back to it. Probably the track record of actually finding a decent quarterback in that range is probably not all that worse than it is finding one in the top 3. It's just a little harder because you have less control over what is happening there. So, I do think, to his credit, Andrew Berry has done a really, really good job of amassing capital, moving around a draft board, being able to maximize, what you have on draft day and making the most of it. The question has been, how you actually use those picks when it comes to that specific position. And predating Andrew Berry, it's a long history of drafting the wrong guy at quarterback in the first round. So, I do think there are more intriguing names in next year's quarterback class than there were last year, both in the 2026 or the 2025 class. So, I think that should be something to maybe get excited about. I hope Browns fans spend a lot of Saturdays watching college football this year and start thinking about which guy you're going to want. I don't want to say like picking in the mid-teens is going to, kill their hopes of getting a really good quarterback. It just takes the control out of their hands of being able to say, this is exactly the guy we want, with a clear path to get him. It might be a little bit more complicated having to, move around.
All right, Lindsay,
should the guy you want.
Should this take come up, at Nick Wilson says, Nick Wilson, again, just a reminder there, but we really do appreciate your time. I really do appreciate your article as well, and thank you so much.
Thank you. I hope it gets better for all you guys.
And we also hope it gets better.
Cool.
Lindsay Jones there, senior editor at The Ringer on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Good stuff with her there. I don't think she's going to reference the name. I don't think she will.
She already forgot it.
But I don't think always. But she'll be like, there's a fat guy. I didn't see him, but I'm just guessing he's fat by the way he sounds, and he thinks 7 wins is where the Browns are at.
Do you think she guessed that you're fat?
I think so.
I don't get the perception.
I think you can hear the gravy in my voice.
I don't get the perception after the Deshaun article that she's really about being like labeling people as fat or not.
That's true. Maybe she'll think fat but won't say it.
Yeah, the heavy set guy that I talked to.
Yeah.
And then maybe you'll get like an apology email after that.
Or like the husky. I thought we got husky growing up a lot.
Yeah, like you're back in like 5th or 6th grade.
Yeah,
husky was the big term.
Well, they even had a husky section, which was the most. That's the most upsetting part. Is it's like you just are calling me fat.
Well, but you knew where to go.
Yeah, I did.
So it worked.
Yeah.
It was
and
effective.
The signs, you follow the signs.
It was effective.
That helps.
Yeah.
Lindsay Jones there, senior editor at The Ringer on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We do have to react to what she had to say about the Deshaun situation. But interesting news coming from the NFL and NFLPA that certainly will impact your Browns. And this season, you're going to want to hear that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Let's talk phone service. Why do all these carriers move like they call the shots? Expensive contracts, shady prices, hidden fees, dead that. Download Text Now, unlimited talk, unlimited text, and you add data when you decide you need it. Nationwide 5G, same towers, no bill shock, no fixed contract. That's not cutting corners, that's having sense.
Indians coverage is right here on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Ashley, where do the Browns find their answer at quarterback?
Their next quarterback? I don't think their next quarterback is on the roster right now.
All right, that's Dirty Pool by Keith and Jake.
I like that you instantly know that's Keith and Jake.
Yeah. I mean, it's my bad. I definitely called her Ashley.
Yeah, you wanted her to remember your name.
Yeah.
And you called her Ashley in the interview.
Yeah.
Name's Lindsay.
Do you know the problem is with that?
What's that?
Is every time that I went to ask her something, I literally wrote down Lindsay on a piece of paper. So I would not call her Ashley.
It's on the paper already, though.
Yes, but I wrote it down in my eye line.
Why?
Because there's a lot of writing here. I tried to make it not distractible right there.
Is Ashley the only woman in your life that can talk sports? Is that the idea here? Is it like, oh no, another woman talking
Easy
sports?
there.
I
know you want to get on sports and state, but simmer down.
Where's the confusion?
No,
it's a different person completely.
Yeah, I'm aware that Ashley Bastock and Lindsey Jones
Why was this so tough
are
for
different.
you?
Because the synapses weren't firing. Did I only do it once? Please tell me I only did it once.
I don't know.
Because you got to understand, you can look here. I wrote it here.
Now, in that moment,
because I wanted to make sure.
I see that. I see that this does not help your case, by the way. This is only making me wonder why it was such a struggle for you.
It's been a week, all right? I think that's it. I have no defense. I take the L.
If you're Lindsay, do you correct you in that spot, or do you just let it go?
Well, she let it go.
She let it go because I think she was trying to be professional about it, didn't want to call you out.
Now, is that why she struggled out of the gate with that answer? Because she was like, did this mother bleeper just kill me?
Don't put this on her now.
No, I'm trying to wonder, did I throw her off?
You see how he did that, Markoch? He tried blaming her performance on that.
The opposite. I'm saying, did I screw her up in answering that question?
I thought it was a great answer. I don't even know what you're talking about.
There did seem to be some slight hesitation.
Yeah.
Can you play it back one more time? Can we play it back one more time? I want to hear her answer.
Ashley, where do the Browns find their answer at quarterback?
Their next quarterback? I don't think their next quarterback is on the roster.
There's a hesi.
Yeah. And now as we're going through it, I remember when she said their next quarterback, you did shoot me a look to be like, no, the other court. What are you talking about? Of course, Lindsay. Yeah, of course that's what I'm asking you.
No, see, now I definitely think you're just reading too much into my looks.
She was tripped up. No, she definitely was tripped up. No, because I shot the look back, too, to be like, of course, what other quarterback are you talking about?
By the way, it's Lindsey Jones, senior editor at The Ringer.
I love that you had to write down her name.
Yeah, it's not great. I don't know what's going on. In that, but you know what this really
is? On a piece of paper that has her name right there.
Let's just deal with it right here. I didn't even realize I called her Ashley, first off.
Yeah.
And then at one point, in my head, I kept calling her Ashley. So I was like, you got to stop this. We got to write this down. We got to try and commit this to memory because you're stroking out right now. And apparently that didn't even save me. So
that's all right.
I guess that cost us the Marconi. Maybe next year.
Well, if that's the one.
That's the one. That's the one. Now, what do you think about her answer there?
Oh, yeah. I was too distracted by the question.
Beyond the Ashley Lindsay thing, it was a great question.
Yeah, it was a question.
All right, fine.
It got asked and answered. We'll have to actually play back the answer. If you want me to give a real thought on it, we'll have to actually play back the answer.
I don't want to play back the answer now.
I've been so distracted now.
I don't want to do it now.
I've been so distracted by the wrong name happenings.
Don't you do it, Markoch.
Markoch, you want to do
Remember who signs your checks? It's not me.
Not you.
It's not him either. But
No.
just it felt like a powerful thing to say. Really strong stuff there with Lindsey Jones of The Ringer. Interesting stuff coming. It's a joint statement from the NFLPA and the NFL. And basically, they're enacting a system to try and make the game safer, or so they say. So beginning with the season, they're going to place a greater emphasis on 5 player health and safety rule violations: the hip drop tackle, horse collar tackle, launching, hit on a defenseless player.
Yeah.
Banner hour for me, and blindside block. Players who commit 3 offenses in any of these categories during a season will be suspended for 1 game. Players who commit only 1 violation will receive 50% of their line back at the end of the season. Their line? Oh, fine.
They're fine.
I see.
Yeah.
There's a fine system.
Yep.
Again, banner hour for me. What do you think about this horse?
I think it's really interesting, actually. The idea that in the NFL, and I find the timing of this very fascinating, obviously coming off with that Athletic article that we talked about yesterday with the amount of CTE that is prevalent, but they're always trying to make the game safer, right? That's their big goal. They always want to make the game safer. When you target specifically the people that actually do the recurring problems and the recurring hits, whether that is some of the ones that they've discussed here that are going to be fined. You directly go at the issue at hand. I think it's a really smart way of going about it, and I think it's a good way to legislate out the idea that you have some repeat offenders that are now going to be like, oh, I have to watch this. I don't want to get suspended a game.
Yeah, I get it. I do.
Montez Perfect he'd be trembling at the thought of this.
I almost think, though, you need to have a reviewal process. If guys are going to lose game checks over this, if you're going to be,
they said Ron Rivera is going to be part of the appeals process. Like, he's going to be the guy.
The Cal GM.
I don't know. Isn't that what it said in there? Or did I read that wrong?
No, it did. It's the second page over. I'm not reading it directly, but I remember Ron Rivera. That part I remember.
I thought it said he was going to join the appeals process of all this, as if that was like the big heavy hitter. And I don't know if that means anything better for the player or what that means. But
I like Riverboat. I believe in him.
Yeah, I mean, and there should be an appeals process, right? Like, you shouldn't just get the penalty and then all of a sudden it's like, I got no say in whether that was or wasn't. What happened on the field of play is all that it is. So what's your hang up here? What's the problem?
I just think the NFL likes to make a lot of real strong cases about player safety when I don't honestly think the NFL actually cares about player safety.
But this seems like they're actually trying to change the behavior. Whether it actually happens or not, this is the right approach to if you're gonna try to change someone's behavior. This is different than we're fining you because this looked bad.
But it's football. Like, accidents do happen, mistakes do happen within there are accidental collisions. There are normal tackle that a guy's going to have to turn into something. Like, I don't know. I understand the intent, and I can appreciate the intent from the Players Association side of things. I just think this is going to muddy up the game, just in terms of, like, now guys are going to have to start thinking more about, wait, was that my second hip drop tackle this season?
Okay, that's a fair rebuttal to
in
this.
A way that I feel like players have. I think the game is just too convoluted as it is, and I think the rules are too convoluted, and I think this just adds more.
I mean, they're definitely going to know whether or not they're at number 2 or whether they're approaching it. That they're going to know ahead of time. That's kind of like the technical situation in the NBA, where when you get to 16, then all of a sudden you miss a whole other game and you get that suspension. Like, the players know that ahead of time. It's just in the moment, are they going to be thinking about, I need to avoid that, I need to play smarter, I need to play different. And honestly, I think that's really what the NFL cares about. Are they going to play differently? I think they want them to play differently, which takes this animalistic nature that the NFL is and just kind of removes it. So I could see where someone like yourself is saying this isn't great in the big picture, but I think ultimately it's going to be a way to make guys actually respond to the idea that you can't just throw your body around like that.
Do you think it's actually going to, like, I really struggle with the idea that this is going to be that effective, because I think the slow motion era, being able to have 75 angles on everything, I think we think it's easy to avoid these kind of plays. And I don't mean you, but
sure,
I mean,
sure.
I think the NFL knows, and I think the NFLPA knows how hard it is to play the game of football. And I think we are overcomplicating it, no matter what the intent is. Again, the intent can be fine. But, man, it is a full-speed game. The game has never been quicker. And it just... I get it. I do want to make the game safer, but guys, at some point, we're just going to have to take tackling out of the game if you really want to make this game safe. Everything feels like not even a half measure, a 1/10 measure.
And so for those asking, like, what play specifically, the hip drop tackle, the horse collar tackle, launching, hit on a defenseless player, and the blindside block. That's what the emphasis is going to be on that. And I think they're going about it the right way. Coaches now get dragged into the process too. So if a player's approaching the suspension threshold, his coach has to participate in a meeting with the NFL. So that's going to put pressure on teams to actually coach dangerous techniques out of players. They're going to get pissed. Could you imagine Todd Monken having to sit in a meeting because Michael Coach Jr. can't figure out how to do that correctly?
Yeah, 30-minute meeting. That's another... Again, that's another thing where it's like, oh, we're going to shame you into it. It's I don't think there are many players left in the game. Like, it's the friendliest the league has ever been. This isn't 1988 where half the guys are on yayo and basically bounty gate 7 times over. It's the friendliest the league has ever been. I'm not saying there aren't a couple of psychos there.
Is 3 strikes too many strikes? Is that the idea here? Do you want 1 strike in your 1-game suspension? Because if you want to clean up the idea that you can't do some of these plays that they want to get rid of and get out of the game, one wrong hit, 1-game suspension would clean it up pretty quick.
Who's today's Vontaze Perfect? Like, who's the guy? Who's the cheap ass? I can't think. The idea that right now, any era that I think of, I could go back to 1995 and be like, Bill Romanowski's a cheap ass, right? Like, I could go
Jalen Carter.
Carter, yeah. You can do this any era. I can't do that with 2026 because there
No, I
isn't.
said right now, Jalen Carter. I think that's the guy.
Okay, he's just not a good driver. Off like,
I mean,
he spit on a guy.
Yeah, the incident with Dak, but he does all sorts of dirty things.
When was the last time you saw him on a hip drop tackle?
Well, that's maybe not Jalen Carter's best.
Yeah, I mean, he's a jerk, but I don't think he's a cheap player.
When I think cheap NFL players, I think Jalen Carter.
I think if he's the cheapest we have in the NFL
I mean,
in
you're
2026,
wrong. We don't have a bunch of them. We don't have the obvious ones that used to exist.
I think you're conflating him spitting on a guy, which not great. I'm not advocating that, with personal foul penalties. I don't know. When I go in, I'm not like, we got to watch Jalen Carter for personal foul penalties.
Yes, that's the example that came to my brain. When I think cheap NFL player, I think Jalen Carter is who I think. Who do you think of when you think cheap NFL player?
Nobody, because it's 2026.
We're just out of cheap NFL players. We just got rid. There's no way that the cheap NFL players just don't exist. They exist.
Well, but they don't exist with the prevalence where it was like, if you went over the middle, Bill Romanowski was going to try and paralyze you. I can't think of a player that is like that. I think it's the most conscientious era of football, and they're trying to crack down on it like it's Greg Williams' New Orleans Saints.
Well, clearly the NFL believes that we have an issue on our hands, and we have a problem on our hands, and we're going to have repeat offenders. And so this is what this is trying to go up against. And I don't know that 3 strikes is going to actually change the way defensive players tackle. But if you have 2 and you're being threatened to be suspended for a game, remember, if you're suspended for a game, that's a game check that's gone.
Yeah, but
that's not a tiny amount of money that these guys are going to have to give up.
If you're a coach, what's going to piss you off more? Missing a single game check or missing a game, or, oh, hey, you were starting to tackle somebody, it was going to turn into a hip drop tackle, you let go because you didn't want to get suspended, and that guy went for a 60-yard touchdown.
No, I know, but this is why I bring up the NBA and the technical situation. Like players play differently when they think they're going to lose a game, and they do. They play different. And I understand that's part of your point.
Why do we want them thinking? Why we like that? Well, no, what I mean is, well, no, the whole point of football is it's an incredibly fast game. I want them thinking about the play. I don't want them thinking about a suspension.
I know. The NFL wants them thinking about the play. That's the difference here. What the NFL is trying to get across here is we have too many of these. These aren't good for the game long term. They're not good for people's bodies. They're not good for people's injuries. We're trying to get this out. They want you thinking about it during the game.
I get it. It's football. Like, I listen, I hate that we have eras of football players with CTE. I hate that lives are affected prematurely. And I do understand you have to try and do something about it. This feels like an optics thing. I don't think this changes this game that much. You've already turned each one of these penalties into a personal foul. Like, I think you're trying to add emphasis on something that, again, most of the time that I see it happening in games, I don't see it as an intentional thing. I see a lot of bang, like the hits on defensive receivers now are a lot of bang plays where guys just misjudge where they are in the field and how fast somebody's coming up at them. I don't see a lot of direct targeting.
I would hope the targeting like it was in college football that way, where you really had to isolate out what was the intention versus what was the end result, and can you get to that? And that's where I think Ron Rivera's role in this is going to be.
I don't think they'll ever get this right.
But that's where I think Ron Rivera's role in this has got to be huge, and they have to actually trust Ron Rivera in this, and that's going to change throughout the years and who the appeals process is and isn't with. But ultimately, yeah, that's part of this. Is there's going to have to be logic at play, and you're also then going to have to understand and get in the brain of these players, which is going to be really hard too.
I can respect the intent, and I can also understand that the game does have to be made safer, and I can also just go back on it is a violent game. And the only way you're going to get rid of each and every one of these penalties is if it turns into touch football. And maybe the people who say that are right. Maybe that's where we're going. But more legislation, more rules, more thinking about rules. I don't know that actually makes the game any safer for anyone. I can appreciate the intent. I can understand that the NFLPA, I tend to think, is on the right side of this. The NFL just wants the optics to go away of the CTE thing that came out earlier this week. But I don't know how this actually changes the game or how much this is actually going to improve player safety.
Jalen Carter has 6 unnecessary roughness penalties in his career.
Oh, he's been in
last 2 years.
So he's averaging 1 a year?
No. Last 2 years, in 2024 and 2025.
He's only been in the NFL for 2 years.
That's it. That's all it is.
Still.
6 fines, $126,000. Spitting, taunting, fighting, encroachment.
That's 1 week for Bill Romanowski in 1998. Yeah. Bill Romanowski is mad that you have compared him.
Is that right?
He actually might come in here and hit a defenseless receiver that is Jonathan Peterlin.
Well, but that is part of this question, though, is can the escalating discipline system actually change the behavior of a player that repeatedly crosses the line? The NFL is going to argue that it will. I think a lot of people more are going to see what you're seeing and say, well, hold on, if I end up getting fined because of this or end up missing games because of this, I have to play the way I have to play. If what got me to the NFL is not thinking twice, then I have to still operate that way. And if that is the end result, then none of this is going to matter.
216-474-0092. Also, one of those penalties was the spitting play, I'm guessing. I'm just making that up. So really, it was like 5 in 2 years.
Actually not. It's not included in this. There's a plus his infamous Week 1 ejection for spitting on Dak Prescott.
I disagree. I want to review the analytics here. 216-474-0092. Will this fix the NFL's player safety issues? LaShawn McCoy said the darndest thing about the Browns quarterback situation. You're going to want to hear this one. Whether you agree or disagree, it's probably going to upset you in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey!
shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2. Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand now.
The Lead coming up in just about 15 minutes time here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on The Fan. We do have Daryl Ryder coming up at 6 o'clock as well today. And, of course, monitoring the Gardos Angels Game 3 of that series. We'll have some reaction as things happen in the game as well. But interesting thing we got to react to here. Now, I don't put a lot of stock into LaShawn McCoy.
Okay,
and I
good.
should probably say that up front.
Yeah.
He's
Is he in your Emmanuel Acho territory?
Yeah, he's just one of the. Every once in a while he gives a take worthwhile. Most of the time it feels like kind of like D'Angelo Williams for a minute, that he's just trying to say things to get attention.
Okay.
This one's going to be interesting because he was on the Speakeasy podcast, and he is citing an internal source with the Browns that kind of details how the quarterback role went, and really the Browns' feelings on Shedeur Sanders. I will give this a chance.
He has the fans behind him. He has the players behind him. That's the first step. And I do know this. I got a little birdie over there. His majority of the coaches over there. Who we don't have right now is the owner. Because the owner say, I can't have a backup making $47 million on the bench. Yeah. But that's cool. But that leash is going to be short. I think Deshaun Watson's leash is going to be at the max 4 games.
Now, again, I want to point out it's LaShawn McCoy, and LaShawn has gotten more things woefully and laughably wrong than he's gotten them right. What I will say is I did feel like in both preseason games, but specifically preseason game number 1, where I thought Deshaun was the better quarterback than Shedeur, I actually did think you saw some energy from the guys playing with Shedeur that it didn't really feel like there was a lot of life with the first teamers, even though Casey Concepcion made that great play. I think we also saw some life from the Browns players when I watched him with Shedeur that I didn't necessarily see with Deshaun in practice. So there is an element to me that if you said, 53 guys, eventually the roster is going to be, that many guys is behind Deshaun. I think they're behind Deshaun because Todd Monken named him the starter. I don't think that was a unanimous, the locker room's all the way behind Deshaun situation.
Well, and I think the locker rooms are so hard in the NFL anyway because so many people believe so many different things. But I did think it was interesting when we were out at camp, the amount of players that it felt like we're really trying to, toe the company line, so to speak, and try to make it seem like they weren't in favor of one or the other.
Yeah.
Clearly, there's a favorite there. I don't know. Is it Deshaun? Is it Shedeur? I guess we'll never really find out. I was trying to find the through line for LaShawn McCoy. The best I can come up with is Deuce Staley. Deuce Staley was LaShawn's running back coach in Philadelphia, 2013 to 2017. That's the only connection I could really come up with. I know he's done some things in the past with Jerry Jeudy, I believe, as well. So the idea that he'd be connected to this Browns team is not crazy, but do you think that's reality? Do you think the reality is that this all is Haslam and that actually the players and the coaches, or at least some of the coaches, wanted Shedeur and not Deshaun Watson?
I buy that there's a real element of truth that one of the things that got Todd Monken this job was Todd Monken's excitement about Deshaun Watson and giving it one more go.
Yep.
And I also think that allows the Haslams and Andrew Berry to say, we're not forcing this on him. No, this is a Todd Monken decision, which is what guys like Jason have said about this. I think the only people in lockstep on this quarterback spot, I'm talking about like in full in that boat, are the Haslams, Andrew Berry, and Todd Monken. I don't know everyone else is. And that's more to say, in the same way that Shedeur didn't come up and steal the job from Deshaun didn't run away with the job. Mm-hmm. So the idea that everyone is just jumping up and down and hop, skipping, and jumping through Berea because Deshaun's a starter, That doesn't make sense. I'm going to imagine that there are some mixed feelings in the locker room about this decision.
I would think so, and I'm also at the same time I'm not terribly shocked that we haven't heard a bunch of players come out and speak in some sort of way. Like I if people expect them to or want them to, I don't know what world you're living in currently.
Yeah, when Jadeveon Clowney refused to go in except I think only on third downs in the first Baltimore game, we didn't hear about that until Check's notes end of the season.
End of season with Mary Kay's report.
And so that was about 2.5 months. The days of us getting direct leaks out of Berea and having the old locking for us Sundays.
Yeah, those used to be, I mean, that was constant.
It's so funny. Like when I hear, if the Browns Browns players wanted Shador, that we would have heard about it. No, we wouldn't have. Not now. Now, where I think we might hear it is that when they pivot to Shador.
Then I think you're right. Then I think we will hear some things.
If there were, and by the way, it'll be the Browns leaking it. It'll be the Browns moving on from Deshaun to Shador and saying, well, the locker room was split on this.
Yeah, it was the Sahara when Kevin Stefanski was here as far as content getting out. But people always they attributed that to Stefanski, but that was the wrong attribution. It should have gone to Andrew Berry.
Yeah.
Andrew Berry is the one that has worked tirelessly to try to make sure that things don't get out and things are basically as tight-lipped as you could possibly find it. And are there still leaks? Sure, things still happen. You still find out all sorts of news and all sorts of things. Because again, even like with this, with LaShawn McCoy, it doesn't take much to then connect LaShawn McCoy and Deuce Staley and be like, I wonder who he's talking to. But the Browns aren't stupid either. They see this stuff and then they'll plug that themselves, and then all of a sudden it'll be something we don't hear from.
So LaShawn McCoy says Shador has the player support, the fan support, and some of the coaching staff support, just not the owner support. Do you think that is accurate? Let's go with Mike and Troy. Mike, you heard what LaShawn McCoy had to say. I know you got something on the NFL rules, but you heard what LaShawn said, saying Shador's got everyone's support but the owner. Do you believe that to be true?
I think there's definitely a divided locker room, and some of maybe the veteran guys that say, well, Deshaun's a veteran, but maybe, and it'd be just people that haven't played with him, Anybody that's played with him knows that he's weak.
Mike, so that's a good point right there. I don't know how anyone that was around when Deshaun Watson has played football with the Browns 2 years ago or further back could possibly think they like Deshaun the best in this.
Yeah, no, there's just no way. And people want to change. People are tired of us being saddled with this albatross. I mean, we've been in hell for years, and we have a glimpse of heaven coming over the horizon in another year or two.
Yeah, if fans feel this way and the media feels this way on behalf of Browns fans, you just can't convince me there aren't some folks there in that locker room or in that building that feel the same way. What's your take on the rules, safety measures the NFL and NFLPA are going to try and implement here?
I think that there should be – this is something I've thought about for years, that, when a person does a dirty play, they get flagged for it, unnecessary roughness, and then the person gets a concussion and they're out for four games or 5 games. The person that put them out because of the penalty, they should stay out the same number of games and lose those game checks. Same if you end somebody's season, with a bad play. I'm not talking about an accident. I'm talking about something that's just really obnoxious and terrible. Then you don't play for the rest of the season either.
So you want an eye for eye type penalty situation?
Yeah, I want somebody to really feel it, and then maybe they'll think, well, I'm not going to crush this guy's knee and bend his leg backwards. That's. I don't think that people go out to do it, but some people have less restraint than others.
Feels like he's talking right about Minka Fitzpatrick.
Mike,
Mike, we appreciate you.
I sure am, but we won't go there because it's water that's long under the bridge.
Sounds like Mike wants an eye for an eye. No, come on. A little less Levine here. Come on now.
That take made me question whether how much I loved the first take from Mike, because I thought that was so good. And now I'm like, oh, no, Mike, it might just be chock full of bad takes. I'm not sure.
I disagree.
No, the first take was good. Eye for eye is an awful penalty system. There's no other way around.
You're Mr. Player Safety.
That's just an awful penalty system.
If you cause somebody to lose the rest of their season and you have to go off the field.
Oh, my Mr. Player Safety.
You're Mr. Oh, these are the best rules I've ever seen.
You just did a boys will be boys type thing as far as the NFLPA is concerned.
No,
here.
what I did was I have a pragmatic approach.
When
it's the NFL.
Football was football.
When men were man.
Yeah.
It's a different channel. The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an auto.
pause, hoping the team fails. And that does not happen in the NFL.
I don't want the team to fail. I really don't even want him to fail. But I have a feeling I know how it's going to go. So what's the point of me trying to drag along something I don't think is going to happen?
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m.
1, 2, 3.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Win VIP access to the Fan 15 celebration September 3rd at Dave & Buster's, including a pair of reserved seats, buffet dinner, and a pair of power cards. Enter the word GOAL, G-O-A-L, by the end of this hour at 923thefan.com to get registered to win.
Daryl Ryder coming up in 1 hour's time. We'll talk the Browns situation, quarterbacks, and whatnot, and what he thinks, what he feels is most likely the scenario that plays out for the Browns this season. We'll get to the lead in a second here, but this Pro Bowl news, the NFL doesn't surprise me much, right? Maybe you have a surprising trade, but like the league office doesn't do a lot of things where I'm like, whoa, didn't see that coming.
Mm-hmm.
Them eliminating the actual game that is the Pro Bowl might be qualified as shocking.
Yeah.
Because it's something that made them a lot of money and was drawing ratings until they needlessly put it in the middle of the week where nobody watched it.
Yeah, you're right. Think about it. Like, it was 4 to 6 million in viewers up until last year, where, again, they put in the weekday and it got like 2 million. But 2 million is still a massive number. I don't think people understand 2 million's huge. Like, at the height of some of the Caitlin Clark in the WNBA existence, they'd brag about 2.5 million viewers per event. 5 million, for instance, in better context here, 5 million viewers is what a really, really strong primetime SEC Saturday night college football game gets, okay? That's what the Pro Bowl was doing. Year in, year out. I never thought we'd get to a spot where they just throw it away, but they realized it was a laughing stock, and good on them for doing that,
and
I guess.
I imagine if you had shifted it back to the weekend, you'd go back to getting 5 million.
Probably.
So, Troy Vincent, former NFL cornerback, NFLPA president, made sure to kind of go through some of the reasons. I do like the idea that the alternate thing, which had turned into a joke, like Snoop Huntley being a Pro Bowler. Apparently that didn't sit well with the guys, especially guys that were considered perennial Pro Bowlers. I like that vanity is part of the death of the Pro Bowl, that people are like, no, the Pro Bowl should mean something because I deserve to make it.
It became too much of a joke. So did Shedeur Sanders kill the Pro Bowl?
Well, listen to Lima tomorrow morning. I'm sure you'll hear a yes.
That sounded, I felt very Anthony Lima-esque when I said it.
I would say Snoop Huntley. Ashley Bastock of Cleveland.com joined us today at 3:20. Now, this was the only Ashley that's been on the show today, and she talked about a losing year being in order for the Browns.
I haven't looked if Vegas updated their win total, but obviously it was at 5.5 wins, so that's the interesting piece here. Is that going to change for most people? I would guess after this past week, most people would definitely take the under on that and probably are wondering if the line should be moved. But, I mean, I still think, all things considered, my high end of expectations for this team would be roughly the 8-win range. That would be, I think, unexpected. And the low end, I mean, you're talking about 3 wins potentially, which is where they were at in 2024, obviously. So that would be my guess. But I think a losing season is just the most likely outcome because, no one knows what this is going to look like at quarterback yet.
Yeah, nobody has any idea, even down to the how long will Deshaun Watson play, and that's one of the fascinating elements of this whole entire thing. But there's not a lot of people buying up optimism in the Browns. You're one of them, but there aren't many people buying up the optimism right now.
Yeah, I think the longer Deshaun starts, the less likely my 7-win prediction actually comes true. I tend to think Deshaun's got 2 games, and if he looks like Kaka, we'll see Shedeur at home. That just feels logical to me. I don't think the Browns are as convicted to Deshaun as people think. I think they looked at this and said, it makes more sense to get one peek at Deshaun in September as opposed to letting Shedeur start and getting to a point where we don't get the look at Deshaun at all because Shedeur ends up playing well enough.
I think we just disagree on this, mainly, and it's fine. We don't have an answer on it. We're just speculating here. But my interpretation of the Browns and how they think about Deshaun Watson has been that they really do believe that there's something there. And so I asked myself, how long would it take you to be convinced, utterly convinced, that 2020 Deshaun is not walking through that door. And so the number I came up with was 8 games. I don't think they answer that for themselves in 2, even if it looks disastrous. I still don't think they answer that for themselves in 2. It has to be to a spot, which I think 8 games will satisfy that, where it is unquestioned that Deshaun is not walking through the door.
I think my trump card in this conversation is Saturday. I think, listen, there's
How
no
bad
way.
Saturday went, they still went with Deshaun?
No, there's no way that fans see what we saw. There's no way media. Again, most of the media that has big takes on why are you even playing this clown, that's their words, not mine. But why are you doing this? They were on the side of playing Deshaun 3 weeks ago. And I think Deshaun's meltdown, I think, caused a lot of people to go, oh, maybe he is a broken toy. There's no way the Browns themselves didn't have that thought. So they were pot committed. They spent the whole offseason telling everyone that he's going to start.
Yeah, but I think they have to see it for themselves and more than just a Saturday press conference that people like Coach Riz continue to tell me they do not count or weigh into the equation. Like, listen, I hope you're right. I hope we only have to watch 2 weeks of Deshaun Watson. It's all I would give him if I was hell-bent on starting him, and it was what it was. I'm just trying to see myself through the Browns. And the Browns at every turn believe in Deshaun Watson, believe in getting him back to the form that he was. And so I'm just asking myself, how long does that take? And I don't think 2 games is enough for them to satisfy that answer.
I think you're protecting your feelings. Because I think the more you think about it, 4 to 6 to 8 games pisses you off.
I asked myself what would piss me off the most, and 8 games, and then around like week 5 when it's 1-4 and they're 0-5 somewhere in there, and they're still throwing Deshaun Watson out there. I'm going to be seeing red, Nick. I'll be seeing red. I'll be angry about it.
And also be seeing orange and brown.
But it doesn't matter because I see red all the time with this team, and I get angry at this team all the time, and it doesn't change. In fact, the angrier I get, it seems like the more they swerve into what is going to make me angry. And so if you want to tell me that's leading this conversation, then maybe that's it. But yeah, I see them seeing this through, and whatever that means to them. And 2 games is not seeing it through to them.
That's why a lot of people think you're ruining the Browns. Because the Browns are doing this all just to upset you.
My bad, guys.
We don't forgive you.
Hand up. I guess I'll take the L on that.
Yeah.
Although in this world, then if they would do everything, if like opposite day existed, if they were doing everything that I wanted them to do, and if they're doing the opposite of that, then I'd have the Browns in the Super Bowl.
It's true.
You'd gone back enough of a measurement away. I'd have him where we need to be.
It's true.
On last night's coaches show, Todd Monken talked about his process in choosing Deshaun Watson to start Week 1.
You could see early on in the offseason that Shedeur was getting better, and that's when the decision was made, okay, let's open this up. Had we made that decision earlier in camp, Deshaun is so much further ahead, just in terms of being around a number of offenses. In order to get Shedeur up to speed, we divide it, we turn into a competition, and he takes advantage of it and really does continue to improve, continue to each week get better with his command, the operation, everything about the offense. And so we come back for training camp, keep the same thing going. But we needed Shedeur to really beat out Deshaun, with being the first game being on the road, being in Jacksonville, and then Tampa, without throwing him out there to start the season from an operation standpoint, being on the road. Even though last weekend didn't go Deshaun's way, the full body of work said at this time, he gives us the best chance to win. I think the coaches believe that, our players on offense believe that, and that's the direction we went.
I don't believe some of that, but I still struggle with the idea of if the first 2 games were at home, would Shedeur be the starter?
Yeah, which is ridiculous if that's the answer, by the way.
That's banana lands to me.
It's absolutely ridiculous if that's the answer. You can't make your decision based off of if you start on the road or at home. That is not, it's not a sound decision, and that is not a winning decision. That's what bad organizations would do. Awful.
Browns legend Joe Thomas was on with the Morning Boys earlier today. He talked about what the Browns offense could look like with Deshaun Watson as the starting QB.
It does have a lot of those RPOs, those zone reads, those 2-play opportunities for the quarterback. And I think that's probably one of the reasons among, a long list of evaluations that he made at that quarterback position that he's favoring Deshaun Watson right now, because he likes his ability to pull the football, to run some of those RPOs, those zone reads, and give us a weapon running with the quarterback position, which Shedeur is not a great running quarterback. He is slippery, I would say. He has an ability to squeak out of the pocket and make guys miss, and you see that playmaking ability, but he's just not the athlete that Deshaun is.
Yeah, the morning show was touting today the idea that these practices have looked different since being named the starter and how they were doing all sorts of RPO action.
Have they been to a lot of the practices?
And all sorts, again.
So they didn't go to the practices when they were open and the media was there, but they've been to the practices since?
I just want to point out that we asked Ashley if that was true or not. We asked Ashley if she saw that with her eyes in these practices since Deshaun has been named the starter, and she hadn't seen that. She had not seen all sorts of different movement with Deshaun's feet and RPOs and different play actions and everything set up that way.
It's almost like one member of that show has an agenda that he keeps pushing out there, and that he's really invested some stock in Deshaun Watson being the face of the Cleveland Browns again. I say that's a bold play.
Yeah, on the side of Deshaun Watson's definitely a bold play.
But I could really, not just siding with him.
Yeah.
Going 10 toes down, as the kids say.
I do chuckle at the idea that last week he thought he was like, I'll showcase Jonathan here. I'm gonna really do this. He might be the biggest Deshaun Watson detractor in the city. Oh, please, you push that one all you want, please.
Yeah, I don't doubt that the Browns
push that one.
might try to utilize Deshaun's mobility. There's a twofold problem here. One, he doesn't have the wheels he used to have, so that scares me because he does look slower. Now, that might be indecision in the pocket because, again, the man's got the pocket awareness of a toddler, but, I'm already a little afraid that he doesn't have the movement skills that he did 2 years ago, let alone 5 years ago. But then,
we're going to have a Lieutenant Dan got new leg situation.
How many RPOs is he going to run? He runs 10 a game, and he has to keep the ball 30% of the time. And, oh, by the way, there's going to be natural situations where he's going to have to run anyways. How are you going to keep this guy healthy? So I don't know. There's a part of me, even if he looks fine through the first 2 weeks, is he going to stay healthy through the first 2 weeks with this plan?
And that's a big part of the equation. The Ringer's Lindsey Jones joined us.
Ashley?
No, Lindsey Jones joined us last hour. We asked her about the harm in the Browns' decision to play Deshaun Watson.
You further alienate a fan base who you haven't given them a lot of reason, right, to be excited about the on-field product in quite a while, or you are really risking whatever credibility you had left with the one really, really good thing that the Browns have had going for them for 30 years is that fan base. And I think there is some real irreparable harm that could be done by making a decision that is so unpopular. It's really unfathomable to me that they're trying to make this, and the thing that makes me that I get so worked up about is they're trying to make this like a rational football decision and trying to sell this as, this is the guy who gives us the best chance to win. And they might truly believe that, and that's only because they don't really have another viable option. I just think they're at the point where they're trying to sell this is a normal football decision and we're picking Deshaun Watson because he's the better quarterback, when the truth is there is no good quarterback.
Yeah, I think the thing that I like to hear the most out of everything Lindsay had to say today at 4 was her talking about how they try to normalize this decision. I think that's maybe where I've been frustrated for the first 9 months of this season, 9 months of this year, soon to be, is how everyone in the media nationally is just like, well, of course they're going to try and see Deshaun again. I was like, you wouldn't normalize this for any other franchise on the planet. If the Jets did this, you would excoriate them. If you did this, if any other team, literally, I just meant the Jets because they're the other team that makes you scratch your head the most, nobody else could get away with this. But I think there has been an element of, nationally and locally, enough people normalizing this that the Browns are, I don't want to say getting away with this, but certainly are getting away with this in a way that just... it defies logic.
Well, if you think the way that Lindsay thinks, that there's just nothing redeemable about either quarterback, and both quarterbacks do suck, then you kind of fall in line with more people nationally than not. And that idea is that we have one of the worst quarterback rooms in the sport, and we got a lot of. Basically, what she's trying to say is that 2027 is more important than 2026. That was their end result, and all of that is 2027 matters more than 2026 does, if you believe the Browns and how they set this up.
And that is the lead when we come back. One explanation, I don't know if it's plausible or not, one explanation on Deshaun as the Browns starting quarterback. I don't know you're going to love this one, but you are going to want to hear it in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
experience on 4 wheels. Don't just hear the game, feel it. Upgrade your audio today at summitsound.net. Summit Sound. See it, hear it, feel it.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
Darren Ryder coming up in about 40 minutes time. Nick and JP back with you. A lot of thoughts, a lot of reaction to the Browns quarterback situation. Preseason game number 3 tomorrow. I'm definitely not watching that game because of quarterback play. Any young players specifically you're dialed in outside of the quarterback spot?
But you don't want to watch Dylan Gabriel?
I've seen enough. Oh.
Taylor Green doesn't do anything for you? I'm watching Green just because I want to see what Phelps is going to do with it. Phelps
I don't think you really want to know
Phelps
what
has got
Phelps
me
is going to do with Taylor Green.
He's got me interested in the quarterback situation with Green. He's talked him up as if he's Joe Montana. So I like some of the stuff I've seen, but let's get real about it.
So the way that people talk about Taylor Green is the way that I think people feel the way we talk about Shedeur or talked about Shedeur last year. I think it was fate. Written in the stars that you were going to see Shedeur and Dylan Gabriel for most of last season, and that's what happened. But when we said it in real time, it made people upset, and there was a big debate about that, right? I have no interest in seeing Taylor Green this year. Maybe next year. Maybe eventually you move him to another spot.
Well,
I don't know.
If you play him, the problem is if you play him and he gets a few games in there, it wrecks the idea that he could actually be a serviceable backup at some point in the future if he struggles.
Yeah, I just think, again,
it's the DTR complex. What worked the best for Dorian Thompson-Robinson? It was the idea that for 2 years he never played.
Yeah.
And we watched him in these preseason games and he looked pretty good. We're like, oh, DTR, I'd love to see him get in one day. And then the moment he got in and the moment he got to play more than a snap and actually played in some games, then all of a sudden he's sent off to Philadelphia to go ahead and basically end his football career. Like the best thing he had going for him was being that mystery box of a quarterback.
I just know if we get into mid-November and the Browns lose 2 games in a row, no matter what the record is, they could be 7-4 at that point. But if they go from 7-2 to 7-4, or from 5-6 to 5-8, I just know, and it's going to be led by Phelps. I know we're going to hear the pounding of the drum for Taylor Green. And I feel like that is going to annoy me, even though I hypothetically like the idea of Taylor Green at some point this year.
Well, let's play this out. Let's say first 2 games, Deshaun Watson stinks. He's gone. You're right. I'm wrong about the idea that the Browns want to see Deshaun out there for more games than 2.
I like this hypothetical already.
And so then you go to Shedeur.
Yeah.
And let's say 7 games in, Shedeur has some sort of injury or something that takes him off the field. I can even play it to the idea that maybe he's just unplayable as well, okay?
Mm-hmm.
We're at week 10. What do you do?
Because
I want a dead body out there, a quarterback at that point. Like for me, I want someone that.
So you want Dylan?
I want someone that basically can't. So
you want to scream dilly dilly. You don't want to go to the mean green machine.
Guarantee me losses at that point. Hello, Tankathon.
I think Dylan Gabriel would guarantee you more losses than Taylor Green, just because I think there might be some sort of upside theoretically with Taylor Green.
Whatever way you believe is the best way to watch us lose a lot of games. Now, something that Albert said yesterday is staying in my mind in this equation.
Did you just backdoor tanking talk into the show?
Well, I said Tankathon.
Okay.
I said I didn't know where that
I won't
with you.
berate you this one time.
Yeah. I gave myself carte blanche. The way you gave yourself a no tanking talk, it now has encouraged me to incorporate it in as many times as I possibly can.
A trigger warning.
Yeah, it's like a fun game for me now. Something Albert said that I thought is interesting, though, and I do wonder if the Browns would play into this equation, about whether or not you have to give the rookie wide receivers a better chance than what Dylan Gabriel or Taylor Green would represent. Mm-hmm. Right? Like that idea. If you get to a spot where you're off Shedeur and you're already off Deshaun Watson and we still have 7 games remaining, I think it's going to get close to embarrassing for a lot of NFL teams out there with what they do with this tanking situation coming up for the number 1 draft in the 2027 draft. And that goes beyond the Browns. I'm talking might get embarrassing for the Jets, might get embarrassing for the Cardinals, the Dolphins. It's going to look like last year in the NBA looked in a lot of ways where people knew a lot of picks were to be had and an open opportunity was right in front of them. Do the Browns prioritize Denzel Boston and Casey Concepcion and that offense and trying to get them going in the future of those guys, or do they really just say what's best for those guys ultimately will be a drafted quarterback at a better spot and better position?
Preseason game number 3 coming up tomorrow in Cleveland. Of course, we'll have you on the lead up to that, but we are still breaking down the quarterback spot, what to expect with Deshaun Watson. We have quite a bit to actually detail with the Deshaun Watson-led Cleveland Browns in the next probably 25 minutes here, because we have a lot of different opinions on what this is going to look like and where the concerns lie. But Chris Sims of Pro Football Talk had this thought, and this, I don't know if it's a report, but he is sourcing what he's heard on why Deshaun Watson ended up winning out in the quarterback battle over Shedeur Sanders.
I think Watson probably took that, or I know. Watson took that approach a little bit more of, okay, I'll trust what my coach says and see what my limits are and do that, where I think Shedeur went, to your point and what you said before, oh, I'm not sure. This competition's close. Let me just take the safe way out, check the ball down. And that's kind of in line with what I heard during the start of camp. And then, of course, we heard Chauncey Gardner-Johnson of the Bills kind of echoing that last week.
Yeah, I just think it's so funny, just to get back to the Chauncey Gardner-Johnson thing one more time. The idea that Shedeur would be called the checkdown king when what Shedeur has been coached to do is stop looking for the big play on every drive. At this point in his career, the checkdown king should be something that is actually a badge of honor because people said he couldn't do it.
Well, and Shedeur looked at it as such. That's the Amani Marshall play in the Bears game. He looked at it. That was his best throw of the day in his eyes when he had 2 other throws that were much stronger. I wonder, though, did Sims just get it reversed if he talked to somebody? Like everything we saw was Deshaun Watson not throwing the deep ball and Shedeur Sanders throwing the deep ball and trying to stretch the field. Like, I almost wonder if either Sims... Here's what I know what happened. I mean, listen, I don't know if I don't know what his reporting suggests or anything in between, but he is what he is. I mean, there's no other way to put this. Like, he looked at the C.J. Gardner-Johnson tweet and thought he knew everything that was happening at Browns camp. Mm-hmm. There is no way you watch what happened over the camp and think to yourself, Deshaun Watson really stretching the field and then crediting him for listening to what the coaches were saying and watching him throw the ball deep. In what world? Like, where did that exist?
I mean, he had
a lot of interceptions, sure.
What I was going to say
that what he's going off of?
I think early in camp, Deshaun did throw the ball down the field a little bit more, and it seemed like the longer camp went on, the more he became the true checkdown king of the Cleveland Browns.
I mean, watch the first game that they played. Again, that Bears game, he didn't have a single throw over 10 yards in the air. We all saw it. It was on TV.
Like, thinking back to the first couple practices, there were opportunities where you saw Deshaun try to make plays with his arms, and they usually ended up in the defense's
and they were going horribly. And then the listening to the coach part of this is when they turned around after that practice where we were both at and we said this looks unplayable, that all of a sudden Deshaun was making the much easier passes and was way more of a check down Charlie, so to speak.
But I do think the coach quarterback situation is wildly is wildly important, and I can see if Todd Monken thought, hey, I think Deshaun is maybe listening a little bit more and not giving too much into this competition. I can understand if he was worried that maybe the competition was in Shedeur's head. I can see that being a factor for Todd Monken. I'm now putting words in Chris Sims' mouth, but I can see that a young quarterback maybe giving more into, I want to win this competition. This is how I think I have to do it, rather than trust in Todd, as it were.
But then the roadmap that Todd gave him was a wrong roadmap. If like the roadmap you gave him was, hey, learn how to make the checkdowns, learn how to take the easy play, learn how to make the right football play, and then he check, and then all of a sudden comes back out and goes, well, why didn't I win this? Why didn't I win this competition? Then you gave him the bad roadmap.
I also think that the Browns are trying to have Shedeur run an offense that is built for Deshaun. I think in everything I've heard and anything I've observed, it does seem like they're trying to finally build an offense that looks like the one that Deshaun had in Houston. And that being the plausible reason to go to Deshaun early, which is something we haven't talked enough about. Well, while I do think both have Deshaun used to have natural playmaking abilities and Shedeur still has them, it doesn't mean that the RPOs and some of the concepts that I know Joe Thomas talked about and other people have talked about, Greg Cosell, it doesn't mean those things fit Shedeur to a T.
Well, and so the other part of that is how Monken does his offenses and how he sets them all up to begin with. I thought Charles Robinson on with Baskin and Phelps yesterday, he pointed this out.
He's their guy.
They love him.
Got him on lock.
They love Charles Robinson. But Charles
He'll never be on another show on this station because he is all Baskin and Phelps, like Taylor Green.
Yeah, who did spend a day at Browns training camp. We saw him talk to Andrew Berry. We saw him hanging out.
Yeah.
He was making the suggestion that Monken's offense is just too difficult to run.
Mm-hmm.
And there's too much to it. And so you're never going to have a second-year pro that was going to be able to master I think Charles referred to it as like 50 different things you have to do before you actually have a play happen. And and my response to this with Monken would be simplify the thing and make this not nearly as difficult for the player. If Shador ends up being the quarterback, dial it down. You need to find a way to make this easier in general, because even for Deshaun, who's a 10-year vet, this is still going to be incredibly hard. But I don't know why Monken would think that's going to be the route then to set Shador up for success, all things considered.
Yeah, I do think it's interesting because every coach designs their offense differently, but it seems like Todd Monken's offense is all about making all your adjustments pre-snap so that by the time the ball is snapped, you can just play. Mm-hmm. Which I actually think makes a lot of sense. Like, you hear some coaches and 50% of the work is done literally at the line of scrimmage, or it's done post-snap.
I mean, that's why Bill O'Brien and Deshaun was so crucial.
Yes.
Talking in his headset until the 15-second thing cut off.
So, like, I don't know. I don't want to put it too much on Monken because, again, like, at some point you're going to have to, if you're going to be the quarterback here, you're going to have to prove that you can run the system no matter whether it's Deshaun or whether it's Shador.
I know, but I just kept thinking about that Ben Johnson thing from a week and a half ago. And I know this was offensive line play. He was not talking about quarterbacks. One of the reasons why the Bears' offensive line struggled last year with 4 new pieces was the idea that the concepts were just incredibly difficult. They were doing 10 different things before the snap got underway. And so then they basically just had to dummy it down to we give one term and then we go, and that's it. And you just teach everybody the one term, and then you go from there. And you just make it easier. I just wonder if Monken has made it too complex and has basically just not made it too simplistic, all things considered.
216-474-0092. Chris Sims says Watson listened to Monken more in terms of how he approached practices and games. Do you buy that as part of the reasoning why Deshaun is the Week 1 starter? Gio in Cleveland. Welcome to the show, Gio.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Doing all right, buddy. What you got for us?
I'm going to agree with Peter Lynn, which is difficult because I know that Jonathan is always right, and I just want to say that I took a straw poll of all Cleveland Browns fans, and I think I can speak for everybody when I say, what football team was Todd Monken watching when he made his quote-unquote football decision? Because I think I speak for everybody when I say he just lost a ton of credibility when it comes to making this decision. And it's like, Jonathan, you talking about making things more simple and da-da-da. What games was this guy watching? Because in my opinion, you guys can make better decisions than this guy. It's like he looks incredibly ignorant right now. So either Andrew Berry came to him and said, make this decision because we're paying him all this money, or is he not as good a coach as we think he is? Because I don't know what games was he watching, right, Jonathan? Like, I think Shador looked very poised. I think I must say this first. I was not a Shador fan, but he changed my mind in 2 games where, one, he got the playoff, he got him out of the huddle, he looked under control. Check down Charlie. Take what the defense gives you. My God, he moved the ball. We scored on drives. When's the last time the Browns have scored on a first drive in a game? When was the last Olympics? Let's check. What is going on with this guy? He looks incredibly stupid. He looks like he doesn't know what the heck he's doing, and he just dumbed himself down an incredible amount by agreeing with Andrew Berry and going, we're starting Deshaun Watson because we owe him all this money. Don't come at us Browns fans and tell us that this was a football decision, because if we know anything, we know incredibly, horribly bad football decisions. This was one of them. And Jonathan, I'm just a fan with all your takes. You've changed my mind with Shador, and I'm not even going to lie to you. I'm more anxious about Jeff's Taylor Green takes than anything else. So I'll hang up and listen. Big fans, guys.
Thank you, Gio.
Gio, we appreciate you, buddy. Not enough Nick Wilson there, but I forgive you this one time. JP could use a win. That sounded really personal. I didn't mean it that way, man. Good
I can
for
always
you.
use a win.
It was a good for you.
I can always use a win.
I don't think. Here's the thing. I don't think Todd Monken is stupid. I don't think that the Browns based their decision on week 1 on just any old thing. And I do think that a lot of this has to do with one last hurrah. Let's see if we can salvage Deshaun Watson in any form. I can say with Todd Monken specifically, while I do think he put him on the table and put it on the line with a fan, no one stands to gain more than Todd Monken with fans if he's right about Deshaun Watson. Just doing the devil's advocate.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, even the Browns themselves, it would be lauded as they stayed firm with their belief, and they stayed firm in what they always knew and what things we couldn't see. I just don't think it's going to end up that way.
Chris Sims says Watson listened to Todd Monken more about how to approach the competition and practices. Do we think that's the most likely thing? And Joe Thomas put a number on it. I don't know if you're going to agree with the number, but it is Joe Thomas. You got to love him. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples. That was easy. Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Hear from Todd Monken immediately after the game. The official Browns postgame show is only on 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Joe Ryder coming up in just about 20 minutes' time. We'll talk the Browns. We started the show having the conversation about how do you think this thing plays out? And obviously a lot of that is dictated off the quarterback spot, but I think the only thing that can sway me off 7 wins is if it's more Deshaun Watson than I think. And I think Deshaun has 2 weeks. And I think functional might get him a 3rd week, but he's going to have to win, and he's going to have to look good to, I think, have a real case to keep it much longer than 2 or 3 weeks there, because I think the Browns know. As much as the Browns said who won the quarterback battle had nothing to do with what happened on Saturday, that doesn't mean who keeps the quarterback battle or how long Deshaun keeps the starting job isn't going to be impacted by whatever they can expect week 3.
Listen, if it was me, I'd give him the shortest leash imaginable. I'd follow exactly what you're saying. I don't think I'm in the majority, by the way, in suggesting that I think he's got a longer leash than people think, and 8 games is probably more likely the number. I'm just trying to read what the Browns have been telling us and how this whole thing is kind of ebbed and flowed. I believe Monken when he says that this is not a week-by-week competition, but I also believe that the Browns are going to take an absurd amount of undeniable evidence that Deshaun Watson is not 2020 Deshaun before they go to Shador.
Now, speaking of Browns legends, we weren't speaking about it. I just wanted to get to Joe Thomas here on with the Morning Boys talking about how long of a leash Deshaun Watson might have.
Here's the one thing that he'll never say, nobody in the organization is going to say, but I guarantee it's in their mind as they made this decision. They know they start on the road for the first 2 weeks, and then they come home week 3. How Deshaun does in those first 2 weeks, he must play well. I would say he's probably got to win at least one out of those 2 games, or they're probably going to make a decision to change the quarterback and put Shador in for week 3, because can you imagine what that stadium would be like, and the distraction and the challenge of overcoming your own fan base? If you go 0-2, Deshaun doesn't play very well, and then week 3, he's the starter at your home opener, and after the reception that he got in the preseason game last Saturday, and then the comments that he made, like, there's no way that he wants to walk into that, and that has to weigh into the decision that he's made for the first couple games, and specifically this first game, and then thinking about coming home at week 3.
Monken has said he doesn't envision this being week to week. There's some wiggle room there. Even with what Joe Thomas said there, I think there is a lot of pliability here with, is it 2 weeks, is it 4 weeks, is it 6 weeks? I just tend to think Deshaun's a broken toy, and I'm going to bet on that being the case. I think it would be laughable if you gave Deshaun 2 weeks on the road and then you pulled him going into week 3, because basically what you're telling me is you didn't want to reverse course and start Shador week 1 because you didn't want to look like you were giving in to fans. That's what my takeaway with 2 weeks is. Laughably, you have to have zero conviction to start somebody for 2 weeks.
It's just never that quick of a hook ever. And so like, even the Flacco stuff last year at 4 weeks was a shockingly quick leash and a quick hook. And so I don't know, for as much time and effort and everything that they put into Deshaun Watson and how they speak about Deshaun Watson, I just don't think 2 weeks is going to be enough for him. I think he'll end up seeing a home game here. I really do. And on top of it, Nick, you're 7.5-point underdogs week 1 against the Bucs, and then at home against Jacksonville, and then at home against the Bucs week 2. Week 2's on the road still, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
I have the wrong lines here. I'm trying to figure out what exactly the line is for the Browns Bucs. My apologies.
I think it's
there.
8.5 points.
Is it really that high?
No, I just pulled that out of my ass.
There's no way it's that high.
It just that felt right when I said it.
But anyway, what I do know is that it's 5.5. Number's 5.5.
I never doubted it.
So like 7.5 and 5.5, you're not expected to win those games.
That's what I did. If it was in Cleveland, it would be 8.5.
There we go.
I'm just making stuff up.
I know. I can tell.
I'm having fun.
That's all.
I don't think you are, but I'm having fun.
You're not supposed to win those games is the point, though. You're really not. And so I don't think it's going to be set by the Browns coming back and saying, we're 0-2 entering week 3 and we must get rid of him. I think it's going to be how he looks, but I just don't think it's going to be enough either way to completely move off of Deshaun after just 2 weeks. Not with how this team has talked about him. It would be as spineless gets if they did that.
which they have the ability to pull up. We should acknowledge.
That will be the line to walk. Do we give them credit for having the quick hook, which means that in the face of just incontrovertible evidence, they had to do it, and should we give them credit for that, or do we go, okay, this proves you shouldn't have done it? It's going to be a real tough one to pick.
It's too quick, and so then we will all turn around and be like, you could have just made Shedeur the starter the entire time.
Especially if Shedeur goes out and throws 250 yards and they get the win week 3.
Yeah, you could have molded the offense towards him. You could have actually made him get all the reps and everything like that. We wouldn't have had to deal with any of the other nonsense for an end result that we all knew we were going to get to, and Deshaun Watson not being good enough. I think that'll actually get angry. I might get as angry as I would if they keep it going into week 8 the way that I think they will. If they just do it after 2 weeks with the idea that, oh, yeah, our bad guys. We just wanted to see if Deshaun could do it. I can tell you right now he can't do it, but I think that's why it's going to take him longer to figure that out.
I think for Deshaun to get to the home game, and again, I would not have said this if not for his comments and his play on Saturday. I think for Deshaun to make it to week 3, you have to have at least one win. And he has to look. I honestly don't even know. The more we've talked about it, I don't even know passable quarterbacks good enough.
I don't think they're looking at the win and losses in regards to Deshaun Watson.
If he's 2-0, even if he looks like crap, he's still starting.
We're too analytical of a front office to care about regular season win-loss records with quarterbacks.
They'll say 2 games is too small of a sample size, but he's 2-0.
And they'll definitely say 2 games is too small of a sample size. And that's the other part of this. I think it's too tiny for them to go off a sample size, for them to go out and say, we've done our due diligence in figuring out if 2020 Deshaun exists in there or not. I just think it's too small of a sample size for them to say that they legitimately check that box off. Whether I agree with it or not isn't the point. The point is what I think the Browns will do, and I don't think the Browns will say we're satisfied.
216-474-0092. Joe Thomas says Deshaun Watson has 2 weeks. Are you in agreement with that? Tony in Columbia Station, welcome to the show.
Hey, fellas. Hope you're having a good day.
You too, buddy. What you got for us?
Hey, okay. So Deshaun Watson, he's a starting quarterback because, and this is every decision the Browns have made since the end of last year, they are going after a top 5 draft pick in next year's draft. There's $2.5 billion obviously being spent on a new facility in Berea. And what do you need to have that business investment pay off maximally? You got to find the quarterback. So the Browns, they can't mess around. They've got to get a top 5 pick, and Watson gives us the best chance to make that happen.
So I think the only thing I would say, and I thank you for the call, if they were tanking, and I'm only addressing this because it seemed like he was pointing to the T word.
Can I get a ruling from the Russian judge?
No,
Mark Koch.
My point is, I'm not going to advocate for tanking.
Did he give himself a ban on tanking and then now discussing tanking?
This is in the purpose of science all out.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is to shoot down the tanking narrative, not to prop it up. See, I did with my hands.
Tanking is tanking.
The point is, if the Browns were tanking, they wouldn't have done a lot of the things. They wouldn't have signed Derek Barnett for a $5.5 million contract. They wouldn't have been as aggressive to make the rest of the roster as good as it. They're still looking for upgrades on this roster as well. They would allow the bottom to fall out of this. And also, guys, they can be a 7-win team, get the 15th pick, and still be in range to trade up for one of the top 3, 4, or 5 quarterbacks in this draft.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah.
Tanking. How about it? Catch the fever.
No fever.
Catch the fever.
No, get some penicillin. Get that fever, flush it out of your system. Like it's college all over again.
Yeah,
Joe in Bellevue, you got about 45 seconds, buddies. What you got for us?
Yeah, you mentioned tanking. Listen, I don't think the Browns are tanking by any means, but when you sit back and you look at the whole roster, Deshaun Watson, if he wasn't going to start, he was never going to see the field this year. It's the better option to start him and bring Shedeur in later. I truly believe that Andrew Berry and the Haslams and Monk sat down and said, listen, I don't have the quarterback this year. We don't have it. We're not going to win. We're not a playoff team right now. Back to what Tony said, the draft picks and everything, I think we're just building up to knowing what's going to happen. We're not a 7-win team. Unfortunately, as much as I hate to say that, that's the truth.
Joe, when they win their 7th game this year, I expect your apology call.
You absolutely will.
All right, buddy.
You absolutely will.
Be good. Joe in Bellevue there. I think they're too talented to be a 3-win team or a 4-win team. I do. And I think I know how much the quarterback matters every year. There's 3, 4, 5 teams that are in the 500 win range that have below average or worse than that quarterback play. Now, again, I don't think Deshaun can get there. I think when it comes to Deshaun, I think Deshaun will continue to be the worst quarterback in the NFL because that's all he's been. And I think now he's mentally broken and physically broken and just no good at this anymore. So the game, I think, has passed him by. But if you get 14 games of Shedeur, I do think Shedeur can at least get to, hey, do you look like an NFL quarterback?
I think the starters are good. I got worries about the depth, especially on the defensive side of the ball, and I still don't know what
every team in the NFL, though.
No, but I also don't know what the offensive line is either. And so, and because I don't know what the offensive line is, I don't really know what Judkins is going to be.
There's a left tackle, there's a left guard, there's a center, there's a right guard, and a right tackle.
Okay.
Well, you said you didn't know what it was going to be. That's what it's going to be.
You knew what I meant.
I know. I did.
I know.
I'm just having fun here.
Yeah.
That's the second time in this segment.
Yeah, you seem like you're having a lot of fun.
I really am.
Are you?
Daryl Ryder in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
real-time sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
As the kids get back to school, get back to the football news you need. The radio home of the NFL and Cleveland Browns is 92.3 The Fan.
Catch Daryl Ryder and Coach Riz's daily Browns training camp recaps on the Fan's YouTube page. Daryl and Coach Riz breaking down the storylines from each day's practice and, of course, your daily quarterback competition updates. And you can catch the recap each night on Overtime with Jake Volnick at 8:40. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on the Fan. In case you missed it, coming up in about 45 minutes' time. And in case you missed it, Deshaun Watson, the Browns starting quarterback. Tomorrow night is preseason game number 3 here in Cleveland. Browns, Patriots, Thursday night football. Why we do this for preseason game number 3, I don't know, but I appreciate it. We appreciate the content there, content gods. And to talk about the Browns quarterback situation, the likely flow of this regular season, and many more things, we head out to the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. You know him. You love him. He's brought to you by Scheibin Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Daryl Ryder joining us right now. Daryl, welcome to the show.
What's up, Daryl?
Hello, boys. How are you?
I'm going to tell you this right now. I'm not going to call you Ashley today. I want you to know that is a promise from me to you.
Okay. I guess I should feel good about that.
Yeah. So apparently when we had Lindsey Jones on earlier today, the streets are saying I also called her Ashley about 30 minutes after our Ashley Bastock interview.
Streets aren't saying. We rolled back the tape, Daryl.
Who can recall what's on tape and what's not on tape?
Now, does Nick just think you're a girl in sports, so he'll call you Ashley? Is that all that is?
I've been called worse, both on and off the air. So.
By me.
And by Nick,
people,
yes.
All right, so we started the show with this, Daryl.
He's actually writing down your name now, so he doesn't forget that. Daryl.
All right, Ashley,
Daryl.
let's get to the bottom of this. What feels like the most realistic way the season goes now that we know the presumptive starters here in Cleveland?
Well, I'm probably dropping the win total down to 5, just because I don't have a lot of faith in Deshaun Watson as far as what he's going to be able to give them physically on a football field. It's not an effort thing. It's just it's an ability thing for me. I don't know that he has a whole lot left in the tank to give, but he won this competition. Todd Monken feels he's the better player between him and Shedeur Sanders, and at least week 1 and early in the season gives them the better chance to put points on the scoreboard, move the football, and win games. So pretty significant decision made by Todd Monken, first real big one as Browns head coach. He's going with Deshaun Watson, and we'll see if Watson, who hasn't looked great in training camp or the preseason, can go out there and validate that decision that was made.
So that implies, Daryl, that you think he's got a pretty long leash. Not the longest leash, obviously, but longer than 2 weeks, like it feels like some people believe. And
like
so,
me.
Yeah, so Nick thinks 2 weeks. I think, actually, I've said 8 weeks. I feel like the Browns are going to need, and this is not what I would do. This is what I think the Browns are going to do, right. And that distinction's important, and especially with your answer as well, same thing. It's not what you would do. It's what we think the Browns will do. I think they need unquestioned. I think they need to know with certainty Deshaun Watson in 2020 isn't going through that door, and the way they've talked about him and believe in him, I think that takes them 8 weeks to settle on that.
I'm going to go 6 weeks.
Okay.
I'm going to go through the October 18th game at home against the Baltimore Ravens, okay?
Hey, you $1 bobbed him.
That gives you it gives you 3 home games, Panthers, Steelers, and Ravens. You've got the Jets in there who aren't going to be very good. Obviously, everyone's looking at week 2 and has that circled, including Baker Mayfield. The Buccaneers game in Tampa Bay leading off with Jacksonville there. So I think week 6 is where, or I should say after week 6, because the following game is October 25th against the Tennessee Titans. And I think that might be an opportunity, although it's on the road, might be a little bit of an opportunity for Shedeur Sanders there to start on a positive foot before heading to Pittsburgh to begin the month of November. But I hear the 2-week audition thing. I understand where people are coming from, especially given the reaction to Deshaun Watson Saturday afternoon, the awful play. And I I'm going to tell you, I don't think that the Browns are fazed by the booing. Deshaun might be, his teammates might be, but I think organizationally, I don't think that they're fazed by the booing. I think that the Browns have accepted that, to a degree, fans are going to boo Deshaun Watson no matter what. I think if he plays well, I think the boos will obviously be a lot less, but I just that's why I say 6 weeks. I don't think it's going to be a 2-week tryout.
All right, Daryl, I know you said 5 wins. I'm going to leave this open for you. I'm challenging, and I will communicate with them individually, I'm challenging every single person on the staff here that does a daily show to give me their lock-it-in number. Today, Are you willing to lock it in at 5 wins, or would you like another week to go ahead and get to a point where maybe you get a little distance from the Deshaun thing? Maybe a week from now you say 6 wins.
Yeah, I'll take the extra week.
Okay, that's fair.
Because my original thought on the win total was take the over of the 5.5, and they'd be in the 6 to 8 week range. Just I don't have a lot of faith right now in Deshaun Watson, and
why?
I just. Because of what I've seen in practice. That's why.
Well, but they say he gives them the best chance to win, and he's been the better quarterback. They wouldn't lie about that sort of thing, Daryl.
Well, this is going to get me in hot water with a fan base, but I'm going to do it anyway. What does that say about where Shedeur Sanders is right now? He's not ready, clearly, because I think if he was ready, I think Todd Monken wouldn't hesitate to put him out there. Remember, Todd Monken's waited this long to get a head coaching job. And I don't think he's messing around with narratives or anything other than what is going to help him win. And he's acknowledged this might be his only head coaching job in the National Football League. He's not concerned about doing things that he has to explain in future job interviews to try and get another head coaching job. So I think that gives him a little bit of freedom, and I think there's a little liberation mixed in there for him. To have that thought. So, I need a week to think about it. Maybe I'm still caught up in that Deshaun's going to be the quarterback thing, and I know what I've seen in training camp, and I'm just not all that blown away. But, right now I kind of feel like I want to take a win off the board because he's the week 1 starter.
So just based off of what you've seen in all the training camp that you have seen, and obviously there's things behind closed doors, but based off of just what you've seen with your own eyes, who do you think has been the better quarterback between the two?
Well, I think Shedeur Sanders has made more plays in training camp than Deshaun has. I think Shedeur Sanders brings an explosive element to the offense than Deshaun does. And I'll give Shedeur credit, and I also give Todd Monken some credit for admitting this. Monken basically said, I'm paraphrasing here, this isn't an exact quote, but he basically said, Deshaun was the leader all throughout, but credit Shedeur Sanders for making this thing a competition in recent weeks and making it a close call or a close decision or however he phrased that. And so I think that it'll be incumbent upon Shedeur to understand we're going to see him this year. And he needs to make sure that he continues this positive progression that he has had. I'm actually in favor of playing him tomorrow night. If we're going to sit here and say he needs experience, he needs reps, the more reps, the better, then I don't understand why we have to suffer through Dylan Gabriel tomorrow night. What is there honestly to be gained from that? Why can't you put Shedeur out there for a quarter at least to give him a couple of offensive series and whatnot? But they're not going to do it. It's going to be Dylan Gabriel, I'm guessing, for the first half, and then we'll get the rookie Taylon Green in the second half. But I honestly would play Shedeur tomorrow night to give him some more valuable reps.
All right, Daryl, 49ers owner Jed York got busted in familiar grounds to you and I out in Columbiana County.
What is he doing in East Palestine, Ohio? Come on.
Palestine now.
I'm sorry.
He's not in the Middle East. Now, I do want to know, though, What is the crazier part of the
Daryl,
story?
Ashley, same thing. Whatever.
Same thing. But the $140 price tag for said alleged almost services, or the fact that it was in East Palestine?
I'm going to say East Palestine.
Yeah. I mean, they do go hand in hand, by the way.
I know.
So to speak.
Yeah.
I know. Well, you're a billionaire, and you don't have any game to pick up a woman.
I think you need
I don't think
game.
it's game. That's the funny thing about this. There's no game needed if you're a billionaire.
Well,
You're supposed to just be able to just throw money around, right?
Pretty much.
I contended, Daryl, that it was a sign of laziness, just pure and utter laziness.
And I said it's stupidity because he clicked into a website that was like, dataprostitute.com. And then, there were 17 points he could have stopped, including at East Palestine, including at $140.
But worth $12 billion, you're always just a private jet away from counties in Nevada that have this thing legal.
Emphasis on private.
And so I just go ahead and make that your deal.
Who was the former Cleveland Brown that got arrested for a $20?
Quentin Groves, right?
Yeah, that's right. Quentin Groves thought a service was going to be for $20.
Yeah. That's just knowing market rates.
Well,
like when you go to a restaurant
like a good deal
and it's
every now
like
and
market prices, that's where you get surprised. $140. I don't know what market that other than East Palestine.
When it says MP on the side, I never order, by the way. Yeah, market price always scares me off.
Setting aside the 140, setting aside East Palestine, the other thing, too, is 9 a.m. on a Sunday. Like, that's the leftover shift from Saturday night. What are we doing here?
Yeah, also on the Lord's Day of all days.
Yes!
Was he on the way to
about that?
Was he on the way to church on that one?
In the list of things he's not worried about, I want to think that's probably
I'm just
at the
gonna
very
say,
bottom.
that's extra disappointing. Get business conducted by 11:59 on a Saturday, please. This is still God's country.
Right, exactly. On the seventh day, you're supposed to rest.
What'd you
It
make
says
of
so in the Bible?
What'd you make of all the changes today? Getting rid of the Pro Bowl and some of the rules changes with the amount of hits that they're trying to get out of the game and the penalties that come forth with that.
Yeah, hallelujah on the Pro Bowl because that just became useless. And I actually, the one thing I like in the rule changes, if you have one infraction of an illegal hit that you get fined for, they will return your fine to you at the end of the season. What they're trying to do is they're trying to go after the habitual offenders. But I actually like that little wrinkle that they put in that rule. That if you get fined for one of those hits, and that's it for the entire season, we'll give you your fine back at the end of the year. We'll give you that one-off, oops, accident, whatever. I actually like that little wrinkle.
I just think, how safe can we make football? It is football.
No, I get it, and there is obviously there's an inherent risk of injury when you play the sport. That's why you're wearing all the equipment that you're wearing when you're out there. And look, I'm seeing the older players and some of the troubles that they're having, the difficulties they have moving around and whatnot. I get it. I understand the importance of maximizing player safety, or emphasizing, I should say, player safety. But when we're trying to legislate the players trying to defy the laws of physics in a millisecond decision, you can have accidental violent hits. I mean, that's the sport. And so, I think it makes it a little more difficult, and they're even going to be paying more attention to those type of things. The hip drop tackle, the horse collar, launching, the defenseless player, the blindside block. Those are going to be the points of emphasis. And, I think that's going to be, in some respects, tough to legislate in real time. And, with the hip drop tackle, I kind of like them, that was a reviewable thing where, they look at it later and send the fine out or whatever. But, I get you're trying to prevent as many injuries as possible. You're trying to make the sport as safe as possible, but it is a violent sport and it is a collision sport. And I do think it makes life pretty difficult on defensive players.
All right, Daryl, we appreciate you, buddy. Good stuff, and we'll talk to you next week.
Stay off them websites, boys.
But they're so tantalizing.
And away from East Palestine, Ohio, please.
I would generally stay away from East Palestine.
Yeah, that's a life motto I have, yeah.
Daryl Ryder there, powered by Shavin Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. I hope you'll be as outraged as I am when you hear how this Browns fan was treated. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
For a decade and a half, 92.3 The Fan.
include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Get to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel to see daily Browns breakdowns with Darryl Ryder and Coach Lance Reisland.
Football talk coverage on The Fan, presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that.
Nick and JP with you. We do have, in case you missed it, coming up in just about 15 minutes' time here. Oh, Nelly. If we had a day on the show here, I know we've had some hardcore sports talk here, but I do want to get to some a way that a Browns fan was treated. And it's something that has slipped under the radar to this point. On Saturday's game, if you watched the game as intently as I did, you noticed that there was a Browns fan that was caught lighting up a doobie in the middle of the stadium.
Yeah.
And in fairness, with how the offenses looked in the preseason, I think a little weed is all anyone really needs if you're paying to go see that game. So I didn't really think anything of it. And then I noticed a Twitter account called Dr. Jamie Jakes. I don't think that's an official.
Probably not a real doctor there. Yeah, maybe. Including
members of the Cleveland media retweeting this and reacting to it. Looking at you, Emmett. You know who you are. Then retweeted this and commented on it. Mm-hmm. And I first want to mention that I think this is snitching. I think this is the kind of snitching that I don't like. So a guy sparked a spliff in the middle of the stadium.
I mean, you're smoking in public, isn't it? Like all game, it just is what it is.
No, I don't think so. It's Browns football. If you can't rock a joint somewhere in this country without freedom of judgment, it should be the Browns stadium.
Oh, I didn't know about the judgment attached to it all, but like, hold on, what's the problem? I thought the problem is that they put it on TV. Is that the problem? Or is it that they were smoking weed in public?
I think the problem is that people then tweeted about it, which increased the chances that fella could get in trouble with his job or whatever.
You're smoking in public.
He wasn't taking big long drags there.
It's a public space. It's public space.
I understand.
It's the Mumford & Funds.
I think my point is
you're in public.
You're calling attention
to a live sporting event. What do you think can potentially happen?
Like, okay, there's a million people.
It's kind of obvious what can happen.
Yeah, I like the idea.
The game's broadcasted on TV. There's a chance you're going to be on TV.
Being on TV is one thing. People on social media being like, hey, there's a guy on weed here. It's like, why are we doing this? Why are we getting somebody fired potentially over a little bit of weed?
No, you're not potentially. If you're getting fired over it, then you shouldn't have been smoking in public, obviously.
No.
If you're so worried about your job, don't smoke where there's a chance of a broadcast.
Have we mentioned he's at the Browns game?
Don't smoke in public if you're worried about being fired for smoking in public.
Beer's $20 a pop. Of course he's got to hit a spliff.
Go to the bathroom like a normal human.
Oh, so now we got to leave our seat to get a little high.
Yeah, get up and go to the bathroom like a normal human.
I thought this was America,
If you're
Peterlin.
so lazy you can't get up and go to the bathroom to do that, then you deserve to be fired from whatever job you have anyway.
No, I think we live in an era where it's legal in Ohio.
The biggest sign to the guy, his boss, that he needs to fire him immediately isn't the fact that he's smoking pot. It's the fact that in public he's like, I'd just rather not walk upstairs.
He's just sitting there.
He's just that lazy of a human. I can't walk upstairs
he's just sitting there with
go
his
to the
lady,
bathroom like a normal person.
Enjoying another Browns preseason blowout. And thinking to himself, you know what else I'd like to blow out? A little bit of smoke here, a little bit of herb. Mm-hmm. All right?
Yeah,
you're turning the man into like George Young, the Boston drug kingpin from the movie Blow right now.
I don't think that's what's happening.
The man's just enjoying a little bit of herb.
If you want to enjoy the herb in public, then you have to understand that they're kind of broadcasting this game.
I think there's a be cool element to
kind
this.
Of broadcasting this
on
game.
Twitter. It's like, guys,
why is it still shocking to people is the question I have.
Yes, that is the best part of this. Why are we so mystified that anyone was lighting up a joint at a game
in real time? I remember when I was watching the game, I saw that happen, and I did have to ask myself, like, was that a joint? Is that what that was? I really did. I had to ask myself. I'm like,
no wonder you're on the narc side of this.
There's all sorts of. I said go to the bathroom.
Is that a marijuana joint?
I said go to the bathroom.
Is that one of those funny cigarettes?
Yeah, I'm not a holy roller. I don't know much about that game, and you know that about me. But I'm also not a prude when it comes to it either.
Very accepting of people smoking weed or doing whatever you got to do.
So when you smell it in like a public venue, you're
And
not
what do I
like,
care?
what's that trash?
Yeah, what do I care? But in saying that, when I saw him on the TV, I'm like, it's 2026.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it as common? If my kids got to be of a certain age, would I be as startled with them smoking a joint as I would them having a beer? Isn't it the same at this point?
I don't think it's the same at this point for certain men. Like, I don't know. The first time I see, if it happens, one of my daughters take a drag off a joint, there will be a moment where I have to recalibrate and remember that I would be the world's biggest hypocrite considering what I did at certain ages. I'm a respectable member of the community now. It's all legal. But there is going to be an element of readjusting things, whereas I don't know I'd feel the same way about a beer.
So, I like to go golfing a lot, and I get paired with a lot of random people when I go play golfing, and more times than not, people will just start smoking on the course. And that's perfectly fine. But when they do it, I just always have to remind myself, I'm like, yeah, that's like him having a beer right now. That's like the equivalent of him having a beer right now. Why would this bother somebody? But I know when that happens. There's been certain times, if paired with a couple different randoms, there's older people that'll look around and be like, this guy's doing that on the course right now?
You ever been offered?
Yes, I have.
Yeah?
Yes.
What's your reaction?
I just say no thanks. It's not really my game.
Yeah,
like I'm 15 and all over again. I'm like, no, I don't smoke. Yeah, that's basically it. And then they do give those judging.
Uncool.
They do give those judging looks of like, I thought you were fun. Like, no, I'm a dad of 2, and I don't play that game right now.
JP
in life.
can't hang. A lot of people are fathers, and they at least they're not rude about it. Good Lord.
Yeah.
And no wonder you would tweet that out. You'd be like, "Oh, look at this! Look at this! This drug addict in the Brown Stadium there. 216-474-0092."
I didn't tweet it out. Dr. whatever the name tweeted it out.
Dr. Jamie Jakes, who I don't think's a medical professional.
I don't think so
I'd
either.
like to see his accreditation, honestly.
No, this is another form of pure laziness is what this is. Take it upstairs to the bathroom like everybody else. You don't need to smoke at your seat.
God, you're such a prude.
Not a prude.
216-474. Yeah, if you're saying
take it
don't smoke at your seat,
live with the
go
idea
to the
that you get to be
restroom.
put out on social media. Like, if you're so worried about your job and being fired from this, which is what your take was, you're worried about the guy getting fired, well, then take it upstairs.
I saw Aditi's kids and her husband in the stand. I didn't take a video and then like, hey, Aditi, is this your kids? I didn't do that.
Well, yeah, they weren't doing anything that is legal, but maybe frowned upon in public society.
It did look like they were having a little bit of an intense conversation because I think the kids were fighting. And her husband did such a good job of like focusing in on the kid who was most bugged and just being like, we are in a public place. You could just see the dad being like, your mom is working this game. She will never forgive me if you guys start fighting here in the public. And both kids kind of simmer down. I was like, that's some good parenting right there.
I saw Brown Spider. He was on the TV for the Bears game. He went to Chicago and he was on the TV for that. Like this is what happens. You're in a public space. You're gonna be put on TV.
Also, Nelson mentioning a doobie should be the least you can do to watch this crap. I wouldn't blame you if you busted out the crack pipe watching the Browns. I've never done the crack. As the kids might say. I don't know that crack would make the Browns a more enjoyable experience.
I guess don't knock it till you try it.
That's true. Hey, season of new experiences. You played Deshaun, I'm going right to the crack pipe. Meanwhile, this one has to slide into the radar.
Okay.
Because Keith just sent this to us saying that his wife just told somebody their dog was pretty, and their response was, I know, thank you.
Yeah.
He seems to think that is an odd response.
It is an odd response.
And so I asked, what were you expecting? He said, maybe just, oh, thank you.
Yeah. It's the I know part of it that makes it a lunatic move.
So you're supposed to deny if you think your dog's got the goods?
You're not supposed to acknowledge it and be like, I know. Thank you.
Why?
No,
what's weird about that?
That's not how compliments work. If I say, hey,
By
Nick.
the way, neither you nor Keith have a dog.
Doesn't
if somebody
matter.
comes over and says, this Mongo's a fine specimen, I know, right? Thank you.
Nick, if I said, hey, I think your eyes look really nice today, and you say, I know, what do you think that response is?
The correct one.
No, that's a D-bag move is what that is.
No, I get comments on my eyes.
Ultimate D-bag. If your answer to any compliment
shoulders,
is I know.
and calves. Those are the three things I get compliments
on.
on.
Implies that you hear it so often you are even bothered by the compliment that you're currently receiving.
I think you're putting an I know connotation on there.
There's an obvious connotation attached to it.
I think the connotation is...
That's why Keith is saying what he's saying, what I'm saying, what I'm saying. There's an obvious connotation.
No, it's through text. You don't know the connotation. I think the connotation truly is, I know. Thank you. Like, of course you're saying I've got a good-looking dog here. Of course. I hear this so much. Not a, I know. Thank you.
No, I heard it the second way.
You're putting a bitchy connotation on it, and I think that's
how else can I put it?
Glass half full over there, Peterlin.
When the obvious
you
idea.
You could use some ganja, I'll be honest with you. We need to hook you up with that guy from the Brown Stadium.
Yeah, is that right? You going to give me some of your Willie Nelson juice?
A little bit of the, I'll tell you, I'm out of it, too.
Yeah, ever since we talked about it, I looked it up. And I didn't sign up for any email list. I swear to you, I didn't. I get spammed by Willie Nelson every other day.
Yeah,
it's getting annoying, Willie.
You're
Please,
welcome.
I'm not interested. I don't want the product.
You're welcome.
We talked about it one time. Why do you keep hitting me up?
You're welcome.
Unbelievable.
Because you haven't tried it yet.
But that I know that's not good form. That is I get that compliment so often. I can't even be humble about the idea that I accept just a nice thing that you said about me and take it like a normal human being would. Normal human beings don't respond. I know.
I don't think you're a normal human being. Elliot in Amherst, welcome to the show.
Hey, I was just had a comment about the guy at the Browns Stadium.
You sound high right now. You sound high right now, Elliot. So I imagine you do.
Everyone probably sounds high to you, dude. It's not that big a deal.
But are you high?
No, I just got home from work.
Are you about to get
a job
high?
A job that would not fire me if I was.
Oh, look at that. Is it creative?
Well.
You're not doing a great job of beating the allegations, Elliot. I mean, I'm not judging. I'm not that kind of guy. JP's judging.
No one's judging.
But I'm not judging. But that last line.
No one's judging.
He's very judgmental, it seems.
Very judgmental.
I'm not judgmental. Smoke as much as you want to smoke. I've established that.
Or gummies. You don't just have to smoke.
You're worried about being fired. Maybe take it upstairs to the bathroom is all I said.
Yeah, I guess. But are you worried about getting fired when you have a beer at the Browns game?
No, that was part of my point. I made that point initially.
No, he's being very negative about this, Elliot.
I made that point initially.
He's trying to play both sides of the fence now that someone's called him out.
Yeah,
there's no
Elliot,
there's no
he's
both
harshing
sides
your
of the
mellow.
fence. I told a whole golf story and everything, how I associate it with being like just smoking is also like having a beer.
If I was you, I just wouldn't let him harsh your mellow.
I
could
not be less of a Ned Flanders about this topic right now as I've been. There's
Elliot,
no.
I don't
Nick
know.
Nick brings it up like, these guys.
Right now, if that were the case.
Nick brings it up like, you're narking on this guy. This guy's got to get fired. And it's like, no, I'm gonna just take it upstairs. If you have such an important job that you're worried about being fired for smoking marijuana, then maybe just take it upstairs.
Elliot, is it or is it not a narc move to take a video of somebody from the screen and be like, this guy's smoking weed?
I didn't do it. Dr. Jaime Yaquez did it. I don't know who did it, but it wasn't me.
Move.
Yeah.
See, narc move. Elliot, thanks for being cool, brother.
Or cope with the Browns as they please.
Yeah. Thanks for being cool, brother.
Yep. Have a good night, guys.
Okay,
Look at that.
You too.
Yeah, that man is.
Why was he coming after me?
I think you're giving narc vibes. I get it. You're harshing everyone's mellow here. Jason on Twitter saying JP can hang SMH. That means shake his head.
I can't hang.
My head.
I have 2 kids.
Oh,
I have no time to hang.
Oh gosh, you're the only person with kids.
And if you're doing 2 kids under 4 and you can hang,
no, that's exactly why you need weed.
You might have some problems. If the answer is you can hang in that, you might have some issues.
This would make being a dad to 2 kids under 4 so much more fun. If just once a week you didn't tell anyone and you just popped a little gummy and said, "Hey world, it's me, JP. Here's my freak flag.
I don't got time
I'm
for
gonna
any
fly
of that right now. Nope.
Elise wouldn't know. She would
totally know. I get the ones that make you just laugh your ass off.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden,
and she'd be like, "You're happy. What's the problem?"
That's funny. I like the mood tonight. Hey,
JP's just dancing and eating salami in the kitchen.
She's just none the wiser.
There was a time.
She might call 911 and be
before
like, what's
children,
going on
of course.
with you?
Before children, of course. There was a time where, I secondhand smoke. Something happened. And Vanessa walked into the kitchen, and I was just tapping my toe, eating salami by the slice. And the dog, a different dog, sitting at my feet, also a good-looking dog. And we were just vibing. And Vanessa was like, "Are you high right now?" And I was
like, "What gave it away?
Which one of us?
Yeah.
Who? Is it a narc vibe? Is it a narc move? To go ahead and post a video of someone smoking a doob at the Browns game, in case you missed it in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Chris Mack here to help you.
wherever high-performance sports shoes are sold.
Partly cloudy overnight, low of 66.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Final segment of the show. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. Want to say a big thanks to our guest today, Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com, the Orange and Brown podcast. That's Orange and Brown Talk podcast at 3:20 today. Lindsey Jones, editor at The Ringer, talking some Deshaun and the Browns at 4 o'clock, and then Daryl Ryder at 6 o'clock. If you guys missed a moment in our show today, not only can you listen back on the free Odyssey app, where we got the chapters all set up nicely for you there, we've also got the full 5 hours up there on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. As always, you can subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Ring that bell, except you, Cornelito. Suck it, Cornelito. And like our videos. We desperately need to be liked around here. See? I second that. Harumph. The Gardos game isn't over yet. We might have some reaction here on that in a minute, but let's go ahead and get to in case you missed it.
All right, we're going to start off here. Josh Allen speaking on the difference between playing on grass versus turf. Here we go.
Grass is healthier for our bodies. I'm to a point in my career now that when we practice inside on the artificial, I can feel it the next day, and when we go out there, I feel great, and I've gotten numerous burns on my legs from artificial turf, like to the point where I can't sleep at night because it's bubbling over, and it's very painful. So I'm excited to not have to deal with that at home, at least. If I can snap my fingers and make every field grass, that's what I would do for sure.
It did sound like he was going a little bit over the top there and trying to get his point across, but he was trying to get his point across. And he's not the only player to speak out on this. I don't even think this is him just saying, hey, let me prop up the new stadium because it seems like it needs some love. I think he genuinely does believe that artificial versus real grass is just not even a contest in his eyes.
I completely empathize with players. In a perfect world, every stadium would be grass, and it would be easier for these guys to play on. It's not a perfect world. Billionaires want more out of their product than ever, and they're paying more money to build these stadiums than ever. Unfortunately, I don't see this turning anytime soon. And I see the constant push. The players' union is making the push. Individual players are making the push.
It didn't help at all with the World Cup and how that went down, where you watched stadiums that have artificial turf then find real, actual grass and implement it, and you go, oh, they can do this. It is just about the money.
I know we talked about this last time this was brought up, so I can't remember if it's SoFi or if it's Allegiant, but one of those stadiums basically has grass that there's literally a tray that
that's SoFi.
Yeah, SoFi, okay. That 360 days out of the year, that's not entirely true. 300 days out of the year is out in the sunlight, and then they move it in for the games. I think that, I was going to say I think that's a fix, but I don't even know how economical that actually is for teams.
It all sounds incredibly expensive, but shouldn't you worry about the players and the product on the field more than anything else? It just seems like this is it's a weird spot for them to just go cheap on.
All right, this is not Nick Wilson saying this because I don't think like this.
Thought came across your brain.
I think owners think players are a expendable asset.
Yeah, and that's, I think, what Josh Allen has to speak up against. And I feel like if you're people like Josh Allen, where you really do make this thing go one way or another, you have to stay speaking up, and you have to stay because you're gonna be the voice for so many people that can't voice this opinion for whatever reason.
All right, Carson Wentz and J.J. McCarthy have split the backup reps in recent practices. Pro Football Talk is speculating that the Vikings could just decide to waive J.J. McCarthy as opposed to trading him before cutdown day. What would your reaction be if J.J. McCarthy was waived and not traded by Minnesota?
I'd be pretty surprised. I don't think they have any. I don't think anyone's trading for him. So I think I would remove that off the table. But the idea that it just flat out waived him, I'd be surprised. I don't know where's he going. I know everyone's gonna be like, oh, well, come to the Browns. J.J. McCarthy hasn't shown that he's any good in any sort of way for myself, and Kevin O'Connell couldn't get you to work. So that's another red flag there. I'm just.
All right.
I don't know that he's got the landing spots. So JJ, I'd be screaming that from the mountaintops. By the way,
if you knew Kyler was going to start, you already had Carson Wentz on the roster. Why didn't you trade JJ before this year's draft and get something from him? Because I would imagine you might have been able to get something in April.
I still don't think you would have got something in April, though.
Kenny Pickett.
It was one really bad year.
Kenny Pickett went for a fifth-round pick after multiple dog butt seasons in Pittsburgh. I think J.J. McCarthy has shown more on a field in his very limited time in the NFL than I think Kenny Pickett did when Kenny Pickett went for a fifth-round pick.
I would argue against that. Pickett's numbers were much better than J.J. McCarthy's across the board.
Do we need a numbers off?
Yeah, J.J.'s the one guy that gets brought up in the Shedeur Sanders conversation for quarterbacks that were worse than him last year. And everything you can come across, that's... Yeah, I would disagree with that. We're going to have a Pro Football Reference off, aren't we? And none of them are going to be good, by the way. We're going to make sure that remains the key point here. But J.J. McCarthy's
sway the audience.
His advanced numbers were awful last year.
Yeah, but what about his normal numbers? Forget the advanced numbers. I'm talking just the straight ahead numbers.
Yeah.
Give me TD to INT ratio. Give me completion percentage. They're both caca.
They're all bad. So, it's all bad. 57% completion percentage, 11 touchdowns to 12 interceptions, passer rating of 72. There's not a season that Kenny Pickett had where his passer rating was as low as that.
I no longer care because I think you might be right about this. The point is they're both garbage, and if Kenny Pickett, who had more proof that he stunk, went for a fifth-round pick, I can't imagine they couldn't have gotten that 4 months ago. And so waiving him now, like Anthony Richardson wasn't worth the fifth-round pick 4 months ago. He should just be cut now, right? J.J. McCarthy, I think, again, 12 games is such a minuscule sample size that if you liked J.J. McCarthy 2 years ago coming out, if he can't go for anything, that means the Vikings have just completely tanked his value.
I do wonder what Harbaugh would pay. He'd be the one guy I would be like, what would Jim Harbaugh pay to make sure it doesn't go to an open market and we go from there?
Around about a sixth-round pick. By the way, Gardos did just get a dub there. So they finish off the sweep today. Another come-from-behind win. That makes it 7 straight wins, now 2 games above 500. Cards ball.
Awesome win. A game I feel like everyone thought that they were just going to lose the way that they got down. To come back. 2 games in a row, they have clawed back and erased deficits that in weeks past, not even like months past, weeks past, you're down 5-0 yesterday, I think game over. Even just a 2-run deficit, there's a lot of times this year, I think game over. That's an excellent win and an excellent sweep.
The fact that Cantillo walked as many guys as he did and somehow only gave up like 2 hits, by the way. He walked like 7 guys or something ridiculous like that. The fact he only gave up 3 earned runs itself is a miracle. I have no idea if this is real or whether you just play the Angels or Rockies. That was fun. I don't care. Like after how much most of August stunk, good job, Gardos.
First 6-game road trip sweep for the Gardos in September of 2022. So that's a job well done.
All right. Big thanks to Michael Markoch on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murrin. Big thanks to Matt Corrali. The Big Weege is back. Jake Volnick coming up in just about 7 minutes' time. JP, you're a narc, but you're my narc.
I'm not. No part of that convo did I narc.
I believe Elliot called you out as a narc.
At no part of the convo did I narc.
Elliot, myself, the audience
I'm not
agree.
a holy roller, but I'm not a narc.
It seems like you are closer to a holy roller than a narc. You can give him the old Christ has died, Christ has risen, Christ will come again?
Yeah, I'm going to give you a Christ something.
All right.
All right.
I'm looking forward to it.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow, Nick.
See you guys on the other side.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.